Chapter 151. After resting for half a day, the three of them once again set off, stepping onto the staircase that still remained. Time slowly passed, and on the third day after the towering structure fell to the ground, many of the disciples from the three sects could no longer hold on and began to escape one after another. Although they had yet to reach the peak, none of them showed any signs of depression. Instead, they were filled with excitement and joy. This was because everyone had more or less obtained some benefits from this trial, and many of them had directly broken through their current realm. This naturally made them happy. On the fourth day, even more people ran down. Some were sweating profusely, while others were shivering from the cold. After these people recovered, they still wanted to enter the light curtain again. But this time, no matter what method they used, there was no way for them to break through the light curtain's obstruction and climb the endless stairs. Realizing this, everyone knew that they only had one chance. If they missed it, they would never have another, causing many of them to feel regret in their hearts. Everyone thought that if they had been able to persevere inside, they would have obtained even greater benefits. The trial in front of them was like this, but how could many things in life not be like this? There was always only one chance, and if they did not grasp it properly, they would only lament after missing it. On the fifth day, more than half of the disciples from the three sects had withdrawn from the trial. Everyone gathered around the light curtain, envying those who were still persevering inside and lamenting their own choices. However, most of the discussions were about who would be able to reach the peak. Without a doubt, Su Yan's voice was the most popular. Because everyone who had come out knew that the cold and hot alternated, Su Yan's secret art undoubtedly had a great advantage. Moreover, among the young disciples of the three sects, her strength was the strongest, so it was not surprising that she could reach the peak. This voice made many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples glow with pride. Su Yan's weight in the hearts of every High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not low. This was the same for both male and female disciples. Because Su Yan's strength and nobility had exceeded the bottom line of their envy. All that was left was admiration and worship. On the 5,000th step, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters were still struggling. Yang Kai was still the same as before, but the appearance of the two sisters was not so good. It was not that they were tired. It was just that her appearance was somewhat alluring. The steamy stairs made them sweat profusely. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes were watery, like two ripe peaches. He took a bite, and his mouth was filled with sweetness and juices. So hot. As Hu Jiao walked up, she used her hand to lift up her collar and gently fanned herself. Her body was faintly discernible. She wasn't wearing much to begin with. Now that she was sweating, her dress stuck to her body, outlining her perfect curves. Hu Mei was also sweating profusely. Her ruby-like lips were now a little dry. She kept licking her lips with her tongue to moisten them. "Why don't we rest a little more?" Hu Jiao said bitterly as she glared at Yang Kai walking in front of her. She didn't expect that Yang Kai, whose strength was much lower than hers, would be able to act as if nothing had happened. This made her feel both annoyed and impressed. Hearing her words, Yang Kai, who was walking in front of her, stopped. He turned his head to look at her and said, "It won't be hot if we walk a little more." Looking down at Hu Jiao's chest from a high vantage point, he was able to see the soul-stirring white and blood-boiling deep cleavage. Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded. Hu Jiao obviously also noticed her loss of self-control. She quickly put her collar back and covered it with her hands. She glared at him and said, "What are you looking at?" Yang Kai laughed. Not only did he not withdraw his gaze, but he also unscrupulously lingered on the two sisters. Being stared at like this, the Hu sisters suddenly felt uncomfortable. The reason why they walked behind Yang Kai was because they were now soaking wet. How could they have the nerve to walk side by side with him? But they didn't expect this person to be so shameless and bold. "You're still looking." Hu Jiao vigilantly pulled her sister behind her, using her body to cover. Her face was red as she angrily glared at Yang Kai. Ah! Yang Kai was overjoyed. He turned his head and continued to walk forward. He opened his mouth and said, "This walk is extremely boring. There is some scenery on the side of the road, so naturally I have to stop and enjoy it. I really misjudged you." Hu Jiao bitterly lamented, "I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to be so filthy. I can't wait to dig out my own eyes and smash them in your face." Yang Kai didn't look back. He lightly said, "A man looking at a woman is a matter of course. What does this have to do with being a gentleman? Besides, if you are angry, you should dig out my eyes. Why dig out your own eyes? Jiao are you confused?" Hu Jiao was even more furious. Her chest heaved up and down. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you want me to beat you up before you shut up? You're wrong again. Have you forgotten that you are here to protect me?" Yang Kai suddenly turned around and raised his eyebrows at her. His tone was full of ridicule. These words made Hu Jiao's face turn red. Her murderous aura disappeared in an instant. She shyly said, "Can you not mention this matter? It's embarrassing." Before, she took the initiative to come and protect Yang Kai. But now, it seemed that he didn't need any protection. Instead, it was the two sisters who slowed him down. When she thought of this matter, Hu Jiao was embarrassed. "Okay, you two talk less. If you have the strength, you might as well walk a few steps." Hu Mei stood up to smooth things over. "Humph, turn your head away. You're still looking." Hu Jiao glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't continue to argue with her. Following behind him, Hu Jiao whispered to her sister, "I don't think he is a good person. Be careful in the future. Don't let him eat your bones and not spit them out." "Sister." Hu Mei was extremely shy. After walking for an hour, Kai Yang suddenly came to a halt and stood quietly in place. The two sisters quickly stepped forward. When they set foot on the stairs where Yang Kai was, they couldn't help but shiver. "It's so cold." Hu Jiao rubbed the back of her hands, goosebumps rising all over her body. The two sisters' fragrant sweat was instantly frozen into ice shards. The 500-step changed and they arrived at the place where the cold attribute was. Without saying anything, the Hu sisters walked forward one by one and stuck to Yang Kai's side. Like quails in winter, they shivered incessantly. From the 3000th step until now, the three of them had spent their days like this. At the place where the young attribute was, the two sisters followed behind Yang Kai. At the place where the cold attribute was, they snuggled up to Yang Kai for warmth. Along the way, there was a feeling of sharing weal and woe. Another day passed. When the three of them stopped to rest again, the Hu sisters looked at each other and nodded. It seemed as if they had come to a decision. "Yang Kai!" Hu Jiao suddenly shouted. "What's wrong?" "We thought about it and decided that we won't go with you." Yang Kai showed a trace of surprise, but he didn't say anything and just waited for the rest. Hu Jiao bitterly said, "With your own leg strength, you should be faster. If it weren't for taking care of us, you definitely wouldn't be here now. If we go with you, we'll only be a burden." Hu Mei nodded slightly and said, "Sister wanted to protect you, but now it seems that the test here has little to do with your strength. There's no need for protection." Yang Kai still didn't say anything and just quietly looked at them. Hu Jiao smiled and said, "Do you think we're going to give up? We just don't want to go with you. You go your own way, we'll catch up." "Have you decided?" Yang Kai asked. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai said, "If you've decided, I won't persuade you." These two girls were good at understanding people, and persuading them would only make him look hypocritical. Looking up at the peak of the clouds, Yang Kai said, "Thank you for accompanying me on this journey. These few days weren't so boring." Hu Mei-er's face flashed with a trace of joy and shyness. The hostility and vigilance in Hu Jiao-er's heart was shattered by this sentence. "I will go to the top. I want to see what's at the top." Yang Kai turned around and stepped up, his speed was undoubtedly much faster than before. "Remember to tell us later," Hu Jiao-er said with a smile. "Okay." Waiting until Yang Kai's figure became a small black dot in their field of vision, the two sisters stood up and continued to walk up while bitterly resisting the invasion of the cold air. However, they didn't take more than a few steps before two soft gusts of wind suddenly appeared in the air. Under these gusts of wind, both of them couldn't help but lean back. In the next moment, the two of them felt light and unexpectedly floated up. They were directly sent out of the endless staircase by the two gusts of cold wind. When they came back to their senses, their bodies had already fallen outside the light curtain. Still in shock, she turned her head to look and found that many people were like her sisters. It was obvious that they had just been sent out, and there was some fear on their faces. Moreover, without exception, these people were all women, and there was not a single man. "Where's Yang Kai?" Hu Mei-er looked around, but didn't find any trace of Yang Kai. "He's still inside," Hu Jiao-er whispered. Although she didn't know what had just happened, since there was no trace of Yang Kai, he was definitely still inside. But, why were only women sent out? The sudden appearance of a large group of girls also stunned the disciples of the three sects who had just come out. Not long after, the disciples of the three sects quickly surrounded them. Some asked about their well-being, while others asked about the situation of the women inside. After listening for a while, the Hu sisters discovered that their experience was the same as the two of them. While walking, they were suddenly wrapped in a soft wind and sent down. They didn't suffer any injuries. Chapter 152. In the crowd, Lan Chudi's whole body was purple as she shivered from the cold. However, her pair of beautiful eyes revealed an unyielding will. This kind of look was very similar to Yang Kai's, except that her eyes were much colder and less ruthless. Did I fail? Lan Chudi's heart was bitter. She was only at the Qi transformation stage 8th level, yet she was able to climb more than 3,000 steps. This kind of result was unheard of among the disciples of the three sections. What she relied on was the unyielding will in her heart and her desire to become stronger. But now, she was sent down by an uncontrollable force. How could she be willing to accept this? Why was it like this? As long as I have enough time, I will definitely climb to the top. Why did I have to be sent down? Lan Chudai clenched her hands so tightly that her slender nails even penetrated the flesh of her palms. Pain was the only thing that could calm her down. "Junior sister, are you okay?" Hu Jiao-er noticed Lan Chudi's abnormality and asked with concern. Lan Chudai slowly shook her head. Her eyes drooped as a tear of unwillingness slid down her face. Yang Kai continued to move forward. In his eyes, there was only the peak of the clouds. He did not notice what was happening to the Hu sisters behind him. Not needing to worry about others, Yang Kai's speed suddenly increased. This was the place where the cold attribute energy rushed. Step by step, there was almost no rest. The cold attribute energy entered his body and was refined by the true Yang's secret art. After a cycle, it was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. After reaching the 500th step, the energy changed and Yang Kai's footsteps became faster. When the cold attribute energy entered his body, it needed to be dissolved. However, when it came to the Yang attribute energy, the process was much simpler. Step by step, he climbed the steps closer and closer to the top of the clouds. However, the pressure on his body also became stronger and stronger. Every time he climbed a step, the energy rushing into his body would increase by a lot. If not for Yang Kai's secret art and the large amount of yang liquid stored in the dantian, Yang Kai would not be able to be so calm. As he climbed higher and higher, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. This kind of test was indeed getting more and more difficult, but it was not to the extent that it would stop people. If it was really a test of inheritance, it should not be so simple. After thinking about it, Yang Kai unsealed the old demon in his body. Previously, the old demon had been very noisy, wholeheartedly tempting Yang Kai to use the Hu sisters' virgin bodies to cultivate evil martial skills. In a fit of anger, Yang Kai had sealed his soul and only released it now. As expected, the old demon didn't dare to mention it again. Yang Kai told the old demon about his doubts, but the old demon didn't know what to say. Yang Kai didn't want him to be noisy and affect his state of mind, so he sealed him up after asking. No matter what kind of test there was, as long as he reached that step, he would naturally be able to face it. It was useless to think too much about it now. Understanding this, Yang Kai's heart suddenly relaxed, and even his body became much more relaxed. It seemed that with the change in his state of mind, the test here had become much simpler. Climbing day after day, Yang Kai finally reached the top after resting 3 times. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it was as if he was in a fairyland. Looking back, all the steps he had taken so far were imprinted in his eyes, making Yang Kai suddenly feel like he was in a dream. In front of him, there were only 10 steps left. As long as he finished these 10 steps, he would reach the top. Lifting his foot, Yang Kai stepped forward. 9th step, 8th step, 7th step. In Yang Kai's mind, he recalled the joy of the first few days, and the determination of the next few days. 6th step, 5th step, 4th step. Tracing back his memories, Yang Kai remembered the changes he had undergone after obtaining the wordless black book. 3rd step, 2nd step. The scene from 3 years ago also emerged, making Yang Kai's calm state of mind involuntarily stir up some waves. Kai Yang lifted his foot and stopped on the last step of the flight of stairs, pausing there. Only 1 step left, and he would reach the clouds. However, Yang Kai did not dare to fall. He did not know why, but he always felt that if he maintained this state of mind, after this step, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. This was a kind of intuition. Taking a deep breath, silently circulating the true Yang's secret art, Yang Kai maintained this posture, not moving at all. Feeling the breeze on his face, feeling the waves in his heart slowly calm down, the bits and pieces of memory once again calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, when Yang Kai opened his eyes again, there was no longer the slightest hesitation or fear in them, only determination. His foot stepped down. The world buzzed, and an invisible pressure suddenly fell on Yang Kai's body. This was a kind of pressure, the pressure of a monarch descending to the world. Yang Kai's body suddenly bent, his legs bent, almost kneeling on the ground. But when his knees were half a foot away from the ground, he stopped. Sweat instantly soaked his clothes, and his flesh was fiercely spasming, trembling and squirming. This pressure was not much worse than the pressure of the world he felt when he was cultivating the tempered body technique. However, it lacked a certain charm. If he really wanted to compare, the feeling he felt when he was cultivating the tempered body technique was stronger than this. That was the resistance of the world's shackles, but what he was facing now was a kind of pressure from a strong master. In the dark, Yang Kai felt as if there was an eye slowly opening in the sky, watching him. Slowly straightening his bent body, Yang Kai's forehead bulged with blue veins, and his face flushed red. As he resisted, the pressure he felt became stronger and stronger. A muffled groan came out, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. Yang Kai's body had already suffered some injuries. I can withstand the pressure of the world, let alone you, who is not the world. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, and his bones made a zheng-zheng sound. He slowly lifted his other foot, moved it little by little, and stepped toward the last step of the stairs. It seemed like only a moment, but it also seemed like thousands of years. When Yang Kai painstakingly put his feet on the last step of the stairs, his body finally straightened up. The pressure on his body suddenly lightened. At this moment, Yang Kai broke the invisible shackles. The huge amount of energy in the air fiercely poured into Yang Kai's body, and the yuan qi in his body surged. After a moment, Yang Kai smiled and wiped the corner of his mouth. Initial Element Realm Level 8. Walking through these endless stairs allowed his strength to break through to the next level. It was not a wasted effort. Looking up again, Yang Kai saw the palace hidden in the clouds. But below the palace, there were still layers of stairs. However, the number of stairs was not as many as before. Yang Kai glanced at them and knew that there were only 100 of them. The second test. Yang Kai muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he strode forward. When he stepped on the first step of the stairs, a hot Yang attribute energy appeared out of thin air beside Yang Kai. This energy was like a red silk thread, visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai looked surprised and reached out to grab it. Circulating the true Yang's secret art, it was directly absorbed. Strange. Yang Kai did not understand. If the second test was like this, wouldn't it be superfluous? This kind of thing had been experienced countless times in the past few days, but a few days ago, the energy rushed to the bottom of his feet, but this time, it was floating in front of his eyes. There was not much difference. Yang Kai did not investigate further because Yang Kai could not see any clues for the time being. Step by step, Yang Kai continued to walk up. Every time he passed a step, a Yang attribute energy would appear beside him. As Yang Kai walked up, he collected all of it, turning it into his own. The 100th step of the stairs allowed Dantian to gain 2 drops of Yang liquid. Only when he reached the 99th step did Yang Kai discover that something was wrong. On the stairs of the 100th step, there was an ice barrier blocking his path. Reaching out to touch it, it was extremely cold, and there was a strange coldness to it. Even his true Yang's secret art could not easily dissolve it. What was even stranger was that when Yang Kai's hand came into contact with this layer of ice barrier, the Yang Qi that he had absorbed when he walked up the 100th step uncontrollably gushed out of his dantian and dissipated into the air. The next moment, Yang Kai's vision blurred, and when he recovered, he had already arrived at the bottom of the first step. Frowning, Yang Kai looked up and saw that it was indeed the 100th step he had just passed. But why did he come down again? Was the ice barrier on the 100th step the difficulty of this test? If that was the case, then it meant that he had to break this ice barrier in order to pass this test. How could he break it? Yang Qi should be the nemesis of this ice barrier. Perhaps he could give it a try. After thinking for a long time, Yang Kai once again stepped forward and walked up the 100th step like before. Once again, a Yang attribute energy appeared on the first step of the stairs, and Yang Kai absorbed it all. Not long after, he arrived in front of the ice barrier. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai clenched his fist, circulated his yuan qi, and directly sent out a burning yang burst. With a loud bang, the fierce yuan qi poured into the ice barrier, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Instead, Yang Kai was once again sent back down, and the energy he had just absorbed turned into 99 streaks, dissipating into nothingness. His burning yang burst didn't work, and even if he used the star mark, he probably wouldn't be able to break this ice barrier, so what was the key? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, and couldn't help but understand. For the third test, Yang Kai would stop for a long time at every step, and hold the thread-like energy that appeared out of thin air in his hand. He didn't absorb it again, and simply held it like that. As the number of steps increased, the red threads on his hand became more and more violent, and even faintly burned Yang Kai's hand. For a cultivator who practiced the true Yang tactics, this was very inconceivable, but in fact, this Yang Qi was so strange. If he didn't absorb it, it would become violent and restless, constantly attacking Yang Kai. Enduring the pain in his hand, Yang Kai didn't make a sound. What was strange was that as time passed, the yang qi in his hand gradually calmed down, as if it had found a home, no longer struggling, no longer resisting, and no longer attacking. Yang Kai smiled, he felt that he had found the right method. As the number of steps increased, the yang qi gathered in Yang Kai's hand formed a fireball, but even so, Yang Kai wasn't injured anymore. Standing in front of the 99th step again, Yang Kai gently sent the fireball in his hand into the ice barrier in front of him. This time, Yang Kai wasn't sent down again. After absorbing the yang qi, the ice barrier made a cracking sound, and immediately, like a mirror, countless cracks appeared on it. With a crash, the towering and magnificent palace appeared in front of Yang Kai. The path is clear. Chapter 153. The moment the ice barrier shattered, Xia Hongchen's angry and unwilling roar came from the endless stairs. He had expended a great deal of effort, and now that he was about to climb to the top with great difficulty, he was only 100 feet away from the end. He thought that victory was in sight, but he didn't expect that a gentle breeze would blow in his face. Under the influence of this gentle breeze, he was wrapped up and sent down like the Hu sisters a few days ago. No! Xia Hongchen shouted and stretched out his hands as if he wanted to grab the last step and keep himself here, but the end of the stairs was getting farther and farther away from him. No! Xia Hongchen roared to the sky. After so many days of perseverance and hard work, just as he was about to reach the end, he did not expect to fall short at the last moment. This wasn't his problem. Someone else had reached the end before him. Only one person could obtain the inheritance, so he was labeled as a failure and sent down by the gentle wind. Who was it? Xia Hongchen's red eyes flashed through one person after another, but in the end, he felt that it was most likely Su Yan. Was it her? The unwillingness in Xia Hongchen's heart lessened a lot, but it was still strong. When he regained his composure, Xia Hongchen found himself in an unfamiliar place. Looking up at the sky, this should still be the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but there was no one around. Standing in place and thinking for a long time, Xia Hongchen's mouth curled into a cold smile. Su Yan, if you really obtain the inheritance of this place, then I can't let you go. Like Xia Hongchen, the other disciples of the three sects were sent down by the gentle wind. However, without exception, these people were all men, just like the female disciples of the three sects a few days ago. Unlike the female disciples, these men were scattered in different corners of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Many of them were sad for a moment, but then they got up and began to search again. Since they could not obtain the inheritance, they would see if there were any benefits here. Above the clouds, the magnificent palace appeared in front of Yang Kai. The gate was more than 100 feet high, as if welcoming Yang Kai's arrival. Instead of moving forward, Yang Kai stood in place and closed his eyes, feeling the gains and losses along the way. If the first layer's endless stairs tested a person's temperament and willpower, in that case, the second floor's 100 steps would test one's control over yang energy. Only by completely controlling the red line energy of the 99 steps could he break through the last layer of ice barrier. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled and stepped forward. At this moment, he clearly felt that the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body had undergone some changes. Passing through the wide-open door and walking into the palace, the origin of Yang seal on his chest suddenly reacted violently. In the past, when the origin of Yang seal sensed Yang energy, it would react differently depending on the strength of the energy. However, it had never reacted as strongly as today. It was so strong that Yang Kai felt a burning sensation in his chest. With a grim expression, Zhang Xian walked in the direction indicated by the origin of Yang seal. Not long after, Yang Kai saw a huge red and white energy ball suspended in the air about 100 feet above the ground. It was this energy ball that caused the origin of Yang seal to react. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that this energy ball not only contained hot yang energy, but also a bone-chilling cold ice attribute energy. These two completely different types of energy were mixed together, but they blended with each other without any conflict. Inside the energy ball, a hazy pattern flashed from time to time. Looking carefully, Yang Kai was shocked. It was the pattern of a dragon soaring to the ninth heaven and a phoenix crying to the ninth heaven. The dragon and phoenix patterns flashed and disappeared, similar to the scene when the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared. This is the inheritance? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. As he was carefully examining the energy ball, he saw something white move from the corner of his eye, and in the next moment, two pairs of eyes fell on him. Yang Kai hurriedly looked towards the white light and couldn't help being stunned. As their eyes met, both of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. Su Yan. Yang Kai never thought that there would be another person here besides him, and this person was actually Su Yan. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged below the energy ball, her body as white as snow, pure as ice and jade. It's you? Su Yan's beautiful eyes showed a trace of surprise, but at the same time, there was also some relief. It was as if she had suddenly understood a question that had puzzled her for a long time after Yang Kai's arrival. Smiling slightly, meeting his big senior sister here made Yang Kai feel both surprised and familiar. Walking over, he stood in front of Su Yan and looked up at the energy ball in mid-air, then back at her, asking, "How long have you been here?" "About 4 or 5 days. Su Yan faintly nodded, her voice still cold, but it no longer contained the initial sense of rejection from before. 4 or 5 days. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, thinking to himself, worthy of High Heaven Pavilion's heaven's pride. 4 or 5 days ago, I had just separated from the Hu sisters. At that time, I had only climbed half of the endless stairs, but she had already arrived here. Her speed was much faster than my own. What Yang Kai didn't know was that it was precisely because Su Yan had passed the test and entered this hall that the other women were sent down by the gentle wind. When he arrived here, the man on the endless stairs was also sent down. It could be said that only the two of them were left here. Sit down and talk. Su Yan motioned. Yang Kai nodded and sat cross-legged across from her. Being so close to her, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across Su Yan's face, but it quickly disappeared. The two of them stared at each other in silence for a while before Yang Kai suddenly smiled and said, "I climbed the 10,000 steps and then the 100 steps before arriving here. Of the 10,000 steps, the 500 steps changed, alternating between hot and cold, preventing people from moving forward. On the 100 steps, I collected 99 rays of yang attribute energy and broke through an ice barrier." Su Yan also smiled, "I also climbed the 10,000 steps. Like you, I also climbed the 100 steps. However, on the 100 steps, I collected 99 rays of yang attribute energy and froze a sea of fire." Her smile was truly devastatingly beautiful. It was as if a spring breeze had blown through the frozen earth. The snow-white world was instantly filled with greenery, and the spring flowers bloomed. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly at her, his whole body feeling comfortable from the inside out. Su Yan's long eyelashes fluttered as she turned her gaze away. "I didn't know that your smile was so beautiful." Yang Kai was not stingy with his praise. "I'm not familiar with you." Su Yan's icy face was slightly red, but her expression was indifferent. Once unfamiliar, twice familiar. Facing this goddess who was worshipped by the disciples of the three sects, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest pressure as he teased her. Su Yan obviously didn't want to continue with his nonsense and said, "I'll tell you what I think. Listen carefully, and if there's anything you think is inappropriate, tell me." Yang Kai solemnly nodded. He knew that Su Yan was going to talk about the inheritance here. After all, she had been here for 4 or 5 days and knew more than him. After sorting out her thoughts, Su Yan lightly opened her mouth. We were all wrong. The disciples of the three sects all thought that the inheritance here could only be obtained by one person. But from the current situation, it seems that this inheritance is for two people. The fusion of cold and heat on the endless steppes is the best evidence. That place is not only a test of a person's temperament and will, but also a test to select a candidate for the inheritance. Yang Kai nodded. He had also thought of this point, but it was only a guess and he didn't dare to be too sure. As for the second test, although you and I have different experiences, it's mostly the same. This is a test of our ability to control our elemental energy. Only by passing these two tests can we reach this place. Su Yan ran her fingers through her hair and lowered her head slightly, revealing her slender white neck as she softly said, "Before you came here, I didn't dare to make such a conclusion, but after seeing you here, I finally understood some of the key points. Do you see what's above our heads?" Yang Kai nodded. These past 4 or 5 days, I've been trying to collect it, but I haven't had any results. It rejects me, so if I'm not wrong, we must both circulate our secret arts at the same time in order to draw it down and obtain the inheritance here. Su Yan's words were very simple, but they hit the nail on the head. What do you want to do? Yang Kai asked after listening. The inheritance here was no longer a matter of one person, but involved both him and Su Yan, so no one had the right to decide. No one knew what their relationship would be like after obtaining the inheritance here. But since the inheritance was shared between two people, it would definitely not be as strange as before. For Yang Kai himself, he was naturally happy to share the inheritance with Su Yan. This cold senior sister was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was a very good person, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't reject her. Now, it all depended on her opinion. If Su Yan wasn't willing to obtain the inheritance here with him, Yang Kai wouldn't force her. Su Yan obviously also considered this, and her expression couldn't help but show some hesitation and struggle. She didn't know what would happen to her and Yang Kai after obtaining the inheritance, but when she thought of how he was unafraid of death and saved her from the turtle-shaped monster beast a few days ago, Su Yan's struggle and hesitation loosened a little. After a long while Yang Kai was waiting in silence, Su Yan slowly raised her head. She stared at Yang Kai closely, as if she didn't want to miss any expression on Yang Kai's face, and said in a firm tone, "If I say that I don't want to be tied to someone I'm not familiar with because of some external force, even if it's an inheritance, I won't do it. Will you be disappointed?" Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a little. Su Yan's expression darkened. "But I will respect your choice. You have your own freedom, and I have mine. If you don't want to, then don't." Yang Kai looked calm, then slowly got up and said to Su Yan, "If you really don't want to, then let's go." "Go where?" Su Yan raised her head and asked. The way she tilted her head was very interesting, less cold and more curious. "Go out." Yang Kai chuckled, "If you don't want the inheritance, then why are we still here?" "Who said I don't want it? Since we've already come here, how can we go back empty-handed?" Su Yan smiled faintly, and there was a hint of slyness in her smile. "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai's face sank, and he said bitterly, "I trusted you so much, but you actually lied to me. It was just a little test, you don't have to be so angry, right? Don't you men always brag about being magnanimous? How come you can't even take a woman's joke?" Su Yan pursed her lips and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Chapter 154. Yang Kai really couldn't get angry and simply sat down in front of Su Yan and sighed, "Su Yan, you really don't have the demeanor of a senior sister. You're already calling me by my name, so why should I act like a senior sister?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded, he had never thought that this icy woman could actually be so eloquent. A woman's nature? However, after a few words of bickering, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. Even when Yang Kai had saved her that day, it had not had such an effect. Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai raised his hand and surrendered. Fine, 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 I was wrong. Seeing his glib tongue, Su Yan became serious and said, since you've decided to accept it, let's begin. It could be seen that she was still a little nervous, but she was much better than before. What do I do? Yang Kai asked seriously. Circulate your Yang attribute secret art. Su Yan closed her eyes and began circulating her ice heart secret art, a bone-chilling cold slowly spreading out. Yang Kai also quickly circulated his true Yang secret art, causing his burning true Yang Yuan Qi to flow through his meridians. As soon as the two diametrically opposed secret arts began circulating, the entire hall began to show some unusual reactions and a series of rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Hearing this, Su Yan's face lit up with joy, knowing that her previous deduction was not wrong. Relying on either her or Yang Kai alone, it would be impossible to obtain the inheritance here. Only by circulating their secret arts at the same time would there be a possibility of success. As time passed, the energy ball suspended above the two of them gradually began to react, as if it was being guided by a hand, and slowly began to descend. The dragon and phoenix seals inside the energy ball shuttled back and forth, constantly changing images and flashing images that were too much for the eyes to take in. After a full half an hour, the several dozen meter high energy ball fell between the two of them, the dragon and phoenix seals flashing more and more violently as red and white light flowed endlessly, creating a dense light. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar and phoenix cry, the ball of energy suddenly burst into two, transforming into a fire dragon and an ice phoenix, each of which then rushed into Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies. Both of their bodies trembled as a painful and struggling expression appeared between their brows. On Yang Kai's side, when the fire dragon rushed into his body, he suddenly felt a majestic and vigorous Yang attribute energy in his meridians. At the same time, some information flowed into his mind. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai crazily revolved his true Yang secret art, wanting to convert this energy into Yang liquid. But what shocked him was that his true Yang secret art was unable to convert this energy. No matter how hard he tried, it would not turn into Yang liquid and sink into the dantian as usual. Along with this surge of energy, Yang Kai's meridians and physique felt as if they were on fire, and an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. His five senses had become quite sharp, and Yang Kai could clearly smell a faint fragrance coming from not far in front of him. This fragrance was Su Yan's body fragrance, and when it entered his nose, it seemed to carry with it an inexplicable energy that tugged at his heartstrings, made his heart beat faster, and blended into his blood, causing it to boil and flow faster. This was a primal impulse. How could this be? Yang Kai's heart shook as he quickly checked the information that had just entered his mind along with the fire dragon. After a moment, Yang Kai's expression became strange. Opening his eyes, he happened to see Su Yan staring at him. Unlike Yang Kai's hot body, Su Yan's face was pale and her delicate body was trembling uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. She was frozen. After cultivating the ice heart secret art, cold was her best companion, but now this cold had exceeded the limit of what she could bear, causing her to have this kind of reaction. Just like how the heat had also exceeded the limit of what Yang Kai could bear. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that Su Yan's pale face had a faint blush, her breathing was slightly heavy, and her stars-like eyes were surging with lust. Their four eyes met, and Yang Kai knew that she should be feeling the same as him right now, endlessly thirsting for the other party's energy. Yang Kai longed for her cold to soothe his heat, and she longed for Yang Kai's heat to warm her cold. This kind of desire was instinctive, an instinct that had emerged from her body after absorbing the fire dragon and ice phoenix. However, this kind of instinct had not yet destroyed each other's consciousness, allowing them to think and resist. Su Yan, the inheritance we obtained. Yang Kai slowly opened his mouth, licking his lips. He felt like his throat was on fire as he stared at Su Yan with bloodshot eyes. "I know." Su Yan clenched her teeth, her face revealing a trace of bitterness. Although she knew that the inheritance would be obtained by the two of them together, after obtaining it, her relationship with Kai Yang wouldn't be as strange as before. However, she never expected that the inheritance would turn out to be like this. The art of yin-yang joyous unification. This was a kind of secret art, and as soon as one heard the name, one would know how to cultivate it. The grade of this secret art was unknown, but it was definitely not low, because Su Yan's Ice Heart secret art was a profound grade secret art that had been passed down since ancient times, but even Ice Heart secret art was unable to resist the cold, so the quality of the art of yin-yang joyous unification could be imagined. This is a dual cultivation secret art, right? When Yang Kai asked this question, his heart could not help but beat faster. Su Yan's answer made one's imagination run wild and fanciful. The tone that came from the tip of her nose was like a low moan, teasing Yang Kai's mind. Then isn't it an evil secret art? Yang Kai was depressed. Although he was very happy to be able to obtain this kind of inheritance with Su Yan, if it was an evil secret art, then it would be a big problem. Su Yan could not help but bitterly smile at his shallow knowledge. Unconsciously twisting her body, she said in a trembling voice, "Dual cultivation is not an evil secret art. Plucking yin to nourish yang, plucking yang to nourish yin is an evil secret art." Normally, Su Yan would not discuss such a shameful topic with a man, but at this moment, she could only patiently explain to Yang Kai. Even so, her heart was very embarrassed, and her face was blushing. Oh! Yang Kai could not help but feel relieved. He looked up at Su Yan and saw that she was looking at him softly. Her pair of eyes contained a hint of lust, and in an instant, Yang Kai's psychological defenses collapsed. From the time he met Su Yan until now, Su Yan had always been aloof, pure and cold. He had never seen her show such a weak expression, and he could not help but want to protect and comfort her. Right now, she was not the proud daughter of High Heaven Pavilion, nor was she the goddess worshipped by the disciples of the three sects. She was just a woman who longed for the hot yuan qi in her body. At certain times, men were always more easily swayed than women. Every woman was born with unswerving determination. Su Yan. Yang Kai looked at her anxiously. No. Su Yan's eyebrows were filled with a painful struggle, but she still slowly shook her head. Yang Kai sighed, and his expression became firm as he said, "Then let's try and see if we can dissolve the energy in our bodies." Hearing him say this, Su Yan looked at him with gratitude and nodded slightly. If at this time Yang Kai had insisted, she did not know if she could have resisted the temptation. Yang Kai's understanding and patience were enough to earn her gratitude. The two closed their eyes again and began circulating their secret arts in an attempt to dissolve the cold and heat in their bodies. But as time passed, Yang Kai found that the more he tried to dissolve the cold, the more ferocious the heat and desire became. The desire to move was like a monstrous wave that swept through his heart and body, causing his mind to ring out in fanciful whispers. The tip of his nose was filled with the fragrance of a woman, and the air that his hands touched seemed to become soft and smooth. All of this was enough to cause a person with a weak mind to instantly fall into depravity. The fire dragon that had drilled into his body roared angrily, as if it was impatient because it had not been able to fuse with the cold. Yang Kai's skin became red, like a hot iron. His whole body was steaming hot, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Unyielding and perseverance were his greatest strengths. Even if the temptation in front of him was enough to move any man, as long as Su Yan did not nod her head, he would not do anything. The fire dragon roared, as if it was interrogating and urging him. Yang Kai's resistance had angered it greatly. As this roar entered his soul, Yang Kai's consciousness began to fade bit by bit, his eyes turning red like a bull in heat. His heartbeat reached an unprecedented rate, like the beating of a war drum, powerful and clear. Every time he breathed, a wave of heat would roll up his body. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to embrace Su Yan in front of him and use her coldness to dissolve his own heat. This was not his desire for her, but rather the attraction of her coldness to his own heat. This kind of attraction was stronger than any kind of aphrodisiac in the world. Yang Kai was like this, and so was Su Yan. Under the interference of their respective energies, the two of them were slowly losing their minds. Just as his consciousness was about to disappear, Yang Kai quickly released the unyielding will he had been suppressing for a long time. Unyielding will. Not yielding to any kind of pressure was also a kind of pride. A warmth seeped out of his bones, and his divine sense, which was about to disappear, suddenly recovered a lot. At this moment, he heard a moan that caused his mind to ripple. It was coming from Su Yan's throat, and when this sound entered his ears, he almost lost himself again. Hurriedly opening his eyes, he saw Su Yan's pale face with an alluring blush, her teeth biting her ruby-red lips, her long eyelashes trembling, and her body convulsing. The air was filled with an indescribable fragrance, one that was even more intoxicating than Su Yan's body fragrance. Su Yan, Su Yan. Yang Kai's voice thundered as he shouted at her twice. Su Yan's body trembled, her fan-like long eyelashes trembled slightly. Opening her hazy eyes, she looked at Kai Yang and gritted her teeth. I can still do it, you also, hold on a little longer. Yang Kai nodded slightly, closing his eyes and continuing to dissolve the tyrannical yuan qi in his body. Just like before, the violent heat attacked Yang Kai's body and mind again and again, making it impossible for him to think properly, leaving him with only his instinctive impulses. But at the most critical moment, the unyielding golden skeleton would always play a role, allowing Yang Kai to regain consciousness for a moment. Chapter 155. With the help of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai resisted again and again, resisting again and again, but his meridians and flesh were still burning painfully. He didn't know how long he could last, but he was certain that if he continued like this for a long time, he would definitely be burned to death because the hot energy in his body was becoming more and more intense, to the point where he was faintly unable to bear it. Just thinking about it made him feel ridiculous. A person who cultivated the true Yang secret art could actually be burned to death by Yang attribute energy. This was a legend that no one would believe. Compared to Yang Kai, Su Yan's situation was even worse. If it weren't for Yang Kai waking her up every time her mind was clear, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even so, Su Yan's situation was getting worse and worse. Waking up again, before Kai Yang could even open his mouth to call out Su Yan's name, he was surprised to find that she had at some point moved half a foot in front of him, half knelt in front of him, breathing heavily, her eyes blurred. Zheng Zhong stretched out her hand to touch his cheek. It could be seen that her movements were involuntary. She was still struggling and resisting. The soft hand that touched him carried a dense chill. Even her fingernails were covered with a layer of snow-white frost. Her small hand was trembling violently. From time to time, her movements would pause, and a pained expression would appear on her face. Every time this happened, a faint moan would escape from her throat. Su Yan. Yang Kai called out as usual, but his voice was much softer than before. He didn't know if this was his own doing or not, but he felt a little guilty and guilty. Even so, Su Yan's beautiful eyes still regained some clarity. Seeing her own movements, she also saw the pity and tenderness in Yang Kai's eyes. I don't think I can hold on. For the first time, Su Yan was able to speak a complete sentence. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled, then reached out and grasped Su Yan's hand. The moment the two touched, the fire dragon and ice phoenix in their bodies once again let out a dragon roar and phoenix cry, their bodies trembling as their divine senses quickly recovered. Looking at each other, Yang Kai didn't let go, and neither did Su Yan. their 10 fingers intertwined. They both knew that once they let go of each other, they would continue to struggle in pain like before. A strange feeling welled up in their hearts, causing both of them to feel warm. "Won't you regret it?" Yang Kai asked with a light smile, holding Su Yan's hand. Her small hand was cold, but very smooth and soft, giving him a comfortable feeling. Su Yan's face blushed as she lowered her eyes and whispered, "We've already done our best." Su Yan lightly pushed, with one hand, Yang Kai held Yang's hands, with the other hand, Yang's Yang. One body was as hot as fire, while the other was as cold as ice. They were tightly huddled together, but it was as if they had fused together. An indescribable feeling sublimated in their hearts. Although their divine senses had recovered, the abnormalities in their bodies were still the same as before, a sign of their expectations and needs for each other. "Su Yan," Yang Kai whispered, his voice trembling slightly. After all, this was the first time he had experienced such a thing, so he didn't know what to do. Su Yan didn't speak, simply burying her head in Yang Kai's shoulder. The two remained in a daze for a long time before Yang Kai stretched out an arm, wrapped it around her neck, and slowly lowered her. Lying down, Su Yan closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, her expression extremely nervous, her hands tightly clenched together on her lower abdomen. "Don't be nervous." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her like this, he felt a lot more relaxed. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and pressed his lips against Su Yan's. As their lips met, Su Yan's body suddenly straightened. Yang Kai gently patted her hand, conveying his comfort. After a while, she gradually relaxed. Yang Kai then pried open her mouth and began teasing her. An uncontrollable whimper echoed in the hall, and Su Yan finally stretched out her hands, wrapping them around Yang Kai's neck, responding fiercely. At this moment, she had completely subverted the pure and innocent image in Yang Kai's mind. Her thirst for heat had made it impossible for her to maintain her natural instincts. Her clothes were undone layer by layer before being casually tossed aside by Yang Kai, the two of them in a state of chaos. When the last piece of clothing was removed, Su Yan's face was red to the point of turning purple, one hand covering her chest and the other covering her lower abdomen, trembling once again. Yang Kai's eyes blazed as he stared at her, secretly praising the generosity and benevolence of the Creator. Su Yan seemed to have gathered the best of the best in the world, perfect without the slightest flaw. Every inch of her skin exuded an attractive luster like porcelain, the jade peaks that were being protected by her hands were neither too big nor too small, just right. Her flat lower abdomen didn't have a trace of excess flesh, smooth and tender like the most exquisite silk, making one unable to part with it. At this very moment, her body was suffused with a strange red light that was surging with amorous feelings. Yang Kai reached out and removed the arm that was covering her chest. Su Yan resisted slightly before accepting her fate, but her eyelashes trembled even more violently. Although the whole process was short, it gave Yang Kai a kind of sacrilege. If he hadn't obtained the dual cultivation inheritance with her this time, how could he have had the opportunity to get close to such a noble and arrogant woman? But now, not only could he get close to her, he could even possess her. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai could no longer suppress his emotions, a beast-like roar came from his throat as he hugged Su Yan's body, sitting up and placing her on his lap. "Bear with it, I heard it's a little painful." Yang Kai didn't forget to remind her. Su Yan nodded slightly, not daring to open her eyes from beginning to end. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, her body slowly fell. Her body felt like it was being slowly pierced by a long spear, and a numbing feeling instantly spread throughout her body. Su Yan's footing became unstable and she directly sat down. This time, Su Yan cried out in pain, but she immediately clenched her teeth and held back. She wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck, her body convulsing and trembling as 2 drops of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, she couldn't wait to beat Yang Kai up. What did he mean by a little painful? It was clearly a heart-wrenching pain. She didn't move, and Yang Kai didn't dare to either, so the two of them maintained this posture. After a long time, the pain gradually faded, replaced by a strange emptiness in her body. This was an unprecedented feeling, one that made her want to twist her body, but she was too embarrassed to do so. Circulate the joyous unification art. Yang Kai's faint voice entered Su Yan's ears, causing her to panic and quickly open her eyes to look at him. She found that although the man in front of her had a beastly look in his eyes, there was still a trace of calmness, mixed with a lot of heartache and pity. She couldn't help feeling relieved. Su Yan nodded slightly and together with Yang Kai circulated the dual cultivation method they had just obtained. As soon as the secret art was circulated, Yang Kai and Su Yan both involuntarily let out a groan. The roaring fire dragon and the impatient ice phoenix in their bodies suddenly calmed down at this moment, causing the exhaustion in their bodies and minds to disappear in an instant, replaced by a comfortable feeling. The two of them were closely joined together, and the vigorous yuan qi flowed back and forth between their bodies, blending with each other. Although their posture was intimate, the expressions on their faces were solemn at this moment, as they carefully guided the yuan qi without the slightest thought. Through the union of their bodies, Yang Kai could clearly feel Su Yan's strength. The amount of ice qi in her body was more than 100 times more than what was stored in his meridians. Compared to her, he was like a toddler learning how to walk, so fragile that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Su Yan must have noticed this, so when she circulated the secret art, she didn't dare to move too quickly, letting Yang Kai's will take the lead, for fear that he wouldn't be able to handle it. The circulation of the secret art not only allowed the two of them to feel the condition of each other's bodies, but also allowed their spirits to merge. The original feeling of unfamiliarity disappeared in an instant, and both of them felt like the other was the most important person in their lives. This feeling was very natural, without the slightest abrupt. After circulating one cycle after another, the fire dragon in Yang Kai's body and the ice phoenix in Su Yan's body gradually disappeared. The two huge energies didn't remain in their meridians, nor did they enter the dantian. No one knew where they had gone. Their purpose seemed to be to force Yang Kai and Su Yan to cultivate the yin-yang joyous unification art. At this moment, the two of them were already cultivating, so they had completed their respective missions. However, Yang Kai felt that they shouldn't disappear, he just didn't know where they were hiding. The joyous unification art continued to circulate, and Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi and Su Yan's ice-cold Qi replaced the fire dragon and ice phoenix, flowing and fusing in their meridians. However, because the difference in strength between the two of them was too great, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi couldn't cause any waves after it entered Su Yan's body. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This discovery made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. "Take your time, don't worry." Su Yan's gentle voice sounded in his mind. She seemed to understand Yang Kai's thoughts and comforted him. Yang Kai didn't say anything and directly ignited the 10 drops of Yang liquid in the dantian. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians suddenly surged and rushed into Su Yan's body. Ah! Su Yan couldn't help but cry out in alarm. She didn't know how Yang Kai could suddenly erupt with such a huge amount of Yuan Qi. With his initial element boundary 8th stage, it was impossible for him to have so much energy. Just as she cried out in surprise, another energy not inferior to the previous one poured into her body. Then, another one. With the eruption of 30 drops of Yang liquid, Yang Kai's meridians had reached their limit. Bursts of soreness and pain came. He was afraid that if there was a little more, his meridians would burst. If it weren't for the joyous unification art, Yang Kai wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Each drop of Yang liquid was the crystallization of his Yuan Qi. If one were to explode, it would fill up his meridians. Normally, if 3 drops of Yang liquid were to explode at the same time, there would be problems with his meridians. But now, all the Yuan Qi was coexisting in his and Su Yan's body. With her strength, she could naturally withstand the influx of 30 drops of yang liquid. Chapter 156. Opening her eyes, she saw Yang Kai smiling proudly at her. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed as she lowered her head and gently bit his shoulder. "It tickles," Yang Kai said as he shook his shoulder. "I found that you have a secret." Su Yan smiled. "Has anyone ever told you that your smile can make the heavens and earth lose their color?" Yang Kai looked at her with a dazed expression. Su Yan's face reddened as she reached out and tucked a few strands of hair behind her head, whispering, "From now on, I will only smile for one person." Yang Kai felt that this happiness was heavy. "Cultivate first." Yang Kai calmed himself down and said. Su Yan nodded slightly. The 30 drops of yang liquid were quickly swallowed up by Su Yan's ice attribute qi, and when they returned to Yang Kai's body, they were directly absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. This discovery made Yang Kai happy. Yang liquid was very important to him, but the unyielding golden skeleton was no less important. This kind of transformation between Yuan Qi and energy was something that Yang Kai was happy to see. Just like before, Yang Kai once again exploded 30 drops of yang liquid, but the swelling sensation he was supposed to feel didn't appear. Frowning, Yang Kai once again exploded 5 drops of yang liquid, and the familiar swelling and soreness began to spread. After cultivating for a while, his meridians had become much wider, otherwise, it would have been impossible for such an effect to occur. The joyous unification art, dual cultivation secret art, is really powerful. Waiting until the energy from these 35 drops of yang liquid had been absorbed by Su Yan and returned to her own body, where it was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, Kai Yang's body slightly shook. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up within the hall, blowing up the two people's clothes that were scattered on the floor. An invisible aura suddenly erupted with Kai Yang as the center, and visible to the naked eye, ripples of energy spread out in all directions. After a long time, this abnormality gradually subsided. Another breakthrough. Initial element boundary 9th stage. It had been less than a day since his last breakthrough. Su Yan also noticed this, and her pretty face filled with joy at being able to rejoice with Yang Kai. Yang Kai was calm, but there was a faint expectation in his heart. He wondered if he would be able to break through to the Qi transformation stage with this dual cultivation. He pondered for a moment. Yang Kai found himself in a bit of trouble. He had spent 65 drops of yang liquid just to break through a minor realm, and this was the Yuan Qi energy he obtained from dual cultivation with Su Yan. Compared to pure yang liquid, it was much more precious and pure. Even if he used up all of the remaining yang liquid in the Dantian, it would not be enough for him to break through to the Qi transforming stage. But no matter what, he had to do his best this time. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai exploded another 50 drops of yang liquid. As the secret art circulated, it was sent into Su Yan's body. Su Yan's heart trembled. When Yang Kai's body first erupted with a huge amount of true yang Yuan Qi, she was already extremely shocked. When the second eruption occurred, she was somewhat numb. This was the third eruption of terrifying energy. It made her unable to calm down again. Where did he get so much Yuan Qi? Although she had doubts in her heart, Su Yan did not ask. She only felt a faint sense of relief in her heart. Because, this was the man she had intimate contact with. If there were no accidents, she might spend the rest of her life with this man. The stronger he was, the happier Su Yan would be. After a full 3 days, Yang Kai and Su Yan finally finished their first dual cultivation journey. 3 days was long enough. But when the two of them became one, only a brief moment had passed during the fusion of their divine souls. 3 days later, the two of them both woke up. Su Yan could clearly feel that after this dual cultivation, the ice chi in her body had become purer and purer, more than a grade higher than before. This discovery. It diluted the regret she had for losing her virginity. Looking at each other, Yang Kai's face was full of smiles. Su Yan blushed. When she was immersed in cultivation, she did not feel anything. But now, she was ashamed of herself. She was sitting on Yang Kai in a very embarrassing position, her hands wrapped around his neck. The two of them were naked, facing each other, and were even closer together. A hot and hard feeling filled her lower abdomen, filling her body and mind. Su Yan could even feel a rhythmic beat coming from there. Every beat made her heart feel numb, and her whole body went limp, as if she was struck by lightning, unable to summon the slightest bit of strength. She had never thought that she would one day stay in this position with a man for 3 days without moving. She had thought that after cultivating the ice heart's secret art, her body and mind would be frozen, and she would be alone for the rest of her life. But now, because of an inheritance, a dual cultivation method, she had an inseparable connection with a man she was not very familiar with. She could not describe what kind of feeling it was. There was a sense of loss, but also a sense of joy and happiness. Plucking up the courage to look at Yang Kai, Su Yan's eyes were full of gentleness. Su Yan. Yang Kai's fiery eyes were full of aggression as he stared at Su Yan's icy face. The dual cultivation method had ended, and the fire dragon and ice phoenix had disappeared long ago, but Yang Kai still felt an irresistible temptation destroying his mind. The impact was like a tide, and the touch of warmth was like a wave, wanting to engulf him. Su Yan pursed her red lips tightly, her hands cupping Yang Kai's cheeks as she lowered her head, gently touching their foreheads together. "Don't." Su Yan's voice was filled with struggle and trembling. Because of the connection between their bodies, she could easily pry into Kai Yang's thoughts. At this time, refusing him required a great deal of determination. "I'll help you break through first." As soon as her voice fell, a surge of yuan qi flowed from Su Yan directly into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's mind focused as he hurriedly held his breath, restraining the fire and madness in his eyes. He quickly circulated his secret art and received the energy from Su Yan. Yang Kai didn't refuse. Although doing so wasn't good for Su Yan and might cause her strength to drop slightly, Yang Kai could feel her sincerity. The yuan qi in his meridians was already full, and with the impact of Su Yan's energy, it was even more swollen. A soreness spread over, but Su Yan did not stop. She could sense where Yang Kai's limit was, so naturally, she would not let her actions hurt him. The yuan qi in her body gradually became more violent, forming a wind around the two of them. After a while, when Yang Kai's limit was reached, Su Yan did not dare to send in any more yuan qi. "Continue." Yang Kai closed his eyes and said in a muffled voice. "But, continue." Su Yan gritted her teeth and obeyed Yang Kai's wishes, once again pouring in her own yuan qi. The two of them had cultivated the joyous unification art, so the yuan qi in their bodies would not be lost during the exchange. This was an advantage that no one could compare to. After a long time, the yuan qi from Yang Kai's body became more and more violent, and the pain in his meridians was very intense, but Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He allowed his body to tremble and sweat, but he still did not make a sound. "Don't stop." Yang Kai roared. Su Yan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She did not dare to send yuan qi into Yang Kai's body anymore. She was afraid that he would not be able to take it and damage his foundation, but she could feel Yang Kai's willpower. It was a willpower that wanted to become stronger. Because of his willpower to become stronger. If it was before today, perhaps Yang Kai would not be so anxious, but now that the two of them had a physical relationship, and the gap between their strength was so big. How could Yang Kai be satisfied with the current situation? Men have always wanted to protect women. If he wanted to protect Su Yan, he had to become stronger than her. These were Kai Yang's thoughts, and Su Yan had also seen this, causing her heart to stir. After struggling for a long time, Su Yan continued to pour in yuan qi. The yuan qi continued to fluctuate fiercely, gradually becoming more and more violent, like an unruly person. It did not want to be bound by Yang Kai. It was desperately struggling to break away from Yang Kai's meridians and regain its freedom. Su Yan stopped. She knew that Yang Kai was at the point of breaking through. When a cultivator's yuan qi showed this situation, it was a sign that they were about to break through to the qi transformation stage. At this moment, Yang Kai's painful expression disappeared. The soreness in his meridians also disappeared. The continuous pouring of large amounts of yuan qi did not cause any damage to him. Instead, his meridians became wider and tougher, enough to accommodate the yuan qi. The shackles of heaven and earth were within reach. This layer of shackles was the power of heaven and earth that prevented Yang Kai from breaking through, just like the last time when he broke through to the initial element stage. Once he broke through this layer of shackles, he would be able to break through to the qi transformation stage. Yang Kai carefully sensed it, his mind immersed in his comprehension. As he comprehended, his expression became calmer, but the yuan qi in his body became more and more restless. A surge of energy seeped out of his bones, causing Yang Kai to once again be filled with evil qi. Su Yan was secretly shocked, but did not dare to disturb him. After a long time, the evil qi retracted and disappeared. At this moment, the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was extremely violent, but he slowly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Qi transformation stage. With Su Yan's help, Yang Kai successfully broke through. Boom! A loud sound, like a thunderbolt in a clear sky, shook the entire heaven's cave inheritance. The wind and clouds changed, and the energy in this strange space fiercely gathered in the main hall, and then poured into Yang Kai's body. This was a blessing that every cultivator would receive when they broke through a big realm. The power of heaven and earth would strengthen the cultivator's body, tempering the flesh and bones, making the cultivator's body stronger. As for how much benefit one could receive, it all depended on one's own efforts. The last time when Yang Kai broke through to the initial element stage, he also enjoyed it, but this time the power of heaven and earth poured into his body was much more powerful. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Yan's worried gaze. Yang Kai smiled, "I have something for you." As he spoke, he immersed his mind, and divided half of the 9 yuan condensing dew that had been stored in the unyielding golden skeleton, and sent it into Su Yan's body. A cold feeling came, and Su Yan's face lit up. "What is this?" "The 9 yuan condensing dew. It is said to be very useful for yuan qi cultivators." Yang Kai's hands wandered around Su Yan's smooth back, and his mouth said seriously, "You refine it, I'll temper my body." "Okay." Su Yan nodded meekly. Although refining the 9 yuan condensing dew like this would definitely not be as effective as refining Xia Ning Chang, it was still a heaven and earth spirit treasure, and could more or less increase Su Yan's strength. As long as she could use 20% of its effect, it would be enough to make up for Su Yan's loss in helping Yang Kai. Chapter 157. It was another 3 days of boring cultivation. In fact, Yang Kai had already completed his own refinement 2 days ago. Half of the heaven and earth's power was used to refine his flesh and bones, making his body stronger enough to withstand the impact of yuan qi. The other half was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, similar to last time. However, Su Yan was still refining the 9 yuan condensing dew, so Yang Kai did not dare to move. He could only endure and maintain this uncomfortable posture. 3 days later, Su Yan's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with joy and excitement. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and his breathing became slightly heavier. He had been hungry and thirsty for many days, waiting for this moment. Their eyes met, and Su Yan said, "Thank you." When she opened her eyes, she knew that her body had undergone earth-shattering changes. With the refinement of the 9 yuan condensing dew, not only did it make up for the loss of helping Yang Kai, but it also made the yuan qi in her body much purer. Coupled with the results of the dual cultivation, although her realm did not change, her true strength was at least 30% higher than before. The yuan qi spread throughout her body, and without the need to circulate, it would circulate endlessly. Every cell in her body was bathed in the yuan qi, bursting with unprecedented vitality. Her face was shrouded in a holy radiance, and she looked like a fairy from the 9th heaven. With this dual cultivation, and the refinement of the 9 yuan condensing dew, the traces left on her body by the passage of time over the past 20 years were completely healed. Every inch of her skin became like a newborn, snow white, crystal clear, delicate like jade. "Between you and me, do you still need to thank me?" Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded. In the past, Su Yan gave him a cold and noble feeling, but the current Su Yan made him involuntarily feel ashamed of his inferiority. This feeling would not disappear just because the two of them were close. Su Yan also smiled knowingly. This kind of telepathic connection made her feel very warm. There was no need for words between them. They could feel each other's thoughts. "That's right, you just broke through to the qi transforming stage. This stage is very special," Su Yan said with a serious expression. Before she could finish, Yang Kai interrupted her. With a strange expression, he asked, "Do you think that if we discuss the qi transforming stage like this, isn't it a bit wrong?" Su Yan was stunned for a moment before her face flushed red. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled faintly. His waist, which had been stiff for many days, moved almost instinctively, causing Su Yan to let out a low moan. At this moment, she felt as if she had been thrown into the clouds, and before she could stabilize her body, she fell into a bottomless abyss. He had never experienced such ups and downs before. She couldn't control herself at all from the exhilarating pleasure that made it impossible for her to control herself. The young man and woman had never experienced the affairs of the world. Their bodies were extremely sensitive. Even the slightest movement could cause the two of them to feel an extremely strong stimulation. Aroused by her miserable cries, Yang Kai's movements became more and more unbridled. His big hands wandered around her full breasts, kneading and squeezing. He buried his head deeper into her two peaks. Heavy panting sounds could be heard as he gently and violently kissed Su Yan's skin. Su Yan's long hair scattered. Her perky buttocks were straight. She used both hands to tightly hold Yang Kai's head, pressing his head against her chest. Her slender legs wrapped around Yang Kai's waist. Unconsciously, she stiffly twisted her body, welcoming the waves of unbearable pleasure. After a long time, Su Yan suddenly nervously grasped Yang Kai's hair and said with difficulty, wait, what's wrong?" Yang Kai looked up at her, his fierce movements gradually calming down. Su Yan could barely speak. She gasped for breath for a long time before calming down. Her whole body was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with lust. Biting her teeth, she asked curiously, "Just now, did I call out?" "No." Yang Kai quickly shook his head, a serious expression on his face. "You really didn't?" Su Yan asked worriedly. Just now, her consciousness was in chaos, so she didn't know if she had called out or not. "You really didn't?" Yang Kai looked at her with incomparable sincerity. "You lied to me." Su Yan saw a trace of smugness and pride in Yang Kai's eyes. Feeling wronged, Yang Kai made a move and her consciousness immediately became chaotic again. Yang Kai hugged Su Yan with both hands, lifting her up and then turning her back to him. Originally, he wanted Su Yan to not maintain that uncomfortable position, but when Yang Kai saw her back, his expression suddenly became excited, his eyes becoming red. That night in Su Yan's small loft, although Yang Kai had seen her hazy back, she was wearing undergarments and the light was dim, so he couldn't see clearly. But this time, up close, not a single piece of skin on Su Yan's body could escape Yang Kai's eyes. This was a back that could steal the good fortune of heaven and earth. Soft and graceful curves spread down from her slender shoulders, first to her waist and abdomen, then to her buttocks, outlining a perky curve that could make one's blood boil. The transformation was so natural, it was enough to make any man who saw this scene go crazy. Not only that, at this moment, on Su Yan's smooth white back, as her skin trembled and flushed, there was a lifelike ice phoenix swimming around, sometimes resting on Su Yan's shoulder, sometimes landing on her perky buttocks, as if it was alive. This was the ice phoenix that had disappeared before. Feeling it slightly, Yang Kai seemed to feel that his back was a little hot. They were still there. It was just that they had turned into this special tattoo. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai began to move again. The peach blossom spring was overflowing with mud, and a humid atmosphere filled the hall. The sounds of their bodies intertwined with Su Yan's slight gasps for breath, creating a sound that would make one's imagination run wild. The two gave and took as much as they wanted, like fish in water, not distinguishing between each other, inside the hall. The chaotic atmosphere seemed to have not dissipated yet. Yang Kai and Su Yan's clothes were neat and tidy. In front of them was an ice mirror that Su Yan had condensed with her yuan qi. Su Yan sat in front of the mirror, quietly looking at herself in the mirror. The girl in the mirror had tasted it for the first time, and her originally cold face still had an intoxicating blush. Yang Kai stood behind her, tidying up her messy hair. It was silent, but very warm. After transforming from a young girl into a woman, Su Yan's face seemed to have gained a touch of coldness, the ice in her pair of beautiful eyes becoming even more intense than before. Only when she looked at Yang Kai would she do so. This kind of coldness would turn into gentleness. Taking a hairpin from Su Yan, Yang Kai inserted it into her hair. Unlike her usual girly appearance, Su Yan's hair was tied up behind her head, revealing her smooth white neck. This was a hairstyle that only women would have. Beautiful. Yang Kai praised. Do you like it? Yang Kai answered as he stretched out his hands and placed them on Su Yan's shoulders. Although they had already had skin-to-skin contact, when facing Su Yan, he still felt a faint sense of nervousness. This was the feeling that Su Yan gave him before, and he was afraid that it would not disappear in a short time. After testing for a while, Su Yan did not move, so Yang Kai slowly slid his hands down. In the mirror, Su Yan's mouth showed a reproachful smile. Just as Yang Kai's hands were about to reach the peak, she grabbed hold of his hands. Su Yan. Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her earlobes. He found that this place of Su Yan's was very sensitive. It was a forbidden area, a place that could not be touched. Don't. Su Yan dodged in a panic. She knew that once she was kissed by Yang Kai, she would definitely become powerless again, so she hurriedly said, "Let's talk business first." Business? Good. Yang Kai restrained his frivolous expression and sat down beside her. Su Yan used one hand to stroke the face of the man who had taken away her body, her eyes somewhat blurred. After staring at him for a long time, she asked, "How old are you this year?" Yang Kai sniffed, 20. His expression was somewhat unnatural. His eyes drifted, and after saying this, he added, "I'm not lying to you." Su Yan looked at him with a faint smile, not saying anything. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, his whole body uneasy. After a while, he helplessly whispered, 15, almost 16. I'm 20. I'm older than you. You have to listen to me in the future. I'll listen to you for small things, but listen to me for big things. Yang Kai grinned. Su Yan sighed deeply. Her expression was full of love and tolerance, her delicate jade-like hand stopping on Yang Kai's face. "You're too young, it's not good for you to experience this so early. Age is not an issue." Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her, his eyebrows twitching as he meaningfully said, "You've also experienced it." Su Yan blushed and glared at him. "Don't tease me like this." "No." Yang Kai helplessly said, "You're thinking the wrong way. You're not allowed to always think about that kind of thing in the future." Yang Kai immediately hung his head dejectedly, as if his soul had left his body. Seeing him like this, Su Yan's cold heart suddenly softened, and she softly said, "If you promise me that you won't think about that kind of thing and won't delay your cultivation, I'll come find you once a month. How about 5 times? Yang Kai began to bargain. Su Yan pretended to be cold as she looked at him, not saying anything. Then 4 times, 3 times, okay, 2 times should be fine, right? Okay, once it is. Yang Kai agreed verbally, thinking that when the time comes, it won't be up to you. As long as I touch your delicate earlobe, won't you be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? It's not that I want to restrict you, I also know that dual cultivation is good for both of us. But your body is too weak, wait until you grow a little bit, then after a few years, I will definitely not ask you to do this." Su Yan's voice was very soft and gentle, "Just endure for a few years, okay?" Her serious tone was like a plea. Yang Kai nodded heavily. He also knew that Su Yan was doing this for his own good. These past few years in High Heaven Pavilion had been very difficult, causing his body to be somewhat thin. Su Yan probably misunderstood. "Also, you've only just broken through to the Qi transformation stage, I know this." Yang Kai didn't let her continue. Su Yan looked at him and nodded, "It's good that you know. This realm is very special, it is the same for every cultivator, you must treat it with caution." As she spoke, Su Yan fumbled around her neck. A moment later she untied a jade pendant and put it around Yang Kai's neck. Chapter 158. Yang Kai looked down and found that the pendant was just a square piece of jade, but it was cool to the touch and had a calming effect. "This is a piece of frigid ice jade essence. I've been wearing it since I was young. After so many years, it has absorbed a lot of my Zhen Yuan. Keep it with you. At a critical moment, it will be useful in suppressing your Zhen Yuan. Does this count as a token of love?" Yang Kai looked at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan's cheeks were red as she nodded gently. Hearing this, Yang Kai hurriedly searched his body, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything useful. The most valuable things he had were the Soul Breaker All and the Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng. He couldn't give the Soul Breaker All, it was too evil, and it contained the old demon's soul. Giving it to Su Yan would only harm her. The Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng was fine, but it was only a heaven and earth spirit treasure, so it didn't have the meaning of a token. He sniffed and said awkwardly, "I'll give you one in the future." Su Yan smiled, "The 9 Yin Yuan condensing you gave me is enough. You're the best." Yang Kai said sincerely. "Don't praise me, when you praise me, my heart starts beating so fast." Su Yan gasped for breath as she clutched her chest. After cultivating the joyous unification art, her ice heart technique had no effect on Yang Kai. It was as if he was her nemesis. Every word, every action, and every move he made affected her mind. "Ha ha." Yang Kai laughed heartily. In this world, who could make a woman like Su Yan flustered? He was the only one. Life was like this, what more could he ask for? It could be said that if it wasn't for the opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai estimated that he and Su Yan wouldn't have much interaction in this life. There was no man in the entire Great Han dynasty who could match her. Even Yang Kai himself didn't think that he was worthy of Su Yan. This was not belittling himself, but Su Yan was too cold and noble. "What do you plan to do after leaving here?" Su Yan calmed down and asked another question. What do you mean? The road ahead. Su Yan was like a responsible parent, thinking about things that Yang Kai would never consider. And our relationship? I don't understand. Yang Kai frowned. Make it clear. Su Yan smiled sweetly. Let's put it this way, I have thought of two paths for you. The first is to publicize our relationship. With my status and identity in the sect, as long as our relationship is publicized, you will definitely be nurtured by the sect. You won't have to worry about contribution points anymore. In the future, you can easily obtain martial skills, medicinal pills, and secret treasures. Are you testing me? Yang Kai smiled at Su Yan. The latter shook his head slowly. I'm serious. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel moved. He could imagine what kind of uproar it would cause in the sect if his relationship with Su Yan was made public. He and Su Yan, one on earth, one in heaven, they were originally an impossible pair. If they really appeared in front of the world, Yang Kai would naturally be envied, and Su Yan's situation would definitely not be any better. Without even mentioning the obstruction of his elders, even his fellow brothers and sisters would definitely spurn Su Yan's choice. Yang Kai hadn't expected that Su Yan would be able to face the gossip of the world so calmly. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. I'm just creating the conditions for my man to cultivate. Yang Kai recovered and said seriously, this proposal is very tempting, but it's not suitable for me. Su Yan seemed to know he would say this and looked at him indifferently, smiling lightly. Yang Kai clenched his hands and stared at his fists. I will rely on myself to fight for everything. Relying on you is not what I want. Su Yan smiled, although I am a little sad to hear you say this, I am also very happy. Then you can only take the second path. Yang Kai smiled, yes, I will grow as fast as possible. The second path was to rely on himself. I will wait for you to protect me. Su Yan said softly. It won't be long. Yang Kai picked up Su Yan's hand and kissed it. After a pause, he suddenly remembered something and raised his head. Su Yan, after leaving this place, I'm afraid you will be in trouble. Huh? Su Yan was puzzled. Yang Kai seriously analyzed, the disciples of the three sects came here for the inheritance. After killing the 9 monster beast, we activated the array and revealed the inheritance. The disciples of the three sects have 700 to 800 people, all of whom have climbed the endless stairs and experienced the test of cold and heat. Your strength is the strongest among the disciples of the three sects, and you also practice a cold attribute secret art. What do you think those people are thinking now? Su Yan was stunned. She was only thinking about Yang Kai and didn't think about what would happen to her. But after hearing Yang Kai's words, she suddenly realized, they will think that I have already obtained the inheritance. Yes, I think many people think so. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Su Yan smiled confidently, they can think whatever they want. Even if I didn't obtain the inheritance, I don't have to explain anything to them. It's best not to admit it. Don't admit it to anyone. This is a serious matter. I think the appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance will not only involve the three sects nearby. Hearing this, Su Yan became serious. She could ignore the experts of the three sects nearby, but she couldn't ignore the experts of the Dark Han dynasty. Once someone set their eyes on the inheritor, Su Yan would only be in trouble. She nodded heavily, I understand. She was relieved that the three sects would focus all their attention on her. This way, Yang Kai wouldn't be suspected. Everyone thought that the inheritance would only be obtained by one person, but they didn't expect that the inheritance would be shared by 2 people. She looked at Yang Kai with some admiration, you're thinking too far ahead. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, it's just that I'm used to seeing how those great forces act like a rare commodity and their methods of winning over others. Su Yan looked at him in a daze. His words were said with a sense of vicissitudes. She suddenly felt that this junior brother was a person with a lot of secrets. "I'll tell you next time." Yang Kai patted Su Yan's hand. "Yes, it's fine even if you don't tell me." Su Yan nodded. "Alright, let's go. There's nothing else here." Yang Kai stood up. This hall was very spacious. Other than the huge energy ball from before, there was nothing else. After the two of them obtained the inheritance, a light screen appeared. It should be able to teleport them out. Holding Su Yan's hand, Yang Kai plunged into the light screen. When the two figures disappeared from the hall, the Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly emitted a cracking sound. It was like a mirror falling to the ground and smashing into pieces. Immediately, a crisscrossing crack appeared in the chaotic world. The disciples of the three sects who were still in the Heaven's Cave inheritance were scared out of their wits. They didn't know what was going on. Just as they were at a loss, an unknown energy wrapped around them and slowly floated into the sky. Since the opening of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, the experts of the three sects had been stationed here, anxiously waiting. Now, almost a month had passed. During this time, many disciples had come out of the Heaven's Cave inheritance one after another. These people were either injured and couldn't hold on any longer, or exhausted and didn't want to stay in there any longer. From their words, the experts of the three sects more or less understood the situation inside. Especially when some disciples appeared in the past few days, the experts of the three sects became more and more anxious. This was because they had received news that the inheritance had appeared, but they didn't know who would obtain it in the end. Every sect was looking forward to their own rising stars, but they were also worried about their own gains and losses. High Heaven Pavilions Su Yan and Xia Hongchen, blood groups Hu Jiao Er and Long Jun, storm houses Fang Ziki, these were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. There was also that crazy old man's female disciple, High Heaven Pavilion Xia Ning Chang, who may also obtain the inheritance. However, that crazy old man was very carefree. After waiting for several days in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, he saw that his disciple hadn't come out, so he left alone. Until now, he hadn't appeared again. What an irresponsible master. The experts of the three sects silently criticized Meng Wuya. Because of the existence of the inheritance, there was a subtle hostility and competition between the experts of the three sects, especially the people of the blood group. These people criticized High Heaven Pavilions and Storm House's robberies while cursing Meng Wuya's unreasonable behavior. If not for the latter's battle with the experts of the blood group, how could the existence of the Heaven's Cave inheritance be exposed so early? This was the wealth of the blood group. But now, the other two sects had forcefully interfered. Although there were compensations, what was that little bit of compensation in front of the inheritance of a powerhouse? Damn it! These days, Hu Man cursed until his lips bled. He didn't dare to curse Meng Wuya, so he cursed Long Zai Tian and Long Hui. If not for that little bastard provoking Meng Wuya, how could there be so many troubles now? Die, it's good that you died. If you didn't die early, I, your father, would have cut you into thousands of pieces. Long family is nothing. Not only did Hu Man not like the Long family, but the other experts of the blood group were also full of resentment because of this matter. Long Zai Tian knew that he was in the wrong, and a month ago, he was seriously injured by Meng Wuya. During this time, he didn't dare to show his face in the mining area and only stayed in the blood group to heal. However, the death of his little grandson, how could this hatred be so easily resolved? Sooner or later, I will make you pay with your blood. Long Zai Tian, whose strength had dropped greatly, secretly hardened his heart. While the experts of the three sects were anxiously waiting, the light curtain of the Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly trembled, as if a stone was thrown into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples. In the next moment, the light curtain collapsed like a bubble, directly disappearing, revealing the mineral vein below the big pit. Where are the people? Hu Man suddenly became anxious. The entrance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance disappeared, but the disciples of the three sects did not appear. His two daughters were still inside. Where did they go? Not only was Hu Man anxious, but the other experts were also anxious. The younger generation of elite disciples had all entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but now, not a single one had appeared. While they were worried, not far away, there was a scream of pain. An elder of the storm house's complexion changed, and he quickly rushed over. Chapter 159. When the elder returned, he was accompanied by a wounded disciple of Storm House. Under the questioning of Xiao Ruohan and the other experts of Storm House, the disciple narrated what had just happened. Not long after, the experts of Blood Group and High Heaven Pavilion also found some disciples of their respective sects nearby. The three parties confirmed and could not help but sigh in relief. They found that the disciples who had entered the Black Wind Forest had already come out, but they were scattered to various corners of the Black Wind Forest. Although they did not know why this happened, everyone felt that this should be the protection of the owner of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. As a result, no one knew who had obtained the inheritance. The experts of the three sects were busy, shuttling back and forth in the Black Wind Forest, looking for the disciples of their respective sects and properly arranging them. The attitude of the experts towards these disciples was very careful, cautious, and much more amiable than before. Because they did not know whether these disciples, who were only at the initial element realm, would in the future grow up to be respected by the people of the world. Even the leader of the bloody battle gang, Hu Man, who had the most violent temperament, was greeting each and every one of the returning disciples with a smile on his face. From arrogance to deference, he kept praising them, saying that they had done a good job and that they would be the pillars of the gang in the future. The disciples of the Blood Group almost collapsed. They did not know what the master of the Blood Group was thinking. But there were still many disciples who were moved to tears, on the spot shouting to express their loyalty, pledging to follow the master of the Blood Group, dedicating their lives to the Blood Group, willing to sacrifice their lives for the Blood Group. Hu Man laughed even more heartily. For him, even if these disciples did not obtain the inheritance, they were still worthy of being roped in. Because each of them had more or less obtained some benefits. The experts of Storm House and High Heaven Pavilion were naturally aware of this point. They despised Hu Man's hypocrisy, but at the same time, they had no choice but to put aside their pride and ask about the well-being of the returning disciples. The work of gathering the disciples continued for half a day. Many of them directly returned to their sects without being found by their elders. This made the situation of Yang Kai and Su Yan much better. Of course, Su Yan was destined to be suspected. This was something that no one could change. At this moment, Yang Kai and Su Yan. They were currently standing somewhere in Black Wind Mountain. After the two of them stepped through the door of light, they arrived here. Su Yan wasn't very familiar with this place, but Yang Kai had run around Black Wind Mountain quite a few times. He was much stronger than her. After searching for a long time, he finally found the right path. Black Plum Village is just 50 li away from here. Standing on a small hill, Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction and said to Su Yan, "Let's split up, we can't go back together." Su Yan hesitated for a moment before saying. Since he was going to be suspected, he couldn't expose Yang Kai. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. You go back first, there must be a lot of people looking for you now. If you return late, it will only confirm their suspicions. Remember, no matter who asks, do not admit that you have obtained the inheritance. I know. Take care of yourself. Come back as soon as possible, Su Yan exhorted before turning around to leave, but was pulled back by Yang Kai. What's wrong? Just as Su Yan's words left her mouth, a scorching hot breath rushed towards her and hugged her tightly, blocking her mouth. A whimpering sound could be heard. Su Yan softened once again. After a long time, Yang Kai laughed and let go of her. Remember what you said. Come find me once a month. Yang Kai said. Su Yan nodded gently. The two said goodbye, although they knew that they were in the same sect. But there was always a feeling of reluctance. After waiting for a long time, Su Yan stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. I'm going. As soon as her voice fell, she quickly left, leaving behind a pure white figure. Watching her disappear from sight, Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, leisurely walking in the direction of High Heaven Pavilion. Heaven's Cave Inheritance. Yang Kai felt that his biggest gain this time was not the inheritance, but Su Yan. A few hours later, Yang Kai slowly returned to High Heaven Pavilion. At this time, the pavilion's disciples and masters had already returned, but there were still some people returning, so Yang Kai didn't attract anyone's attention. However, he discovered a strange phenomenon. When he walked in the pavilion, those senior brothers and junior brothers he didn't know were all very polite to him. Although they didn't come over to greet him, they would still cup their fists from afar and greet him with a smile on their faces. Among them, there was even a High Heaven Pavilion deacon. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. Those who could return alive from Heaven's Cave Inheritance may have a promising future, so how could they ignore him like before? If they greeted him now, they could become friends in the future. Returning to the small wooden house, before Yang Kai had time to organize his thoughts, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Just as he was thinking about who would come, Sassafras's face appeared. Seeing Yang Kai, Sassafras couldn't help but feel relieved. Brother Yang, you also returned safely. Yang Kai felt a burst of warmth in his heart, got up and said, Junior brother, come in and sit. No need, I just came to see if you were okay. Saying so, Sassafras showed a sly smile. I still have to go back and cultivate, ha ha ha. With a long laugh, Sassafras disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly remembering that he didn't see Sassafras at the endless stairs. Where did he go at that time? The Beast Soul Cloud opening array made such a big commotion, it was impossible for him not to see it. Unless he had something else to do at that time. Thinking about how proud Sassafras was just now, Yang Kai couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who received the inheritance. Sassafras, this kid, was pretty lucky. Sassafras left, and before Yang Kai could sit down, footsteps came from outside the door again, but this time, the footsteps were very light, and it sounded like a woman's. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was hesitating, a green figure flashed through the door. Little senior sister? Yang Kai saw the person's face clearly, and a smile appeared on his face. His wooden house was quite lively today. Sassafras was here, so was Xia Ning Chang, and Yang Kai didn't see her in the Cave of Inheritance. Speaking of which, ever since he came back from the Nine Valley, she hadn't looked for him. Junior brother. Xia Ning Chang saw Yang Kai, and just like Sassafras, she sighed in relief. She didn't stand on ceremony, and directly walked in. You're back. Yes, I just came back. Yang Kai nodded. I heard that you also entered the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, but I couldn't find you. Xia Ning Chang was still as shy as usual, and after a few sentences, her ears turned red. I saw you enter that day. Treasurer Meng was so majestic. Yang Kai recalled Meng Wuya's domineering and arrogant attitude that day, and felt a little strange. Yes, master, let me in. Oh right, I found some yang inflammation stones there, and I made some pills for you. Xia Ning Chang took out a bottle and handed it over. You need this for your cultivation technique, right? Yang Kai smiled and reached out to take it. Thank you. Xia Ning Chang lightly shook her head. No need. Do you want to sit down and rest for a while? No, I just came to take a look. Xia Ning Chang hurriedly waved her hand. She really didn't dare to stay with a man and a woman alone. I'm leaving, you rest well. Okay. Yang Kai didn't urge her to stay. You rest well too, don't tire yourself out. Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes filled with satisfaction. She turned around, and when she reached the door, she paused, as if she wanted to turn around and ask something, but after hesitating for a long time, she still couldn't muster up the courage to leave. What happened in the Ninein Valley last time was still vivid in her mind. Xia Ningchang could often recall that deep and mesmerizing kiss in her dreams at night. Every time she recalled it, it was as if a lively deer was in her heart, and she couldn't calm down for a long time, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. It was that kiss that left a bloody figure in her heart forever. The feelings in her heart made her even more shy and flustered in front of Yang Kai, but she didn't dare to point it out. Watching Xia Ningchang leave, Yang Kai held the bottle in his hand, his heart filled with warmth. The night passed silently. On the first night of returning to Sky Tower, Yang Kai didn't do anything but sleep peacefully. The next day, he went to Black Wind Trade to purchase some 3-leaved Chaos Spirit flowers and dead Jedi tree grass. He wanted to buy them the last time he came, but the appearance of Heaven's Cave inheritance in the end disrupted his plans. After the matter of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, the Black Wind Trade market didn't become much quieter. Instead, it became even more lively. The disciples of the 3 sects were all competing to discuss the various fortuitous encounters and opportunities in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, as well as the 9 powerful demonic beasts and the final endless staircase. Most people didn't have the chance to enter Heaven's Cave inheritance, so naturally they were listening with great interest. Su Yan didn't stay in Black Wind Trade. She was currently in the limelight, so it wasn't suitable for her to leave Sky Tower. Everyone's eyes were focused on her, wanting to know if she had obtained the true inheritance. Yang Kai bought the herbs and tools he needed, and directly left Black Wind Trade. Returning to Sky Tower, Yang Kai went to the coiling dragon stream. The 3 Suns fruit tree where he usually meditated was still swaying in the wind. Maybe in a few years, it would bloom again, but that was destined to be a distant matter. Yang Kai rubbed his hands. He wanted to do something he had always wanted to do, but at that time his strength was too low, so it wasn't convenient for him to do it. Now that he had reached the Qi transforming stage, he finally had some capital. Finding a huge rock nearby, he tied it with the rope he bought. Using the rope, Yang Kai slowly descended to the bottom of the coiling dragon stream. He didn't know what kind of treasure was at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, but it allowed Yang Kai to absorb Yang Qi to cultivate. But no matter what kind of treasure it was, the deeper he went, the stronger the Yang Qi would become. Yang Kai didn't have a big appetite. He didn't want to go deep into the coiling dragon stream to find the treasure. After all, the 11th Elder had sternly warned him not to go too deep, because even he would be in danger. That mysterious 11th Elder was at least an immortal ascension boundary master. The danger he felt was enough to consign Yang Kai to eternal damnation, and shatter his bones. Chapter 160. Yang Kai just wanted to go down a bit more and absorb more Yang Qi for his cultivation. Moreover, beside the coiling dragon stream, the astral winds howled and the cultivation environment was really unbearable. If he could open up a hole in the cliff, he could avoid the pain of being exposed to the wind and sun. Putting together the rope he had bought, it was enough to support Kai Yang sliding down 1,000 feet. When he reached his limit, Yang Kai looked down, but the coiling dragon stream was still so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. He couldn't clearly see the situation below. His heart shivered, thinking that if the rope broke at this time, but the Yang Qi here was indeed much richer than above. Yang Kai was very satisfied. Looking around for a moment, he carefully knocked on the nearby rock wall and found a good spot. There was an ancient pine tree growing diagonally on the cliff. The dense pine leaves were like a huge umbrella. If he opened up a space under the ancient pine tree, this tree could shelter him from the wind and rain. It was a natural advantage. Making up his mind, Yang Kai forced out a drop of yang liquid from the dantian and condensed it at his fingertip, turning it into a blade and cutting into the rock wall in front of him. There wasn't much resistance. The sharpness of the yang liquid blade didn't disappoint Yang Kai's expectations, directly cutting through a rock. When Yang Kai was at the initial element boundary third stage, the blade formed from yang liquid could destroy a common-grade mid-rank defensive artifact. Now that Yang Kai's strength had increased by a lot, cutting through the rock was naturally easy. There wasn't much yang liquid left in the dantian. Most of the yang liquid he obtained in the Heaven's Cave inheritance had been used up when he dual cultivated with Su Yen, so now he only had 4 or 5 drops left. After consuming 3 full drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai cut a hole in the rock wall in front of him that could accommodate one person and entered the hole. Yang Kai continued to cut, throwing the cut stones into the coiling dragon stream. After a long time, the sound of stones falling to the ground came from the coiling dragon stream. From this sound, Yang Kai could roughly estimate the depth of the coiling dragon stream. Calculating in his heart, he was secretly speechless. This coiling dragon stream was probably more than 10,000 meters deep. After half a day, the cave had expanded a lot, and the yang liquid in the dantian was also used up. Without yang liquid, Yang Kai couldn't continue to open the cave with his own strength. Taking out a bottle from her bosom, this was the bottle that Xia Ning Chang had given to Kai Yang yesterday. Thinking of that little senior sister, Yang Kai felt a burst of guilt. Fortunately, he didn't do too much that night in the Nine Yin Mountain Valley. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face. He ate a few pills. After condensing some yang liquid, he continued to open up his own cave. While doing this, Kai Yang was filled with energy and excitement, not feeling the slightest bit tired. Looking at the gradually expanding cave, Kai Yang had the feeling of a master opening up his own secret cave mansion. A few days later, Yang Kai worked hard in the cave. When he ran out of yang liquid, he would use the pills refined by Xia Ning Chang to replenish it. When he was thirsty, he would drink the morning dew from the pine trees, so he wasn't hungry. When one's strength reached the qi transformation stage, it was fine to not eat for a month, but after a long time, one would still need to replenish. 7 days later, the cave could be considered to be completed. Yang Kai stood in the cave, looking at his masterpiece. He felt a sense of satisfaction. He laughed foolishly. Today's cave was twice as big as Yang Kai's wooden house. The closest place to the outside was the place where he cultivated. Sitting at the entrance of the cave, he couldn't feel the whistling wind under the coiling dragon stream. He could only hear the whimper of the wind. Compared to cultivating at the top, the environment was much better. Facing the entrance, there was a small stone room on the left. It wasn't very big, and was where Yang Kai prepared to store his things. The 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and dead Jedi tree grass he bought from Black Wind Trade were stored inside. The stone room on the right was slightly larger and was used as a resting area. Inside it was a stone bed that Yang Kai had carved out for himself. The bed was smooth and flat. Yang Kai had carefully polished it for a long time, so even if he slept on it, he wouldn't feel uncomfortable at all. For some reason, Yang Kai cut this stone bed to be very big. It was enough to accommodate 2 to 3 people tossing and turning on it. Cough cough, it's better to be prepared, Yang Kai thought. There was another stone room in the middle. It was empty, but he didn't know what to put it in. This was Yang Kai's cave. Although it was simple, it was very warm inside. Compared to the wooden house, it was even more enjoyable. Generally, no one would come to the coiling dragon stream. In the future, if he had something that was inconvenient to carry, he could store it here without worrying about being found. Thinking about it, Yang Kai climbed up the rope. Along the way, he cut out a place where he could borrow strength. This way, in the future, he wouldn't need to rely on the rope to enter and exit the cave. It would also save him the worry of being found by someone following the rope. Untying the rope around the big stone, Yang Kai returned to the cave. After spending so many days, he had finally created a cultivation place that belonged to him. This kind of cultivation environment was much better than any of the other High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Not in a hurry to cultivate, Yang Kai just sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, enjoying the tranquil warmth. Suddenly remembering something, he reached into his chest and took it out. Yin Yang Monster Ginseng. This was a spiritual world spirit treasure. Since it was taken by Yang Kai, it had always been in his bosom. It didn't try to escape, nor did it struggle. At this moment, when he took it out, the human face on this world spirit treasure seemed to be smiling at Yang Kai. The old demon had said that this kind of thing could only grow in a strange place where yin and yang qi coexisted. Previously, Yang Kai didn't know why the Heaven's Cave inheritance had a yin-yang monster ginseng, but after obtaining the inheritance, he understood everything. That place was where the yin-yang joyous unification arts inheritance lay, so it naturally made sense for this world spirit treasure to grow. Reaching out, Yang Kai dripped a drop of yang liquid into the yin-yang monster ginseng's body. In an instant, it absorbed the yang liquid, and its expression became more and more pleasant. With a flash of light, the yin-yang monster ginseng flew out of Yang Kai's hand and curiously wandered around the simple cave mansion. Not long after, it found a place on its own, twisted its body, and took root, a look of enjoyment on its face. Along with the dense light, Yang Kai clearly felt that the yang qi below the coiling dragon stream was being continuously absorbed by it. Even the yang qi around him was becoming richer. It actually has such an effect? Yang Kai was shocked. With a thought, he undid the seal on the soul breaker all. The old demon's respectful voice immediately sounded, "Old servant greets young master. Take a look at this yin-yang monster ginseng." "What's the use?" Yang Kai asked. The old demon said, "This thing is born by absorbing yin and yang qi. This place is rich in yang qi, so it is a suitable environment for it to grow. However, if you're talking to me, don't beat around the bush," Yang Kai coldly snorted. The old demon trembled when he heard this. Although he had only known Yang Kai for a short time, he was really afraid of him. He had repeatedly sealed his soul inside the soul breaker all and punished him at every turn. The old demon had seen Yang Kai's decisiveness and ruthlessness, so he quickly said, "After all, it needs to absorb yin and yang qi. There is only yang qi in this place, so there is no need to worry too much about it in the short term, but as time passes, not only will it not grow, it may even wilt. For it, a solitary yang cannot grow, and a solitary yin cannot grow. This is the yin-yang monster ginseng. It lacks yin qi, doesn't it?" Yang Kai asked. Young master's words are correct. This was easy to deal with. He could just ask Su Yen to come and give it some yuan qi, then it should be able to solve this problem. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked with a strange expression, "Previously, if it met a man and woman who were of the same mind, when they were in love with each other, it would automatically split into two kinds of energy and disperse into the man and woman's body, right?" "Yes," the old demon replied, then was surprised, "Hm? Young master, you, cough cough." Before being sealed, Yang Kai was still a child, but after seeing Yang Kai this time, the old demon discovered that he had actually lost the innate pure yang qi that he had been born with. This was clearly the result of having close contact with a woman. "Who allowed you to spy on me?" Yang Kai coldly said. "Young master, please forgive old servant, I was only curious. I won't dare in the future." "It's best if there is no next time," Yang Kai faintly reminded. Frowning, Yang Kai thought about a lot of things. Although he didn't know the origins of the old demon, he was very knowledgeable and knew a lot about the yin-yang monster ginseng, so what he said shouldn't be a lie. In that hall, when he and Su Yen were in love with each other, the yin-yang monster ginseng was nearby. However, it didn't transform into energy and integrate into his and Su Yan's bodies to bind them together. As such, there was only one explanation, and that was that the feelings between him and Su Yan had not yet reached the point of being of the same mind. Yang Kai could understand this. Although the two of them were already husband and wife, that was done under the guidance of the inheritance, not their own free will. If he really thought about it, if he didn't have the yin-yang joyous unification art, Su Yan would probably hate him for taking her virginity. Even if she didn't hate him, she wouldn't have any good feelings towards him, so how could they possibly be of the same mind? Su Yan hadn't completely opened her heart, and the same was true for Yang Kai. Even if he felt close to her now, he was willing to give up everything for her, including his life, but all of this was the result of the yin-yang monster ginseng art special effects. The love between a man and a woman was not something that could be cultivated overnight, nor could it be cultivated through a set of secret arts. One day, even without the yin-yang monster ginseng art, the two of them would still treat each other as the most important person in their lives, and only then would they truly be of the same mind. The old demon's somewhat frivolous voice sounded, "Young master need not be discouraged. Old servant feels that women are generally very easy to coax. Since young master has already obtained their bodies, sooner or later, you will also capture their hearts, this old servant can guarantee with his life. Didn't you die a long time ago?" Yang Kai chuckled. When old demon saw that Yang Kai wasn't annoyed, his courage grew a lot and he smiled, yes, young master is right. Old servant swears with his soul that women will always have a special feeling for their first man. Young master only needs to use a little bit of skill to make them completely devoted to you. When that time comes, this yin-yang monster ginseng will be able to play a huge role. Old demon nodded. Chapter 161. After he finished speaking, the old demon hesitated again. However, this yin-yang monster ginseng can only be used by one man and one woman. Those two girls are related to young master, so when the time comes, I'm afraid it will be somewhat troublesome to choose. 2. Yang Kai felt strange. When he heard the old demon mention them, Yang Kai thought it was a slip of the tongue, but after thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly understood. The old demon probably thought he had a relationship with the Hu sisters. After all, when he was sealed, he was climbing the endless stairs with Hu Jiao and Hu Mei. After being sealed, the old demon couldn't sense the situation outside, so naturally he didn't know what happened inside the hall. Not wanting to explain too much to him, Yang Kai simply said, "In the future, if I am alone with any woman, you seal your divine sense." He was afraid that when he was intimate with Su Yan in the future, he would forget the existence of the old demon. Hearing this, the old demon hurriedly cried out, "Young master, rest assured, although this old servant is evil, he will not do such things. It's good that you remember. This old servant will remember." After a moment of silence, the old demon said, "Young master, if you don't mind, this old servant would like to take a look at the bottom of this mountain stream." "Oh? What's down there?" Yang Kai couldn't help but become interested. He was also very curious about the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, but his current strength was insufficient, so there was no way he could explore it. "This old servant doesn't know what is down there, but I can feel a strong yang aura, which is nemesis to this old servant's soul. In addition, there is also a strong demonic chi. These two auras are opposites, so I don't know why they would appear here at the same time. To tell young master the truth, this old servant wants to use the demonic chi down there to restore the strength of his soul, so that he can help young master in the future." Yang Kai frowned. When the old demon said there was demonic chi down there, Yang Kai could understand. The coiling dragon stream was created by a single strike from a peerless devil, and that devil had also died under the coiling dragon stream, so it was natural that there would be traces of demonic chi left behind. However, the old demon wanted to use the evil demon Qi to restore his divine soul. Yang Kai couldn't make up his mind. He did not know if he would be able to control the old demon after it grew stronger. If he couldn't control it, he would be shooting himself in the foot. However, after thinking about it, Yang Kai felt that he didn't need to worry too much. His strand of divine sense had fused with the old demon, so his life and death were in his hands. While old demon was anxiously waiting, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Go." He poured some yuan qi into the soul breaker all for the old demon to activate this secret treasure and release it. "Many thanks, young master." The old demon shed tears of gratitude. Wrapping himself around the soul breaker all, he transformed into a streak of black smoke and flew down the coiling dragon stream. After the old demon left, Yang Kai took out a small pouch from his bosom. This pouch belonged to Lan Chudai, and inside it were 2 seeds of pure heart. Her face flashed in front of his eyes, and Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. If this beautiful senior sister wasn't so scheming, she would definitely be very likable. The first time he met her was when he spent some money to buy her seeds in Black Wind trade. Later, they met again in Heaven's Cave inheritance. It could be said that it was a kind of fate. They explored together, fought together, and were both from the same sect. It could be said that this was an unforgettable memory. If it weren't for her actions, Yang Kai would not have disliked her. In the end, she attacked Niayong. Although it was to show goodwill to Yang Kai, it also let Yang Kai see her ruthlessness and reality. When she was useful to him, she would cover for him. Niayong had repeatedly looked for trouble with Yang Kai, but Lan Chudai had never said a good word for him. This was because at that time, Niayong was more useful than Yang Kai. At that time, if Lan Chudai had reprimanded him as a senior sister, Niayong would not have been so presumptuous. However, she didn't. Instead, it was Du Yishuang who stood on Yang Kai's side. When Niayong was no longer useful, she abandoned him like a worn-out shoe and even attacked him. Yang Kai didn't blame her for anything. Everyone had the right to choose their own life, others had no right to interfere. Perhaps she was realistic, perhaps she was indifferent, perhaps she was trying to curry favor with those in power, but that was her choice, that was her personality. Knowing this, he didn't want to have a deep relationship with her. He poured out the 2 seeds from the pouch and casually threw the pouch into the coiling dragon stream. Where should I plant these 2 seeds? Yang Kai looked around and found that this place was full of stone walls. It wasn't suitable for herbs to grow. After thinking about it, Yang Kai came up with an idea. At the base of the ancient pine above his cave, there was a soft place where ordinary pine trees could take root and grow. Since the pure heart was a spirit grass, its vitality was naturally more tenacious. Moreover, this spirit grass grew by absorbing the world's spiritual qi. There was no need to worry about it robbing the nutrients of the ancient pine tree. Making up his mind, Kai Yang dripped a drop of yang liquid onto one of the pure heart seeds. But what surprised him was that after the first drop of yang liquid, the seed didn't change as much as before. It wasn't until Kai Yang dripped a second drop that it became crystal clear and full. This was definitely an earth-grade high-grade spirit grass seed. Otherwise, it would not need to absorb 2 drops of yang liquid. Yang Kai didn't know where Lan Chudai had found this thing, but it was worth it to buy it for 1,000 gold taels. After planting the 2 seeds, Yang Kai returned to his cave and sat cross-legged at the entrance. He closed his eyes and slowly began to circulate his true Yang's secret art. He began to cultivate for the first time after entering the qi transformation stage. Without warning, the yuan qi suddenly began to riot. Yang Kai's clothes and hair fluttered wildly in the wind. His expression suddenly became ferocious, looking somewhat frightening. Along with the yuan qi's riot, Yang Kai's heart also began to stir. It was a kind of crazy desire to find someone to fight, to make himself bleed, or to make others bleed. In the past, this kind of thought would only appear when he used the unyielding will. But now, just by circulating his true Yang's secret art, it appeared. This was not a problem with Yang Kai, nor was it a problem with the true Yang's secret art. It was a sign of the Qi transformation stage. Just as Su Yan had wanted to tell Yang Kai before, the Qi transformation stage was a very special stage for every cultivator. A cultivator started from body tempering, until the Yuan Qi in the body began to open, reaching the initial element stage, and then breaking through to the Qi transformation stage. At this time, the accumulation of Yuan Qi in the cultivator's body was quite large. It was so large that many cultivators were unable to completely control it. Because it was impossible to control it, the Yuan Qi would riot. Normally, when he didn't circulate his secret art and didn't use his Yuan Qi, he was no different from other people. But once he used his Yuan Qi, he would become like Yang Kai, giving people a very violent feeling. In fact, this was a very normal phenomenon. Because of the existence of this phenomenon, there were only two purposes for a Qi transformation stage cultivator to cultivate. The first was to continue to accumulate their Yuan Qi, improve their realm, and enhance their strength. This was a goal that would not change from the beginning to the end. The second was to control their strength in the process of accumulating Yuan Qi. Depending on the strength of each person, it would take a long time for a Qi transformation stage cultivator to completely control their Yuan Qi. But generally speaking, when a cultivator reached Qi transformation stage 7 or 8, they would be able to completely control their Yuan Qi. For example, Lan Chudai, whom Yang Kai had met before, was like this. When she was operating her Yuan Qi, there would not be any Yuan Qi riots. But Dui Shuang, Zuan, and Nia Yong were unable to do so. Although Dui Shuang was already at Qi transformation stage 6, once she fought with others, her gentle temperament would be affected by the Yuan Qi riots. The uniqueness of the Qi transformation stage made it very easy for a cultivator to have conflicts with others at this stage. Everyone's temper was not very good, and no one would admit defeat. Once there was a difference of opinion or displeasing to the eye, there would be a big fight, leading to bloody casualties everywhere. This was the stage where the death rate of a cultivator was the highest. In response to this situation, many Qi transforming stage martial artists would think of ways to calm their mind. They would either take pills or wear artifacts that could calm their mind. All of these could effectively suppress the impulsiveness and violence in their heart. At this time, the advantage of a cultivator who practiced cold attribute martial arts and cultivation methods was highlighted. Because of the cold attribute martial arts and cultivation methods, the Yuan Qi in their body was ice cold, making it easier for them to suppress the changes in their mind and safely pass through this stage. Yang Kai estimated that when Su Yan was in the Qi transformation stage, she did not have to worry about this problem. Her body and mind were already frozen, so how could the Yuan Qi go berserk? Throughout the Qi transformation stage, a cultivator would be improving their strength and fighting with the Yuan Qi in their body. If they succeeded, they would be able to control their own strength and not be affected by it. If they failed, they would be addicted to the pleasure of the sudden increase in strength and gradually lose their nature. Most of the evil spirits and demons came from this. They lost themselves in their own strength and enjoyed the pleasure of killing people, thus falling into the evil spirit path. Above the Qi transformation stage, because of the polarization of the cultivator's nature, it was called the separation and reunion stage. However, this stage was still quite far away from the current Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai, after using the true Yang tactics, the Yuan Qi in his body showed signs of entering the Qi transformation stage. However, the influence of the Yuan Qi on his mind only lasted for a moment before it returned to normal. A cold feeling came from his chest. This was the effect of the frigid ice jade essence that Su Yan gave to Yang Kai. It was not the frigid ice jade essence's effect that calmed Yang Kai's mind, but he was not affected by the Yuan Qi at all. After trying for a long time, Yang Kai did not find anything wrong with it. With a thought, the yuan qi in his body was like an extension of his arm. It was abnormally flexible and there was no situation where it could not be controlled. This was a strange phenomenon. He was currently in the qi transforming stage, and although he had the same signs as other martial artists on the surface, he was actually very different on the inside. Other people had to work hard to control their own strength, but Yang Kai did not have to. This was because the yuan qi was under his control from beginning to end, and there was not the slightest bit of disobedience. After thinking for a long time, Yang Kai felt that all of this had to do with him adapting to the unyielding will. When he used the unyielding will, he was bloodthirsty and excited, but his heart was very calm. He knew what he was doing and knew how to do it. He would not let the bloodthirsty excitement affect his judgment. This was a good thing. The qi transformation stage cultivator had to go through 2 missions. Yang Kai had already completed one of them. All that was left was to accumulate strength. Chapter 162. Taking out an incense burner and lighting the incense, Yang Kai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave and began cultivating his true yang secret art. Although the best way to obtain yang liquid was to directly consume a yang attribute spirit fruit or absorb the energy from a yang inflammation stone, Yang Kai still wanted to cultivate his true yang secret art. He wanted to use the incense to suppress the speed of his true yang secret art, allowing his yuan qi to adapt to the suppression of the incense. In this way, when it came to battle, his yuan qi would circulate faster and his combat strength would increase. Suppression, in order to erupt when needed. Yang Kai cultivated for 2 whole days, except for adding herbs to the incense burner, he didn't touch it. The yuan qi in his body had increased very little, and circulating his true yang secret art was also very difficult, but Yang Kai still enjoyed it. However, when he circulated his true yang secret art, he would unintentionally think of Su Yan's appearance. Every time he thought of her, he would recall everything that had happened in the hall, recalling her warm, moist, and delicate skin. Strange, why do I keep thinking of these things? Yang Kai was puzzled. Could it be that he really was a perverted demon who couldn't control himself once he broke through? That shouldn't be the case. In terms of willpower, Yang Kai was very confident. Unable to understand the reason, Yang Kai could only try his best to control himself and not let his imagination run wild. One night 2 days later, while Yang Kai was meditating, he suddenly opened his eyes and listened carefully for a long time, a strange look appearing on his face. He seemed to have heard the sound of someone fighting coming from above and also heard a cry of alarm. The cry was faintly familiar, but he couldn't hear it clearly. While he was hesitating, a few small stones suddenly fell in front of him. Yang Kai's face went cold and he immediately became vigilant. These small pebbles were clearly the result of someone climbing down from above. His secluded home had only been opened 2 days ago, how could it have been discovered? Who was this person? However, as the movement above him grew louder and louder, Yang Kai's vigilance gradually disappeared and was replaced by a kind of ecstasy. He didn't know why, but he could feel that this person was Su Yan. The restless yuan qi and accelerated blood flow in his body told him this. Perhaps it was because of the art of joyous union. Their previous dual cultivation had caused their yuan qi to fuse. It was because of this connection that they were able to sense each other when they were not far apart. Wasn't it once a month? Why did she come looking for him after being apart for only 10 days? A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai told the old demon not to come back for the time being. He looked at the entrance of the cave with anticipation. A moment later, a white figure flew in from the outside. Without waiting for her to land, Yang Kai reached out and pulled her into his arms. Su Yan's body was very hot, and her heart was pounding against Yang Kai's chest. Under the hazy moonlight, Yang Kai could even see the faint blush on her face. She was still wearing the woman's hair bun and dressed like a young woman. This made her look even more mature and attractive. Yang Kai lowered his head and was about to kiss her. Wait a minute. Su Yan felt the hot breath on her face and resisted the throbbing sensation, gently pushing Yang Kai away. What's wrong? Yang Kai didn't force her. I didn't come alone. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. Only then did Kai Yang notice that she was actually carrying a person in her hand. This person was on her back and had not moved at all. If not for Su Yan's reminder, Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed. What's going on? Yang Kai was stunned. The scene in front of him made his brain feel a little short of oxygen. Su Yan came to find him, so why did she bring another person with her? Do you know her? Su Yan bit her lip and asked. Her expression was strange, a little guilty, and a little embarrassed. Let me see. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted this person up, holding her in his arms. Be careful, she's a woman. Su Yan reminded him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ah. Yang Kai's face turned red. He was wondering why he felt something soft pressing against his arm. It turned out that the other party was a woman. Don't touch where you shouldn't. Su Yan glared at him. Yang Kai was embarrassed to death. He hurriedly turned the unknown woman around. After seeing her appearance, Yang Kai felt like he was struck by lightning and was petrified on the spot. Little senior sister? Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He never would have thought that the person Su Yan had brought over was actually Xia Ningchang. No wonder her back was so familiar. At this moment, Xia Ningchang's eyes were closed and her face was still covered by a veil. Her breathing was even, obviously she wasn't injured and was just unconscious. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai really couldn't figure out what was going on. His mind was in a mess. If it was Su Yan who came to find him in the middle of the night, Yang Kai could barely accept it. But she actually brought the unconscious Xia Ningchang with her. This was somewhat inconceivable. Yang Kai was shocked when he remembered the sounds of battle he had just heard. He looked at Su Yan and asked, "Did you knock her out?" Su Yan's expression was a little unnatural. She nodded slightly and said, "I didn't hurt her. She's been here for the past few days. I wanted to come find you, but I couldn't, so I knocked her out." Yang Kai held his forehead and was speechless for a long time. Although Su Yan and Xia Ningchang were both in the Yuan-Chi realm, one was already in the Yuan-Chi third stage and the other had just broken through. If they really fought, Xia Ningchang definitely wouldn't be a match. What's more, Su Yan said that she knocked her out, so it was probably a sneak attack. This matter was troublesome. His little senior sister didn't have much of a temper. Once she woke up and explained, everything would be fine. But if this matter was found out by Meng Wuya, with his domineering nature, Yang Kai sweated just thinking about it. She seems to care about you a lot. Do you know each other? Su Yan looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai didn't deny it. He carried Xia Ningchang inside and placed her on the stone bed. Looking at her sleeping face, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she wasn't hurt. If she was, he really didn't know how to deal with the aftermath. Su Yan didn't say anything and just quietly watched. You came to find me so late. What's the matter? Yang Kai hugged her and sat on the edge of the bed. Su Yan unnaturally twisted her body and pursed her lips. After a long time, she said, "Nothing." So you missed me? Yang Kai smiled. Su Yan gently nodded her head. Yang Kai was about to make his next move when Su Yan suddenly reached out and covered his mouth. She sternly said, "This is very unusual. I cultivate Ice Heart's secret art. Nothing can affect my heart, so this is impossible. But now, when I cultivate, I begin to think of you. The more I suppress it, the more I think of you. I also miss you." These words immediately caused Su Yan's body to soften, unable to muster even the slightest strength to resist. "We'll talk about this later." Yang Kai pushed Su Yan down on the stone bed and wantonly roamed his hands. Her breathing became heavier and heavier, and her clothes gradually became messy. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Through the reflection of the hazy moonlight, he could see Su Yan's jade-like skin faintly discernible, her tall and straight twin peaks exuding an alluring luster under her thin corset. Her pair of slender legs were partially visible, and a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils along with her gentle breath. Her face, her nose, her lips, and her tightly closed, trembling eyes were all as beautiful as a dream that would shatter upon waking up. Her expression was nervous and expectant. Pure as ice, pure as jade, the goddess that all the male disciples of the three sects yearned for was lying under him, allowing him to taste her. Especially the layer of pure and holy light on her face, at this moment, revealed a different kind of charm. Yang Kai was full of vigor. How could he resist such temptation? A warm current surged into his dantian as he bent down and kissed every inch of Su Yan's delicate skin. She trembled, unconsciously twisting, and moaning again and again. After a long time, Yang Kai gently penetrated deeper. Her body was filled to the brim. After Su Yan experienced a slight discomfort, the convulsive taste swallowed her like a tide. She reservedly cooperated. Even if she covered her mouth with her hands, there were still sounds of babbling coming out. Inside the stone room, there was a riot of falling petals and a delicate fragrance. After the wind and rain, the two snuggled together awkwardly. It wasn't because of the awkwardness of facing each other, but because after such a long battle, the two finally remembered that there was still Xia Ning Chang beside them. She was sleeping less than half a foot away from them. Fortunately, she was in a coma. Not only was Yang Kai rejoicing, but Su Yan was also very scared. They didn't know why, but when they were dual cultivating, they only had each other in their hearts. They didn't care about Xia Ning Chang at all. Hugging the beauty in his arms, Yang Kai took the initiative to speak. "Su Yan, I don't think this is a problem between you and me." Su Yan gently nodded. Her soft long hair scattered on Yang Kai's chest, lifting up a lot when he moved slightly. "It should be because of the joyous unification art. When you and I cultivate, we can't help but think of each other. Moreover, with your situation, the more you cultivate, the more you will think of each other." Su Yan gently punched Yang Kai lightly, scolding him for speaking so bluntly. "I haven't cultivated much these days, so my feelings aren't as deep as yours." Yang Kai told the truth. He had only cultivated for 2 days, and when he cultivated, he was suppressed by the strange fragrance, so his situation was much better than Su Yan's. "It seems that you and I are destined to be tied together." Yang Kai smiled happily. "We can't do that," Su Yan firmly said. "If you and I are together, we can't control the thoughts in our hearts." "Then what do you want to do?" Yang Kai asked. "Suppress it, do your best to suppress it. We can't become slaves to the joyous unification art. We are cultivating it, not it controlling us." Su Yan had clearly made a decision. After speaking, she gently looked up at Yang Kai. "I know this is a bit cruel to you. The ice heart's secret art I cultivate gives me a great advantage when suppressing my heart, but you are different. Your Yuan Qi is full of yang energy. Once it surges out, it will be much more violent than mine." Chapter 163. I understand. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "If you really can't suppress it, you can go find another woman." Su Yan's long eyelashes flickered, her expression serious. "That's not necessary, I'm not a pervert." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Su Yan slowly shook her head. "You don't understand, when that kind of feeling surges up and you're not by my side. I came to find you 2 days ago, but this junior sister Xia has been nearby. I had no choice but to make a move on her. I hope she won't blame me when she wakes up. Is that feeling very strong? Yang Kai frowned. He naturally understood what kind of temperament Su Yan had. For such a pure and innocent woman to shamelessly ask for something from him, it could be imagined what kind of limit she had reached. Very strong, so strong that my body and mind trembled. Su Yan said seriously, so, I don't object to you finding another woman. Yang Kai felt a little guilty after hearing her words, but he didn't dare to say anything without full confidence. Su Yan shrank into Yang Kai's arms and glanced to the side. For example, this junior sister Xia is a very good candidate. I see that she cares about you a lot. Although she's wearing a veil, she's definitely a beautiful person. Her strength isn't low, her heart is kind, and her temper is gentle. You might as well interact with her more. If you can't hold on and I'm not by your side, there will be someone who can comfort you. You can't say that, the consequences are very serious. Yang Kai felt a headache whenever he thought of Meng Wuya. How did you two meet? Yang Kai briefly explained what happened in the Nine Mountain Valley, but he didn't mention the kiss. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to hide it from Su Yan, but this matter involved Xia Ningchang's reputation, so how could he casually talk about it? So it's like that, then I have to thank her. After listening, Su Yan couldn't help but have a good impression of Xia Ningchang. The 9 yuan condensing do that Yang Kai gave her was from Xia Ningchang. When she wakes up, find a time to apologize. Senior sister Xia won't blame you. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Yes. I will. The two of them hugged each other until the middle of the night and exchanged many intimate words. Around midnight, Su Yan got up and put on her clothes. I should go. Su Yan said softly. Leaving Kai Yang, for her, was also a kind of tempering and test of her mind. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Yang Kai pulled her to the entrance of the cave and pointed at the yin-yang monster ginseng. Give it some yuan qi first. What is this? Su Yan squatted down and looked at the yin-yang monster ginseng in confusion, and couldn't help but ask, it's actually smiling at me, is it a world spirit treasure? Yes, it's a kind of heaven and earth spirit creature that absorbs yin qi and yang qi to survive. There's only yang qi here, so I need you to replenish the yin qi. Su Yan didn't hesitate. She touched the yin-yang monster ginseng and poured the yuan qi from her body into it, making the world spirit creature's expression much happier. After a while, Su Yan took back her hand, stood up, and hugged Yang Kai. After hugging, she turned and left. Yang Kai smiled and looked at her back, and didn't ask her to stay. It wasn't until Su Yan's body was about to disappear that Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, by the way, when will senior sister Xia wake up? Tomorrow. Su Yan's voice came from afar. She didn't take Xia Ningchang with her. She deliberately stayed here because she wanted Yang Kai to have more contact with her. As for what Yang Kai would say when the girl woke up, she didn't need to worry. With Yang Kai's intelligence, it would be easy for him to make up a lie and win her favor. After leaving Yang Kai's cave mansion, Su Yan flew to the top of the coiling dragon stream. Su Yan turned her head and looked back, her heart filled with guilt and uneasiness. At this moment, she felt like a bad woman. She wanted to rush over and give Yang Kai a good beating, then leave satisfied. As soon as this thought arose, Su Yan's face turned red. Su Yan blamed herself on the top of the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai stood at the entrance of the cave, his heart in a mess. After thinking for a while, he began to sweat. He suddenly remembered that he had neglected a very important matter. According to Su Yan, she used a drug to make Xia Ningchang faint. However, she didn't know what kind of physique Xia Ningchang had. Sacred spirit medicine body. It was the best medicine furnace in the world. Combined with her secret art, she could refine all the energy in the world into pills. When it came to alchemy, Xia Ningchang was a grandmaster. How could such a person be knocked out by a mere drug? Even if she had fainted at the time, she certainly wouldn't have woken up until dawn. With her special physique, she would have woken up in just a moment. No way. Yang Kai was sweating profusely, his body stiffened as he stood at the entrance of the cave, not daring to move for a full 2 hours. Yang Kai had the urge to dig a hole and crawl into it. After a long time, Yang Kai mechanically turned around and walked step by step towards the stone room where the stone bed was placed. Inside the sealed stone room, there was still a damp smell. As he approached, Kai Yang could clearly feel that Xia Ningchang's breathing had changed. Although it was very small, if one didn't pay close attention, they wouldn't be able to detect it. However, Kai Yang's attention was completely focused on Xia Ningchang, so how could such a small change escape his notice? This was really awkward. After wiping his face, Yang Kai braced himself and walked over to Xia Ningchang's side and slowly sat down. Since this little senior sister was placed on the stone bed, she had been lying there without moving. Her soft breasts slowly rose and fell with her breathing. Her well-proportioned and petite body only occupied one side of the stone bed. Her slender and beautiful legs were straight, and she was wearing a long green dress. This empty stone room was full of spring. Kai Yang stared at her quietly, not even blinking once. As expected, Xia Ningchang's breathing had changed again. Her heartbeat had also become much more rapid. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Ai. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. He bent down and whispered into Xia Ningchang's ear, "Little senior sister, little senior sister." Xia Ningchang didn't move and didn't open her eyes. It was as if she was really unconscious. Yang Kai helplessly said, "I'm going to lift your veil." Speaking of which, Yang Kai had never seen her real face since he met her. Every time Xia Ningchang appeared, her face was covered by a veil. Even when they kissed in the Ninein Valley, she only lifted a corner of her veil and didn't reveal her full face. It was impossible for Yang Kai to not be curious about her appearance. But he wasn't so bored as to ask to see her face. At this moment, Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. As he spoke, he reached out and lifted the veil, slowly lifting it up. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had been observing the changes in Xia Ningchang's expression. But even when he was about to lift the veil, Xia Ningchang didn't resist at all. She really could endure it. Yang Kai was in awe. After testing a few more times and confirming that she really wouldn't wake up, Yang Kai finally put down the veil. He laughed strangely and said, "Little senior sister, if you don't wake up, I'm going to, humph humph humph." This laughter was full of meaning and was full of intonation. Its deep meaning was self-evident. As he spoke, Yang Kai spread his 10 fingers and shook Xia Ningchang's lower abdomen as if he had chicken claws. Once he touched her, he immediately retracted his fingers, causing waves of strange sounds. Xia Ningchang couldn't help but move her body. The corners of her mouth uncontrollably curved upwards. But she still didn't open her eyes. She let him torture her as she lay there unconscious. Yang Kai threatened her for a long time. He even pretended to grab her breasts, but she ignored him. "Fine, you really are unconscious." After a long battle of wits and courage, Yang Kai had no choice but to admit defeat. He faintly sighed, "Little senior sister, sleep well. When dawn comes, you won't remember anything." After saying this, Yang Kai got up and walked to the entrance of the cave to continue meditating. The night passed in silence. When dawn came, Yang Kai walked in again and looked at Xia Ningchang. He couldn't help but be speechless. It was really difficult for her to maintain this position for an entire night. He didn't know if her body was numb or not. After thinking about it, Yang Kai turned her over and let her lie on her side on the stone bed. After doing this, Yang Kai followed the passage he had cut out and climbed to the top of the coiling dragon stream. When it came to Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. Whether she was awake or unconscious, this little senior sister had a simple temperament. Even if she bumped into him and Su Yan, she wouldn't pose any threat to him. Walking all the way to the interior of High Heaven Pavilion, as he passed by the contribution hall, Old Man Meng enthusiastically called out, "Little Yang Kai." Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, but he pretended not to hear, and in a flash, he disappeared. Why did he run? Old Man Meng frowned for a long time, but couldn't remember how he had offended him. How could he know that Yang Kai was feeling guilty because of last night's events? Greetings, Treasurer Meng. A group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples respectfully saluted Treasurer Meng. Before the Heaven's Cave inheritance appeared, how could Old Man Meng receive such treatment? Everyone only thought of him as a small shopkeeper. But since that day when he showed off his strength and suppressed the entire blood battle gang, everyone knew that this somewhat lecherous shopkeeper was actually a master who didn't show off his strength. Who would dare be the slightest bit presumptuous in front of him? Each and every one of them was more well-behaved than a rabbit. Seeing that Old Man Meng didn't chase after him, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As he walked, he saw many people gathered in front of the martial skill pavilion, bustling with noise and excitement. Standing in place and listening for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly understood what was going on. With the opening of the Heaven's Cave inheritance this time, many disciples had obtained various martial skills and cultivation methods through different channels. With regards to these martial skills and cultivation methods, the sect was naturally interested in collecting them and using them to fill the sect's martial skills pavilion. If a disciple was willing to contribute their martial skills and secret arts to the sect, they would receive some contribution points as a reward, and the rewards were quite generous. It wasn't only High Heaven Pavilion that did this, Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall also had such a reward system. Yang Kai himself had obtained 2 sets of martial skills from the Heaven's Cave inheritance. One was the Burning Sun Burst, the other was the Star Mark, but he wasn't interested in submitting them, especially the Star Mark, which was his own unique weapon. Chapter 164. However, if someone was willing to exchange martial skills with him, he could give up the Scorching Sun's Burst. However, the sect strictly forbade disciples from exchanging martial skills privately, which made him feel quite regretful. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a cold shout came from not far away, "Yang Kai." Turning his head towards the source of the voice, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly. The person who shouted was a 26 or 27-year-old youth. Yang Kai recognized this person. It was Chao Zhengwen from the disciplinary hall. A few months ago, he was the one who ordered him, Li Yuntian and the others to be thrown into the forest prison. Chao Zhengwen walked in front of Yang Kai with his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent, his eyes cold. "Brother, do you need something?" Chao Zhengwen coldly snorted. Without speaking, he waved his hand and threw an object directly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out 2 fingers and caught the object. His calm expression made Chao Zhengwen's face tremble. He obviously didn't expect that his hidden energy would be so easily neutralized by Yang Kai. "What is this?" Yang Kai looked at the object in his hand. It was a letter, but he didn't immediately open it. "A promotion order." Chao Zhengwen explained with a straight face. "According to the order of the Elder Council, trial disciple Yang Kai has broken through to the initial element stage and is promoted to an ordinary disciple." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Promoted?" "Correct." Chao Zhengwen nodded. "You have been in the sect for 3 years, but you haven't broken through to the tempered body stage, so you were demoted to a trial disciple. However, since you diligently cultivated and finally broke through to the initial element stage, the Elder Council has decided to give you a promotion opportunity." Opportunity? Yang Kai understood the meaning behind his words. Chao Zhengwen said meaningfully, as long as you complete the task given by the Elder Council, you can be promoted from a trial disciple to an ordinary disciple. In the history of High Heaven Pavilion, only you have received this honor. This is a rare opportunity. Junior brother Yang, you must properly grasp it. Whether or not you can make a comeback will depend on this opportunity. Not interested. Yang Kai waved his hand and threw the promotion order back to Chao Zheng. Chao Zhengwen's expression changed, he raised his hand and took it, saying sternly, Yang Kai, this is the order of the Elder Council. Do you dare to refuse? What happened to the Council of Elders? Yang Kai said impatiently, I don't steal, I don't rob, I'm just an honest High Heaven Pavilion trial disciple. Do they still want to force me to advance? Although Yang Kai didn't know what the mission in the letter was, he knew that it wouldn't be easy to complete. It might even be very dangerous. So you're the kind of person who is content with mediocrity. Chao Zhengwen laughed sarcastically. Speaking of which, this promotion order should have been given to Yang Kai when he was rescued by Su Yan from the forest prison. However, after Yang Kai went to the Nining Valley with Xia Ningchang, the Heaven's Cave Inheritance Order appeared again 2 days after they returned. It had been delayed until now. Whether I'm mediocre or not, it's not up to you to say. Yang Kai curled his lips and walked past Chao Zhengwen. Yang Kai! Chao Zhengwen shouted, attracting the attention of many High Heaven Pavilion disciples, don't think that because you obtained some opportunities in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance you can act so arrogantly. You're not the only one who had a fortuitous encounter there. You dare to ignore the Elder Council's order, you know the consequences. Scram! Yang Kai turned around and roared at Chao Zhengwen with a murderous look on his face. The latter was stunned for a moment, and by the time he reacted, Yang Kai had already disappeared. In front of the Martial Skill Pavilion, there was silence. Many High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had just witnessed the scene were secretly shocked. Yang Kai had actually ignored the Elder Council's order. This was simply unbelievable. For them, the Elder Council's order was the golden rule. Once the order was given, even if it was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, they had to rush through it. When had they ever dared to refuse? But just now, a trial disciple in front of them had refused the Elder Council's order. Wasn't this defying the rules? Did he still have any respect for the elders? Many people admired Kai Yang in their hearts, but at the same time, they also secretly scolded him. They thought that Kai Yang was probably a person who was content with mediocrity, so he refused the promotion order. Chao Zhengwen stood in place with an ashen face. The promotion order in his hand had been crushed by him, and he was both annoyed and at a loss for what to do. The great elder had personally told him that no matter what, Yang Kai had to accept this promotion order and complete the task. As for what the task was, Chao Zhengwen had secretly glanced at it. Go to the ash-gray cloud evil land alone and kill a demon cultivator whose strength was not lower than his own. This task could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. The ash-gray cloud evil land was a place where countless evil cultivators gathered. If one could meet a lone demon cultivator, naturally it would be easy to complete the task, but if one's luck was bad and they encountered a powerful demon cultivator, even the elders would not be able to escape. Chao Zhengwen had thought that Yang Kai would accept the task no matter what, but he had not expected him to be so bold as to refuse the Elder Council's order in front of so many people. How could he explain this? Standing in place for a long time, Chao Zhengwen bitterly clenched his teeth and turned to leave. Early in the morning, his mood was ruined by Chao Zhengwen, so Yang Kai's face was somewhat gloomy. If it were not for that person asking him to come to High Heaven Pavilion 3 years ago, he would not have come all the way here. But why did that person ask him to come to High Heaven Pavilion? What did this place have to do with him? After entering the sect for more than 3 years, Yang Kai had experienced the fickleness of the world and the fickleness of human nature. He did not have the slightest sense of belonging to High Heaven Pavilion. If there was any sense of nostalgia, it was probably only Su Yen. But this sense of nostalgia had only arisen recently. Right, there was also Xia Ning Chang. When he got along with this little senior sister, he felt very warm. While walking, someone hurriedly caught up with him from behind. With a whiff of fragrant wind, a person shouted, "Junior brother Yang." Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look. The person who had come was actually Lan Chudai. Although the conflict in Heaven's Cave inheritance was not very pleasant, after all, they were fellow disciples. Moreover, she did not provoke him. Yang Kai patiently greeted her, "Senior sister Lan." Lan Chudai smiled. Perhaps it was because she was gasping for breath, but her large chest trembled. She seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened in Heaven's Cave inheritance. She looked at Yang Kai with a natural expression and said, "I thought that you would never talk to me again. Senior sister, you worry too much." Yang Kai smiled gently. Lan Chudai's bright eyes stared at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "I was wrong in Heaven's Cave inheritance. Junior brother, I hope that master will not hold a grudge against me." She was a smart woman. She bluntly pointed out what happened in the Heaven's Cave of inheritance and brushed it over lightly, which made her seem more sincere and not hypocritical. Not to mention that Yang Kai was not a petty person. Even if he had a problem with her, at this moment, it would be resolved. Yang Kai smiled faintly and shook his head, "Senior sister is too serious. It is not a big deal. Junior brother, I feel much better now that you have said so." Lan Chudai covered her full chest with her hands. Her expression was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She immediately frowned and said, "Junior brother, you were too reckless today. Why did you refuse the order of the elders? You will be in trouble. Didn't Chao Jingwen say that I am a mediocre person? Since I am mediocre, I don't need to think about promotion. What's wrong with being a trial disciple?" Seeing that Lan Chudai was about to speak, Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't want to talk to anyone today. Please forgive me. Goodbye." Lan Chudai was startled and nodded with a smile. She could naturally see that although Yang Kai's tone was very calm, there was still a hint of coldness between his eyebrows. At this time, if she continued to pester him, it would only annoy him. After saying goodbye to Lan Chudai, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion. Xia Ning Chang was nowhere to be seen. He should have already left. Not only that, but there were also 2 potted plants. Yang Kai felt that they were familiar. It took him a long time to remember that they should be the 2 pots that were placed in front of the contribution hall counter. He often saw Old Man Meng take care of these 2 pots, but now they were moved to this place by Xia Ning Chang. In High Heaven Pavilion, because of Yang Kai's refusal, there was a surging undercurrent. In the first elder's residence, Chao Zhengwen reported the events of the morning with great indignation. After listening to the report, Wei Shitong choked on his tea. He refused. The great elder thought of countless possibilities, but he never thought that Yang Kai would be so bold. Yes. Chao Zhengwen was still furious. He said, not only did he refuse, he even slandered the Elder Council's prestige in front of so many junior martial brothers and sisters. Grand Elder, he shone with an unknown martial art in the Heaven's Cave of Heritage. I'm afraid because of this, he became arrogant and thought that he was a big shot, so he didn't put the Elder Council in his eyes. This person must be severely punished, otherwise it will be difficult to convince others. If in the future the Elder Council issues an order, any disciple can refuse, then you shut up. Wei Shitong slammed the table and looked at Chao Zhengwen angrily. If he refuses, can't you force the order on him and make him accept it? Chao Zhengwen was at a loss. He thought to himself, if he refused, why would I make trouble for myself? Isn't this the same as putting my face on someone's cold butt? His refusal is a good thing. I can use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Why does the great elder have such a reaction? But looking at the great elder's gloomy face, Chao Zhengwen did not dare to say anything. Go, no matter what, even if you kneel down and beg him, make him accept this order. Wei Shitong thought for a while and said in a deep voice. Ah! Chao Zhengwen was stunned. Kneel down and beg? What are you waiting for? The great elder slapped the table into smithereens. Yes. Chao Zhengwen did not dare to stay and quickly left. In the second elder's pavilion, Su Xuanwu was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was a chessboard with black and white pieces crisscrossing. The black pieces were imposing, surrounding the white pieces but not killing them. This was a lifeless endgame. A disciple beside him was reporting something. After hearing the report, Su Xuanwu revealed a strange expression. He refused? That disciple said respectfully, yes, brazenly and condescendingly refused. Su Xuanwu's expression kept changing. After a while, he laughed. Good refusal, good refusal. Eldest senior brother, oh eldest senior brother, you've shot yourself in the foot. I'm afraid this isn't a good feeling. Chapter 165. That day when Treasurer Meng had taken the sect master's jade pendant to the Elder Council to promote Kai Yang to an ordinary disciple, Wei Shitong had wanted to play some tricks. His original intention was to test Kai Yang, but he had not expected that things would not go as he had expected. Kai Yang's rejection had directly caused his initiative to become passive, catching him off guard. Thinking of this, Su Xianwu felt a burst of joy. Second elder, don't we need to take action? Yang Kai's refusal will surely bring him trouble. The disciple asked again. No. Su Xianwu slowly shook his head. There is no need to worry about this, we just need to watch the show. Yes. Although the disciple did not understand why, he did not dare to refute. Wei Shitong, Wei Shitong, I want to see how you explain this to the sect master. With a confident expression, Su Xianwu placed the white piece in his hand. The lifeless situation suddenly showed signs of recovery, and the besieged white piece raised its head like a dragon, faintly showing signs of breaking out. Yang Kai naturally did not know that his unintentional action would involve so many people. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, his mind calm. A day later, Yang Kai stood up and called out to the old demon in his heart. A moment later, a black chi flew out from the coiling dragon stream and wrapped around Yang Kai's fingers before disappearing. What did you find down there? Yang Kai asked. Old servant did not dare to go too deep, only absorbing some demonic chi 1,000 feet down, but did not find much, but young master can rest assured, after old servant recovers some of his strength, he will definitely go deeper to investigate. The old demon's voice sounded. Yang Kai nodded, squatting down and touching the yin-yang monster ginseng, feeding it a drop of yang liquid and saying, stay here and absorb yang qi, remember, if those two women are not here, you must run away, understand? The yin-yang monster ginseng's facial features showed a look of understanding. Young master, are you going somewhere far away? The old demon asked. I'm going out for a walk, you come with me. Of course. The old demon's tone was somewhat excited. Young master, on this trip, if you encounter anyone you want to kill, do not let them go. Old servant's soul breaking all has lost its spirituality and needs a person's soul to repair it. The more souls it absorbs, the stronger the breaking all's effect will. If it can be completely repaired, hey, with one less master, you can dominate the world. Yang Kai smiled faintly, obviously he was not fooled by the old demon's words. He had his own reasons to go out. First, if Yang's to stay. Secondly, he had also considered the fact that Su Yan was currently cultivating the joyous unification art, making it impossible for her to control her own desires. If he stayed here, it would be very difficult for her to control her desires once they surged out. The ice heart art she cultivated was destined to not be able to shake her heart too much. If he left, it would be the same as helping her cut off all means of retreat. She would have to resist with all her strength, which would be of great benefit to her cultivation. The third point was due to personal considerations. Cultivating in the Qi transformation stage was not as simple as just meditating. Only by experiencing life and death would one be able to quickly grow. Thinking of the gap in strength between him and Su Yan, Yang Kai felt that he could no longer stay in the sect and live a comfortable life. Leaving a letter in the cave, Yang Kai packed lightly and left High Heaven Pavilion under the cover of night. In a tree branch that Yang Kai could not see, a green figure stood there. She did not say anything to persuade him to stay, nor did she come forward to say goodbye. Instead, she just quietly watched him. The night wind blew, blowing the thin veil, revealing a face so beautiful it could cause the downfall of a country. After a long time, an old voice sounded behind her, "Disciple, it's late at night, you should rest early." His tone was full of helplessness and love. N. Xia Ning Chang hugged her arms, feeling a little cold. After leaving High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai couldn't think of a good place to go, so he just randomly chose a direction, and with a flash of light under his feet, he dashed off. In one night, he was 200 to 300 li away from High Heaven Pavilion. After a night of rapid travel, Yang Kai's mind was immersed in an atmosphere of enlightenment. He felt the changes in the Yuan Qi in his legs. Every time his speed increased, there would be an inexplicable movement, and he was looking forward to finding a reasonable pattern. Since the Nine Mountain Valley, Yang Kai had roughly understood how to use Yuan Qi to increase his speed. After experimenting with the Heaven's Cave inheritance a few times, the results were not bad. However, this was only a rough use of Yuan Qi, and there was no fixed pattern. When facing an enemy, powerful martial skills were important, but if one had exquisite footwork, it could also make a person like a tiger that had grown wings, making it easier to deal with the enemy's attacks. This was something that Yang Kai deeply experienced when he killed Long Hui. At that time, Long Hui had relied on a set of footwork to play with Yang Kai for a long time. Footwork was something that Yang Kai currently lacked the most. Yang Kai knew that he was only a small cultivator in the Qi transformation stage, so it was impossible for him to create exquisite footwork. However, he could find the most reasonable and effective way to use Yuan Qi from his own walking and running. He could think about how to increase his speed, and how to use the smallest amount of Yuan Qi to its maximum effect. The things that he comprehended might not be very high level, and might not be useful to others, but it was definitely the most suitable for himself. Powerful martial skills were created by those with profound strength through endless comprehension. It was the condensation of one's own strength and thoughts. While comprehending, Yang Kai's movements were strange. His face was full of confusion, as if he had lost his soul, but his legs were moving non-stop. Sometimes he would dash a few dozen li to the east, sometimes he would turn south and walk slowly for a few dozen li, sometimes he would turn west, and sometimes he would turn north. Crossing mountains and crossing rivers, his speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and his direction was uncertain. Occasionally, he would crash into a big tree, or fall into a puddle, causing his clothes to be torn and tattered. However, Yang Kai did not care about this at all. Only when his strength was exhausted, would he stop temporarily and look for some wild animals to fill his stomach. After he recovered, he would continue this aimless journey. Seeing this, Old Demon was secretly startled. With his knowledge and experience, he naturally knew what Yang Kai was doing. It was only because Old Demon knew what he was doing that he was shocked. A mere cultivator in the Qi transformation stage was actually able to fall into such a deep state of comprehension. It was as if his body and mind were one. This completely subverted the old demon's understanding. Although he admired him, the old demon did not think much of it. After all, Yang Kai's strength was too low. Even if he was comprehending and creating, it was impossible for him to obtain anything too profound. According to the old demon's opinion, instead of running around blindly, it was better to find a place to refine some secret treasures that could carry people. With the help of secret treasures, there was no need to use his feet to travel. However, thinking about Yang Kai's personality, the old demon did not dare to say his opinion. This was because the secret treasure refining methods he knew were all extremely evil. It required melting the human body and sealing the human soul. If he said this out loud, he would definitely be spurned by Yang Kai. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai was still immersed in his comprehension. He did not know how many li he had run. There was no progress in his comprehension of his own footwork, but he did have some experience in controlling Yuan Qi. It was really an unintentional willow that turned out to be a shade. In the past, whenever Yang Kai's speed increased sharply, 2 flames would appear under his feet. But now, the flames were no longer visible. Even the fluctuations of Yuan Qi could not be felt. When he was running, there was no trace to be found. It was smooth and natural. Not only that, the traces of Yuan Qi's riot gradually calmed down. It was no longer like when he had just advanced. When Yuan Qi moved, people could see through it at a glance. Another few days passed. Yang Kai, who was running, suddenly slowed down. It was as if he was strolling in a courtyard. After a while, his figure was in a trance. When he reappeared, he was already more than 10 zhang away. Before he could stabilize himself, he was in a trance again. When this figure dissipated, Yang Kai returned to his original position. It was as if he had never moved. His light steps were still leisurely moving forward. After a while, this strange situation appeared again. But this time, Yang Kai's figure flickered more than before. Day after day of comprehension and experimentation, Yang Kai's figure finally flickered 7 times. When he stopped, he was already more than 100 zhang away. His face was a little red. He took a deep breath and a smile appeared on Yang Kai's face. The old demon's voice sounded at the right time. "Congratulations, young lord, on refining your own footwork. This old servant admires young lord's divine power. Don't flatter me." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "In your opinion, what do you think of this footwork?" The old demon pondered for a moment and then said, "Young lord, do you want to hear the truth or lies?" "Let me hear the lies first." The old demon's voice immediately sounded, "This footwork is unparalleled in the world. It doesn't seem to exist in the mortal world. There are no traces of movement, just like the antelope hanging its horns. This old servant is ashamed. I have never seen such exquisite footwork in my life. I really don't know how to evaluate it." Yang Kai laughed heartily. "What you said is too fake. Tell me the truth." "Hee hee." The old demon smiled and said seriously, "Young lord, you created this footwork while in the Qi transformation stage. This old servant really admires you. However, this footwork is not perfect. What young lord is feeling now is too rough. If you use this footwork to deal with a cultivator of the same level, there shouldn't be a big problem. But if you meet an opponent who is stronger than young lord, I'm afraid it will be difficult to use. Moreover, this footwork is a small area movement technique. It's not suitable for long-distance travel. Moreover, I see that young lord can only use this footwork 7 times. I'm afraid that's your limit." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, acknowledging the old demon's words. His current strength was still too low. He couldn't feel anything too deep. He was already very satisfied to be able to create a footwork that belonged to him. When his strength increased in the future, it wouldn't be impossible for him to feel and correct it. Moreover, his harvest was not only to create this footwork, but also to learn how to hide his own yuan qi fluctuations during his travels. When he wasn't fighting, Yang Kai looked no different from a normal person. Even if he fought, he wouldn't be like the mad demon like before, unless he used the unyielding will. Chapter 166. These benefits were not something that could be obtained by meditating in his own cave. Yang Kai was glad that he had decided to come out. "How many days have I been gone?" Yang Kai asked. 35 days, the old demon replied. It had been so long, but Yang Kai did not feel the passage of time at all. He did not expect that his enlightenment would take so long. Fortunately, Dantian had a lot of yang liquid stored in it, all of which were condensed from the pills Xia Ning Chang had given him. Otherwise, it would not have been enough to support him for such a long time. 35 days, I wonder how Su Yan is doing now. However, Yang Kai had confidence in her. Su Yan was not an ordinary woman. The reason why she could not control herself last time was probably because he was still in High Heaven Pavilion, causing her heart to waver. But this time, he was already far away. Under such circumstances, she could only use all her strength to resist the throbbing that came with her cultivation. She would definitely succeed. He believed that the next time they met, Su Yan's strength would have improved a lot. Ice Heart's secret art not only cultivated the body, but also the mind. Where is this? Yang Kai looked around, not knowing where he was. After more than 30 days of running, Yang Kai estimated that he was now very far away from High Heaven Pavilion. Confused, Yang Kai's ears twitched and he looked behind him. There was some movement coming from that direction. Quietly standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai saw a fleet of carriages in the distance. Moving to the side of the road, Yang Kai stared at the approaching fleet. There were a total of 3 carriages in this fleet. Next to the carriages were a few cultivators armed with swords, riding on tall horses. Standing on the side of the road, Yang Kai obviously attracted the attention of these cultivators. He could feel many vigilant eyes looking at him, but Yang Kai's expression was calm and he did not react, just standing there quietly. After more than a month of enlightenment, he had almost completely restrained the yuan qi in his body. Not to mention standing here, even when he moved, he did not necessarily release much yuan qi fluctuations. These cultivators did not seem to be very strong, so how could they know the depth of Yang Kai? Therefore, she only glanced at him for a moment and then let her guard down. On the first horse, a middle-aged man shouted at Yang Kai, "Little beggar, get out of the way. Don't block the road." Yang Kai frowned. He didn't want to be a busybody, so he took a few steps back to avoid eating the dust. Yang Kai originally wanted to stop them and ask where this place was, but when he saw the vigilant look of the cultivator, he dismissed the idea. It would be bad if there was any misunderstanding. A few horses whizzed past, followed by a procession of carriages. Looking carefully, Kai Yang noticed that among the 3 carriages, the one in the middle had left a deep mark on the ground. It should be some kind of valuable object that had been planted there. As the last carriage passed by, a faint fragrance wafted from it. From the window of that carriage, a pair of bright eyes met Yang Kai's for a brief moment. This carriage was obviously filled with women. After the procession of carriages passed by, Yang Kai walked on the road and looked in the direction they were heading. He didn't know where this place was, but since the procession of carriages was going this way, it must be going to a place with people. He might as well follow. But after a few steps, Yang Kai's face darkened. He found that a person in the procession of carriages turned around and rushed towards him. This person was the middle-aged man who shouted at him just now. What is he going to do? Rob? Kai Yang couldn't help but sneer. Since he was so daring, he stood there motionless. Not long after, the middle-aged man rode his horse to Yang Kai and pulled the reins. The tall horse raised its front hooves and neighed. Yang Kai looked at him quietly. The middle-aged man looked a little impatient and said, "Little beggar, you are lucky. My lady is kind-hearted. She said that there might be bandits and wild beasts in this wilderness. She asked us to give you a ride." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he bent down and reached out to grab Yang Kai's collar. Yang Kai wanted to resist, but he quickly restrained himself. Although the other party's attitude was not good, he did not have any malicious intentions. Anyway, he was going to chase them to a place with people. This approach was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. The middle-aged man lifted Yang Kai and placed him on the horse's back. He patted the horse's belly with his feet and shouted, turned the horse's head and chased after the procession of carriages. Yang Kai was confused. While he was hesitating, the middle-aged man had returned to the procession of carriages. He lifted his collar again and threw him into the air. He smiled and said, "Old Wu, catch." On the first carriage, the old coachman didn't even bat an eyelid. The whip in his hand swept through the air, wrapping around Kai Yang's waist. With a gentle tug, he pulled Kai Yang to his side and sat him down. The procession of carriages didn't stop for a moment from beginning to end. This old man was a master. Yang Kai looked at old Wu in surprise. He estimated that he was at least in Yuan Chi state. Although in a sect like High Heaven Pavilion, Yuan Chi state was nothing. The younger generation, Su Yan and Xie Hongchen, had already cultivated to Yuan Chi state. But for those small forces and families, Yuan Chi state was already an existence they looked up to. There were even some who could dominate a small place even if they were in separation and reunion state. Old Wu was motionless. His eyelids were drooping, and the wrinkles on his face were crisscrossing. He looked like he was about to die. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, he picked up a water bottle beside him and handed it to Yang Kai. "Thank you, old mister." Yang Kai took a sip and immediately spat it out. The cultivator on the horses in front laughed. Someone said, "Old Wu, how can you give him such a strong drink? Isn't this the same as asking for his life? Your wine, we don't dare to touch it." Yang Kai felt as if there was a fire in his throat. He was secretly speechless. It wasn't that he hadn't drunk wine before, but this was the first time he had drunk such a strong drink. "I'll return it to you." Yang Kai felt that he didn't have the fortune to enjoy it, so he handed the bottle back. Elder Wu took it and drank a mouthful. His withered face seemed to be glowing, and he drove the carriage more and more skillfully. Being kindly taken in, Yang Kai didn't say much. He just quietly sat beside old Wu. When they reached the destination, they separated from the group. The speed of the convoy wasn't very fast. After all, they still had to take care of the women's health. It wasn't until evening that they had traveled 70 to 80 li. When night fell, the convoy stopped and found a place in the wilderness to start a fire and cook. There were about 30 people in this group, all of whom were veterans. Soon, the smell of delicious food filled the air. Yang Kai walked down and stretched his body, thinking about the insights he had gained over the past few days and stabilizing his state of mind. Not long after, a third carriage also walked down. Yang Kai turned his head and saw 3 women coming down. One of them was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Her figure was plump and her skin was like white jade. Her charm was boundless. Beside her were 2 younger women, both of them in their 20s. One of them was dressed as a maidservant. Her eyes twinkled as she supported the other. The one being supported should be the young lady mentioned by the middle-aged man. This young lady was also a pretty girl with a graceful figure. In terms of appearance, although she couldn't compare with Su Yan or the Hu sisters, she was still a beauty. Especially her floral dress, which made her look exquisite. As soon as these 3 women appeared, Yang Kai clearly felt many cultivators' eyes turn towards him. Whether it was the dignified and graceful appearance of the beautiful woman, the delicate appearance of the young lady, or the charming appearance of the maidservant, all of them had extraordinary temperaments and naturally attracted the eyes of men. As he was looking, the maidservant suddenly glared at Yang Kai and scolded, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes." Although her tone was fierce and she was scolding Yang Kai, her words seemed to be referring to something else. The surrounding gazes quickly turned away. Yang Kai coughed dryly and looked away. "Chui, the young lady whispered. The maidservant Chui, muttered unhappily and helped the young lady and the madam to the side to rest. After a while, it was finally time to eat. A group of cultivators were minding their own business. The madam and the young lady were also taken care of by the maidservant Chui. However, Yang Kai, an outsider, was ignored at all. He sat aside and looked pitiful. The madam and the young lady obviously saw it. They whispered to Chui. The latter nodded and went to get some food. She walked to Yang Kai and handed it to him. "Little beggar, eat something." Yang Kai didn't refuse. He reached out to take it and thanked her. Chui smiled at him charmingly. She squatted down and whispered, "Little beggar, don't be angry. I didn't scold you just now." Yang Kai frowned. "What did you call me?" He felt strange as early as during the day. The middle-aged man seemed to have called him that, but he didn't understand at that time. Now Chui also called him that. "Little beggar, aren't you?" Chui pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were like the moon. "I'm a little beggar." Yang Kai finally understood. "Does this mean that I'm a beggar?" Yang Kai was shocked when he looked down. His clothes were tattered and covered with dust and stains. It was extremely shabby. Chui smiled happily. She took out a small bronze mirror from her arms and handed it to Yang Kai. She said, "Look at yourself. Which part of you doesn't look like a little beggar?" Yang Kai took a deep breath when he glanced at it. This is what I look like now." His hair was as messy as a chicken's nest, with several strands of long hair sticking together and draped over his shoulders. His face was covered in dirt, and it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. Coupled with his sloppy clothes, he looked just like a little beggar. He had been learning the footwork for more than a month, but he ended up like this. Yang Kai vaguely remembered that he had knocked into trees many times and fell into puddles several times. Chui smiled and took back the bronze mirror. She exhaled and asked, "Little beggar, where did you come from? Why are you walking alone in the wilderness?" Yang Kai said angrily, "I've been begging all the way here. I don't know where I came from." "You're so pitiful." Chui sighed. She wanted to help Yang Kai pat the dust on his body, but she didn't want to dirty her hands. She could only frown. Chapter 167. It's a pity that I don't have clothes that you can wear. Otherwise, I can give you a few sets of clothes. It's autumn now. It will be very cold at night. You wear so little. Be careful not to catch a cold. Chui looked at Yang Kai sympathetically. She saw that Yang Kai was only wearing thin clothes. His body was thin. His ribs could be vaguely seen between his chest and abdomen. His face was dirty, but his eyebrows were handsome. His eyes were bright. Obviously, he was not old. He was so young, but he couldn't eat enough and wear warm clothes. Chui thought. Listening to her, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Well, you are delicious. If it's not enough, you can go there and get more. No one will dare to say anything." Chui clapped her hands and stood up. Then, she went to serve the madam and the young miss again. After a night of silence, the convoy set off again the next day. For 2 days, Yang Kai stayed in the convoy. During the day, he sat beside old Wu and watched him whip the horse. During the rest time, the maid Chui would sometimes come and talk to him. After 2 days of chatting with Chui, Yang Kai also learned about their whereabouts. About 3 days away from here, there was a city called High City. Their destination was there. This group of people came from Tongzhou. They were originally a small force there. But half a year ago, the master of this family died. The madam took the young miss to High City to seek refuge with a close friend of the master. About these things, Chui didn't say anything in detail. Obviously, she didn't dare to say too much. But Yang Kai also inferred something from it. No one was willing to drag their family and leave their hometown, especially orphans and widows. This journey was thousands of miles away. They had to go through a lot of risks and worries. If there wasn't a last resort, how could they make such a choice? Yang Kai guessed that the master of this family must have offended a lot of people in Tongzhou. When he died, the madam and the young miss had no one to rely on. Naturally, they could only go far away. Traveling with the convoy, these large number of cultivator also confirmed Yang Kai's inference. According to Chui, these cultivator, half of them were cultivated by the master when he was alive. After the master died, they were still willing to protect the madam and the young miss until they returned to Tongzhou. Some of them were hired. Along the way, they encountered quite a few bandits who tried to rob them, but they managed to turn misfortune into blessings. Fortunately, they did not suffer any losses. Yang Kai also asked Chui about the situation in Sea City, but Chui had never been there herself, so she wasn't very clear about it. He had only heard from the madam that this was a city by the sea, and it had a scenery that was different from the interior. A city by the sea. Yang Kai was also a little bit curious. If it wasn't for the enlightenment of his footwork, Kai Yang reckoned that he wouldn't have been able to walk so far. He knew the Dark Han dynasty's territory, the southernmost part was the endless sea. With some expectations in his heart, Yang Kai continued to walk with the convoy. Although the image was very unkempt, Yang Kai didn't take care of it. This group of people already thought he was a little beggar. If he took care of it, he would suddenly become handsome. It would only arouse suspicion. In these 2 days, what Yang Kai did the most was to observe the movements of old Wu who was driving the carriage. He found that when the old man was driving the horse, there was an indescribable charm when he swung the whip. The whip was not loud, but it could make the horse gallop. His strength was only at the Yuan Qi level, which was not very high. But after all, he was old. He had his own accumulation and understanding of martial arts. And these were all hidden in the way he swung the whip. Yang Kai looked as if he was drunk. Combined with his own understanding of the footwork a few days ago, he faintly felt that there were some similarities. Old Wu didn't care about him. He swung the whip by himself and occasionally drank a mouthful of strong wine. The two of them sat on the shaft of the carriage and didn't say a word for the whole day. That evening, the caravan stopped once again. Yang Kai got off the carriage and left the crowd. As usual, he found a secluded place to sit down. He pulled up a weed from the ground and swung it casually. The cultivator in the carriage didn't like him very much. No one would like a beggar. If it wasn't for the kindness of the young lady, they wouldn't have brought Yang Kai along. After a while, footsteps sounded behind him. Without looking back, Yang Kai knew who it was. "Hey, little beggar." The voice of the maid, Chui came. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and rubbed his forehead. "I already told you my name. Can't you change the way you call me?" The 3 words "little beggar" were not very pleasant to hear. "Little brat." Chui looked at him angrily. She turned her palm and took out 2 chestnuts. She handed one to Yang Kai and picked up the other one to peel. This girl often took out snacks to share with Yang Kai when she was resting. Yang Kai didn't understand why she didn't hate him when he looked like a poor beggar. Later, he asked and found out that Cui Er had a younger brother, but he starved to death. The two siblings also begged before they were taken in by the madam and the young lady. Yang Kai looked about the same age as her dead brother. Naturally, she didn't hate him. Did you steal food from the young lady again? Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Cui Er stared at him. How is this stealing? This is given to me by the young lady. The young lady treats me very well. She will give me a little of everything to eat. Then why don't you stay and serve her? Yang Kai peeled the chestnut and stuffed it into his mouth. The young lady and the madam are tired from the journey. They said that they want to rest. I don't need to serve them. Cui Er replied. She glanced at Yang Kai and said, Little beggar, what are you going to do when we reach High City? I don't know. I am going to walk around. Yang Kai shook his head. Cui Er curled her lips. You make it sound so nice. Isn't it just begging with a broken bowl? It's not like my sister didn't do it before. Yang Kai smiled and didn't explain. Well, you can follow us. Anyway, when we reach High City, we will need to recruit some servants. I think you're pretty smart and quick-witted. Being a servant won't be too bad. What do you think? With my guarantee, the madam and the young lady won't have a problem. Wait until you earn some money. Maybe you can find a good wife. Cui Er said. She was quite charming and beautiful. When she spoke like this, her expression was very ambiguous. It added to the seductive feeling. Yang Kai agreed. Well, it would be good if I can find a wife like you. Cui Er covered her mouth and chuckled. You are really bad. You deserve to be a beggar all your life. I have to think about whether I should lead a wolf into the house. You really have to think about it. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He just casually agreed. This time, he came out to gain experience. He couldn't run to other people to be a servant. But if he refused now, he would have to waste a lot of time explaining. Okay. I won't talk nonsense with you. I have never seen a beggar like you. Cui Er glared at Yang Kai. She then lazily stood up and said, We will arrive at Sea City in 1 day. You should rest well tonight. I'm also tired. I won't be able to help you with your meal later. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. These days, every time it was time to eat, Cui Er would help him get rice. She was afraid that he would be bullied by the cultivator group. After watching Cui Er enter the third carriage, Yang Kai continued to shake the withered grass in his hand. He wanted to find the feeling of old Wu. Not long after, the food was ready. With a shout, many cultivator rushed over. Yang Kai also stood up and walked over. But before he could take a few steps, someone stepped in front of Yang Kai and blocked him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw the middle-aged man from that day. He was staring at him with a cold face. What's wrong? Yang Kai frowned. Get out of here. There is no food for you tonight. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with disdain. His voice was low and his eyes were full of threat. A sneer appeared on Kai Yang's face as he stared at him quietly. Your eyes are good. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and threatened again. But if you want to die, I can help you. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He turned around and sat back. He didn't want to have a conflict with these people. No matter what, he was taken in, and Cui Er treated him well. There was no need to make a fuss over dinner. He wouldn't starve to death if he missed a meal. At least you know what's good for you. The middle-aged man snorted. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the moment Yang Kai turned around, he seemed to see the middle-aged man's expression relax. This sudden change in expression caused Yang Kai's heart to clench as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He quickly called out to Old Demon, warning him to remain vigilant while he scanned his surroundings. This time, Yang Kai was even more surprised. Although this place was the same as the place where he usually rested, it was even more desolate. The place where he usually rested had traces left by people. But this place was definitely a ghost place that no one cared about. To put it bluntly, this place was most suitable for killing people and throwing away corpses. It shouldn't be, right? Yang Kai was a little suspicious. He looked up at the sky. It was pitch black and the wind whistled. It was a moonless and windy night. It was a good time to kill and set fire. On the other side, many cultivators were fighting for food. They chatted and laughed as they ate. Although Old Wu was a coachman, his status was definitely not low. Because at this moment, someone was serving food to him. He sat by the shaft of the carriage, drinking and looking at the sky. He looked old and desolate. Not long after, everyone was full. The thing that Yang Kai had been worried about didn't happen. He couldn't help but laugh at himself for being too sensitive. After the group finished eating, they chatted for a while. Under the middle-aged man's orders, a few were left to keep watch. Most of them sat around the fire and slept. Yang Kai also slowly relaxed. He lay in the distance and closed his eyes to rest. 2 hours later, the old demon's voice suddenly sounded. "Young master, something is wrong." Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't need the old demon's reminder. He also felt that something was wrong. The group of martial artists who were sleeping around the bonfire were breathing heavily at this moment. Generally speaking, when a cultivator walked in the wild, they had to be vigilant at all times even if they were in a group. It was impossible for them to fall into deep sleep at night. Basically, they just closed their eyes and slept lightly. It was enough to recover their strength and spirit. They had been like this for the past few nights. But now, these people were all in deep sleep. Yang Kai reckoned that if he wanted to wake them up, he would have to make a big commotion. Chapter 168. The cultivator had the responsibility to protect them, so it was impossible for them to be so careless. The only explanation left was that they were drugged and had no choice. Recalling the attitude of the middle-aged man towards him during dinner and the instant he relaxed, Kai Yang faintly understood what was going on. In his eyes, he was just an ordinary beggar. The dinner was definitely drugged. If he ate like those people, he would definitely be drugged. After all, an ordinary person's resistance would not be as strong as a cultivator's. Once he fell, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Although the truth was not so, this was definitely the middle-aged man's worry. That was why he threatened him so fiercely and did not let him eat dinner. When he turned around and left, the middle-aged man was relieved. Guarding day and night, it was hard to guard against thieves. What was the middle-aged man planning? Was it money, beauty, or something else? Yang Kai hoped that his guess was wrong. This young lady was kind and Chui Er treated him well. Good people always have good karma. But when he quietly looked towards the cultivator's gathering place, his heart could not help but feel cold. Beside the flickering bonfire, a few figures sneakily climbed up. Then they slowly pulled out the sword at their waist and slit the neck of their unconscious companions who had been eating and living with them for the past few days. A slight sound was heard and blood splattered. Just like that, a few lives and souls had silently returned to the netherworld. Yang Kai did not dare to move. Although he had advanced to the Qi transformation stage, the number of thieves was not small. Moreover, the middle-aged man was also an expert of the Yuan Qi stage. Acting rashly would only cause him to lose his life. Moreover, he did not know if there were any thieves hiding in the crowd. Was Old Wu with them? If so, with Old Man Wu's ability, everyone was destined to be doomed. Squinting his eyes, he looked towards the carriage where Old Wu was. Yang Kai could not help but relax, but immediately became nervous again. Because he saw that the middle-aged man was coldly and vigilantly moving towards Old Wu. His footsteps were silent and his aura was restrained to the extreme. The long sword in his hand was by his side. Under the dark sky, there was no reflection. Old Wu was not one of them. But at this moment, his life was also in danger. Yang Kai's mind raced. He quietly reached out and found a small stone on the ground. He pinched it on his fingertips and suddenly flicked it out. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to hit Old Wu to see if he could wake him up, but he didn't dare to use too much yuan qi to expose himself. This time, the stone actually missed its mark and hit the middle-aged man's sword by accident. Clang! A crisp sword cry rang out. In this murderous, life-reaping, and incomparably quiet night, it seemed incomparably abrupt. The middle-aged man obviously did not expect such a change. The moment the voice rang out, his expression suddenly turned cold. Without any hesitation, he shook his long sword and stabbed towards Old Wu. At this critical juncture, Old Wu opened his sleepy eyes and instinctively leaned to the side. Blood splattered as Old Wu's shoulder was pierced through. The pain instantly woke him up, and the whip in his hand made a crisp cracking sound. He charged towards the middle-aged man and shouted angrily, "Zhang Ding! What are you doing?" Zhang Ding did not answer. He pulled back his long sword and fought with Old Wu with a cold expression. Yang Kai quietly looked around and found that the sleeping cultivator had been awakened at this moment. He couldn't help but feel relieved. It seemed that the middle-aged man, Zhang Ding, was also very careful when he drugged them. He did not dare to use too obvious fatal poison or too strong of a knockout drug. After all, this kind of drug was very strong and smelled very strong. It could be easily seen through. However, his cautiousness had ruined his entire plan after the sword chime had sounded. If it wasn't for that sword chime, everyone here would have been silently killed by Zhang Ding and his subordinates. After the sleeping cultivator was awakened, they all looked around blankly and were a little confused. Not long after, there was a cry of alarm, "Sun Jianming is dead." Who did it? Before he finished speaking, the man felt a chill in his chest. He looked down and saw the tip of a sword pierce through his body. "Jiaohong, what are you doing?" The roar was mixed with an incredulous question. In this kind of situation, the most frightening thing was to be stabbed in the back by trusted companions. The group of cultivator had just woken up and a few of them were quickly dealt with by Zhang Ding's subordinates. Only at this moment did they finally react. They roared and started to fight with them with incomparable anger. The battlefield was divided into two groups. One group was a chaotic battle between the soldiers, and the other group was a one-on-one battle between Zhang Ding and Old Wu. Curses, anger, and questions were endless. At this moment, Yang Kai took advantage of the night and quietly moved towards the third carriage. He originally wanted to run. This was the safest way. But thinking of Cui Er's care for him these days, Yang Kai felt uneasy. The three women in the carriage were obviously awakened by the movement outside. When Yang Kai came here, he heard Cui Er's somewhat dissatisfied voice from inside, "Why are you making so much noise in the middle of the night?" Then there was the sound of clothes being put on. Kai Yang didn't waste any time. Lifting the carriage's curtain, he entered. "Who is it?" Cui was shocked. Raising her two delicate fists, she threw a punch towards Yang Kai's face. "Don't hit, it's me." Yang Kai held Cui Er's two hands and held them tightly. "Little beggar." Cui Er finally recognized Yang Kai's voice. She immediately gritted her teeth and said, "You lecher, get out of here." As he spoke, he sent a kick towards Yang Kai. In the carriage, the madam and the young lady were also scared by Yang Kai. They were shivering like quails in the cold winter. "Shut up." Yang Kai covered her mouth. He pressed her down on the board of the carriage. She was about to speak. She suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Close at hand, Yang Kai clearly saw that Cui was only wearing a small underwear at the moment. She did not have time to tidy up her outer clothes. "Zhang Ding is rebelling. You hear it yourself," Yang Kai quickly said. These words were said to the three women in the carriage. After all, it was indeed a bit abrupt to rush in the middle of the night. He had to explain the reason. Looking at the madam and the young lady, Yang Kai quickly looked away. He found that these three women were really bold. When sleeping in the carriage at night, they only took off their underwear. The young lady was better, but the madam's clothes were much less than Cui's. Although the light was dim, Yang Kai's eyesight was extraordinary now. He saw everything that should not be seen. The three women in the carriage were stunned and listened carefully. Sure enough, they heard old Wu scolding Zhang Ding mixed with Zhang Ding's cold laughter. How could this be? Cui was stunned. At this moment, the madam and the young lady were holding the quilt in front of them. Their faces were pale. "Put on your clothes first. I will take you out of here." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He did not know how long old Wu and the other cultivator could hold on. He also did not know who would have the last laugh in this battle. But he absolutely could not continue to stay in the carriage. Yang Kai's calmness slightly affected the three women. When they heard his words, they remembered what they should do at this moment. The madam's face was a little red. She said in a trembling voice, "Little beggar. Can you go down first and wait for us to put on our clothes?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her. He was a little impatient. "Madam, if you still want to live, don't worry too much. If I go down now, I will only expose my whereabouts." Madam nodded slightly after hearing his words. The three women quickly put on their clothes in the carriage. Although Yang Kai's back was facing them, the madam and the young lady were still blushing. A mother and a daughter wearing clothes in front of a man. This was something that they did not dare to think about before. Now that the situation forced them to do it, they could only suppress the shyness in their hearts. Cui was better. She was more open, and she was more familiar with Yang Kai. She was dressed neatly in a short time. Then, she went to help the madam and the young lady. After a short while, the three women had put on their clothes. "Let's run away quickly." Cui's voice was a little trembling. Yang Kai was about to open the curtain of the carriage. He stopped and said with a gloomy face, "It's too late." Before he finished his words, old Wu's scream was heard. After a few breaths of time, the battle outside gradually stopped. Old Wu and the cultivator who was guarding the carriage had obviously failed. Old Wu and the others were drugged, so they could not use their full strength. Zhang Ding and his men attacked first. Even though they were outnumbered, they still had the upper hand. "Cough, cough, old bastard." A weak cough came from outside. It was the voice of the middle-aged man, Zhang Ding. Obviously, he was badly injured in the battle with old Wu. This cough gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope to survive. "What should we do? What should we do?" Cui held Yang Kai tightly and asked with a sobbing voice. The madam and the young lady also looked at him anxiously. At this moment, the young man who was regarded as a little beggar by the three women was their savior. "Don't panic. Madam, you use words to trick him. I will find an opportunity to make a move," Yang Kai said softly. He took a deep breath and held his breath to suppress his heartbeat. The madam was still a madam. Although she was in a dangerous situation and her face was pale, she still nodded when she heard Yang Kai's words. She was not like Cui and the young lady who were panicking. The sound of footsteps approached from outside. Yang Kai listened carefully and deduced that there were only 5 people left. As the sound of footsteps approached, Cui Er leaned closer to Kai Yang. Her delicate body trembled. In this dark night, the sound of approaching footsteps was like an evil spirit, causing people to feel panic in their hearts. The footsteps finally stopped outside the carriage. Zhang Ding coughed again and said in a weak voice, "Madam, young lady, please get out of the carriage." The madam took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "Zhang Ding, my master treated you like a brother when he was alive. Why did you do this?" It could be heard that the madam's question was painful. Obviously, she did not expect Zhang Ding to be so decisive. There was a long silence outside. After a long time, Zhang Ding said, "Madam, please forgive me. People die for wealth and birds die for food. My master has passed away, but he left behind such a big property. Madam and young lady are powerless. How can you keep it? Only for wealth?" The madam smiled bitterly and asked, "What about the others? Do they also think the same?" Zhang Ding said, "Yes." The madam smiled bitterly, "Since that is the case, you can take the property and go. Zhang Ding, if you still care about our old friendship, please let us go. We just want to live today. We don't want anything else." The madam's words clearly showed that she did not place all her hopes on Kai Yang. Although he appeared to be very calm, in the madam's eyes, he was just a little beggar. How could he resist the powerful Zhang Ding? Chapter 169. When Zhang Ding heard the madam's words, he was unmoved. He chuckled and said, "Madam, please get out of the carriage first. Do you really want to be so heartless?" The madam's face was ashen. Zhang Ding did not agree to her request. Obviously, he planned to eliminate the source of trouble. "Madam." Zhang Ding's voice was cold, "If you cooperate, I will leave you with a complete corpse. But if you refuse..." I'm ashamed to say this, but this one has admired Madam for a long time. It's a pity that I can't get close to her. But before Madam dies, I want to fulfill this wish of mine." In the carriage, the madam's delicate body trembled. She clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles turned white. She could imagine what would happen to her if Zhang Ding wanted to do anything to her. "You heartless thing." Cui Er could not help but curse. Zhang Ding sneered, "Cui Er, I hope you can still curse when you are stripped naked." One of the few cultivators who were still alive laughed wildly and said, "Cui Er, I will take care of you later." Cui Er's face turned pale. She shrank behind Yang Kai. Inside the carriage, the 3 women were all trembling incessantly, and even the carriage was shaking from time to time. "Madam, I will give you 10 breaths of time to get out of the carriage. I will give you a quick death and give you a proper burial." Zhang Ding gave her an ultimatum. The madam closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears flowed out. She held her daughter's hand. Her face was full of despair. After a while, she made up her mind. She opened her eyes and smiled at her daughter. Her eyes were full of determination. Instead of being humiliated, it was better to have a quick death. When she was about to get up, she was pressed back by Yang Kai. The latter slowly shook his head at her. 10 breaths of time passed quickly. Zhang Ding's impatient voice sounded, "It seems that the madam wants to give me this opportunity. In that case, it would be impolite for me to refuse." With that said, Zhang Dingzhong lifted the curtain of the carriage and was about to walk in. But before his footsteps landed, a pitch-black, filthy face appeared before his eyes. This person grinned at him, revealing 2 rows of white fangs. Little beggar. This face was clearly the face of the little beggar that he had brought over a few days ago. Zhang Ding turned pale with fright. He was so focused on his wife that he didn't notice that there were other people in the carriage. After the initial shock, he became furious. He was a master of Yuan Qi, but he was scared by a beggar. He really lost face. Without thinking too much, Zhang Ding reached out and grabbed Yang Kai, intending to throw him out. Yang Kai did not dodge. His seemingly light and powerless fists quickly struck out. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 punches had landed on Zhang Ding's chest. What incredible speed! Zhang Ding was shocked again, but he immediately sneered, "You're courting death." He didn't feel much destructive power from this little beggar's fist, so he just thought that it was a random punch. He threw Yang Kai away and said angrily, "Kill him." Several of Zhang Ding's subordinates moved out upon hearing the order. Their swords flashed as they charged towards Yang Kai. "Little beggar!" Cui exclaimed. She never thought that the calm Yang Kai was actually a fake master. He was defeated by Zhang Ding in just one move. Before her voice died away, Zhang Ding's face suddenly changed. Half of his body that was in the carriage froze in place. His face turned red and his eyes bulged out. It was a terrifying sight. The next moment, accompanied by an explosive sound, a pool of blood appeared on Zhang Ding's chest. Violent and scorching Yuan Qi suddenly surged within his body. Zhang Ding was scared out of his wits. Only now did he realize that the punches that the little beggar threw at him were very powerful. He hurriedly operated the Yuan Qi in his body to suppress the throbbing in his chest. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds came out. Zhang Ding's entire chest was badly mutilated. He screamed and retreated out of the carriage. He was indeed a master of the Yuan Qi realm. The Yuan Qi in his body was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Yang Kai threw out 4 or 5 burning yang bursts without hesitation. Moreover, it was the burning yang bursts after he was enlightened. There was no trace of the attack, but it still only injured him severely and didn't take his life. Blood and pieces of flesh spurted out of Zhang Ding's chest and splashed onto the faces of the 3 girls. When Zhang Ding retreated, they also screamed. At the same time, Zhang Ding's subordinates also attacked Yang Kai with their swords. But the crowd only saw Yang Kai's figure turn illusory and suddenly disappear. All the attacks missed. The footwork that he learned over the past month finally came in handy at this critical moment. Old Demon wrapped himself in the Soul Breaker All and let out a strange laugh as he transformed into a mass of black qi, disturbing the minds of the surrounding cultivators, causing them to be flustered for a moment. What the hell is this? Someone's expression changed drastically, but just as he finished shouting, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared behind him, punching out fiercely, right in the middle of his back. This person's strength was not high. When the hidden energy of the burning yang bursts entered his body, he couldn't resist it like Zhang Ding. The Yuan Qi surged and his face turned red. The old demon took the opportunity to enter his body with the Soul Breaker All. When it came out, the person's body exploded into a cloud of blood. The strange laughter became more and more terrifying. The old demon was originally a 10,000-year-old demon. Although the power of his spirit was greatly reduced, his laughter still contained a power that made people's hearts palpitate. Yang Kai and his cooperation were almost invincible. Zhang Ding's subordinates were all killed before he could even finish executing a set of footwork. All of them exploded into pieces of flesh and broken limbs. Until now, Zhang Ding had just resolved Yang Kai's true yang energy. He looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious and crazy face and shouted in disbelief, "Little beggar, you have been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." The beggar that he thought was just an ordinary person was now the biggest obstacle to his plan. How could Zhang Ding calm down? What's more, he was caught off guard by Yang Kai and suffered a great loss. At this moment, his eyes were scarlet. He looked at Yang Kai with an expression as if he wanted to eat him. Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, stood there quietly and looked at him. He said lightly, "How much of your strength do you have left?" If Zhang Ding was in his best condition, Yang Kai estimated that unless he used the star mark, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, although the star mark was powerful, it took too long to gather power. It was not suitable for a life-and-death battle. But now, Zhang Ding was not in his best condition. First, he fought with Boss Wu. Then, he was attacked by Yang Kai. His chest was bloody. It was hard to say how much strength he had left. Yang Kai was not afraid of him. "Even if I only have 20% of my strength left, it is enough to kill you," Zhang Ding roared. The long sword in his hand was flickering. He used his footwork to get close to Yang Kai. He stabbed with his sword a few times, vowing to kill Yang Kai with his sword. Not waiting for Zhang Ding to fully display his sword skills, Old Demon wrapped himself in the Soul Breaker All and clashed with him, cackling endlessly. Under his heavy injuries, Zhang Ding was unable to break through Old Demon's blockade and couldn't help calling out, "What kind of artifact is this?" He was a person with rich combat experience and knowledge, but he had never seen such a strange secret treasure like the Soul Breaker All. It did not need to be activated, but it could attack by itself. Moreover, there was a terrifying laughter coming from inside it. It seemed that it was psychic. It was really strange. "A secret treasure that will kill you." Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhang Ding's hair stood on end. He clearly saw Yang Kai standing not far from him. How could he suddenly appear behind him? When he looked again, the little beggar in front of him was blurred. It was just an afterimage. He hurriedly pulled out his sword and stabbed it in the air. Yang Kai had already used his footwork to flash to his left side. Without hesitation, he punched. Zhang Ding could not defend himself. He screamed and his whole arm exploded. In an instant, his arm drooped down. This punch broke his shoulder blade. Moreover, the yuan qi that invaded his body was very pure. It was not something that a qi-transforming stage cultivator could have. This made Zhang Ding particularly shocked. Although he had only practiced double cultivation with Su Yan a few times, the art of joyous union had a significant effect on refining the purity of yuan qi. The purity of the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was far beyond his current level. This was all thanks to the art of joyous union. The old demon took the opportunity to attack. The Soul Breaker All collided with his long sword, producing a clanking sound. One master and one slave, the two swords were perfect without any flaws. Zhang Ding could only focus on the front and ignore the back. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he staggered and was covered in blood. His mind was greatly shaken. How could Zhang Ding have the will to continue fighting? If he did not run, he felt that he would die here. However, Yang Kai and the old demon would not give him a chance to escape. One from the front and one from the back, completely blocked his escape route. Another burning sun explosion was released. Zhang Ding vomited a mouthful of blood and his mind was distracted. The old demon saw the opportunity and rushed into his body with the Soul Breaker All. Zhang Ding's expression suddenly became confused. His eyes gradually lost their light and he fell to the ground. A moment later, the old demon reappeared. Accompanied by wild laughter and chewing sounds, it turned into black gas and disappeared into Yang Kai's fingertips. In this battle, the old demon had swallowed several souls. It was a great supplement. Standing in the same place and panting, Yang Kai felt a sense of powerlessness. This time, he did not use the unyielding will because the battle with Zhang Ding did not bring him any pressure or danger. However, Yang Kai could feel that his strength was still too low. If Zhang Ding was not injured, if he did not succeed in his sneak attack, if he did not have the yang liquid stored in the dantian, how could he fight with such a master face to face? Just by using the burning sun explosion, it only took 3 moves to drain the Yuan Qi in his meridians. If it was any other Qi transforming stage cultivator, they would have already become a corpse. As for himself, he had to use almost 10 moves of the Burning Sun explosion to kill Zhang Ding with the help of the old demon. The hardships involved were not worth mentioning. After calming down for a while, Yang Kai slowly walked towards the 3rd carriage. As the sound of footsteps approached, the 3 women in the carriage became nervous. Cui Er's trembling voice came out, "Little beggar." "Yes." Yang Kai weakly replied. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing Cui Er's pale face. Behind her, the madam and the young lady looked at Yang Kai nervously. "Where are they?" Cui Er looked around. "Dead." Cui Er immediately covered her mouth and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. The madam and the young lady could not help but exhale. They thought that they would not be able to escape, but they never thought that they would be able to survive. This kind of narrow escape from death made them feel weak all over. Once they relaxed, the 3 women in the carriage felt weak. "Stay here and don't move. I will go and see if there are any survivors." Yang Kai told them and turned around to check the bonfire. Chapter 170. Not long after, Yang Kai came back with a cold face. "How is it?" the madam asked nervously. "They are all dead." Yang Kai shook his head. Zhang Ding's group was very clean. Those who were killed in their sleep were all killed in one blow. Those who were killed in battle were also dead. In the whole team, only Yang Kai and the 3 women were still alive. The sobbing sound of the young lady came from the carriage. Cui Er also rubbed her eyes hard. The madam was used to many storms. Although her heart was sad, she held back her tears. People die for wealth, birds die for food. The madam whispered softly as if she was mocking and scolding. After letting the 3 women feel sad for a while, Yang Kai said, "What are you going to do? Do you still want to go to Sea City?" The madam looked up and nodded slightly. She looked at Yang Kai with hope. "Young man, can you escort us through this section?" They were in the wilderness. After experiencing such a tragic thing, how could they dare to walk alone? Cui Er also grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said pitifully, "Little beggar, you can't leave us alone." Cui Er. The madam reprimanded, "Don't be rude." Before, she had eyes but failed to see. She thought Yang Kai was a little beggar. But now, he saved her life. If she still called him that, it would be rude. Yang Kai looked at Cui Er and nodded, "There is still a day's journey. I will send you there." "Thank you, young man," the madam was relieved. "I knew you wouldn't leave us alone." Compared to the madam's caution, Cui Er was more natural and generous. The young lady who had not spoken a word before, at this moment, thanked him with a voice as soft as a mosquito. "This place is full of the smell of blood. I am afraid that it will attract some beasts. We will leave now. By tomorrow evening, we should be able to reach Sea City." Yang Kai said. The madam hesitated for a long time and said, "Young man. Can I trouble you with one more thing?" "What?" Yang Kai looked at her. "Many people died tonight to protect us. I can't bear to see their corpses exposed to the wilderness. Can you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He could kill people, but burying corpses was too much for him. With so many people, how much work would it take? The madam's mind was very sharp. She observed his expression and said with a wry smile, "Since that's the case, there's no need to trouble the young man Cui. You come with me and the young lady to bury old man Wu. As for the others, forget it." "Oh." Cui nodded. Then, she looked at Yang Kai and waved her little fist at him without the slightest fear. Yang Kai's expression was calm. He stepped aside and didn't say anything to stop him. Chui helped the madam and the young lady out of the carriage. The three women were shivering. Their faces were pale as they picked up the swords from the corpses. Then, they held the swords in their hands and found a place nearby. Old Wu must have been very important to this family. Otherwise, this madam would not have insisted that he be buried. The three women were digging a hole. Yang Kai walked around outside and collected some money from the corpses. After walking around, he found that the three women had only dug a small hole less than an inch deep. The madam and the young lady looked like they were used to living like princes. At this moment, they were clumsily busy. But they threw dirt on each other. The swords flashed and the swords flashed. He had almost hurt himself. Yang Kai looked at them from the side. He was terrified. The smell of blood here is too strong. Maybe it will attract a pack of wolves. We can't leave. Yang Kai smacked his lips. The madam and the young lady's face turned white in an instant. Chui was so angry that her chest trembled. She threw away the sword in her hand and angrily came in front of Yang Kai. Her two small fists pounded on Yang Kai's chest. She shouted while pounding, "You are still making sarcastic remarks. These past few days, my snacks have been fed to ungrateful wolves." While she was scolding, a wolf's howl came from afar. It made Yang Kai's words more consistent. This time, not only was the madam and the young lady scared to death, but Chui also didn't dare to be presumptuous. She quietly leaned towards Yang Kai and looked around. Then, she said in a trembling voice, "It can't be, there really is a pack of wolves, right? Okay. You go and tidy up the valuables. I'll take care of this." Yang Kai was helpless. In fact, if the madam said that she only wanted to bury old Wu, Yang Kai would not refuse. After all, in these past few days, Yang Kai also understood some of old Wu's martial arts. However, he was too embarrassed to take back what he had said. Now, he finally found an opportunity to do his best. "Thank you, young man," the madam was relieved. Then, she asked the young lady in Chui to tidy up the second carriage. Not long after, Yang Kai dug a big hole and buried old Wu's body in it. On the other side, the three of them had also packed up and brought along the valuable items. As for the less valuable items, they could only leave them here. They did not know who would end up benefiting from them. "Let's go." Yang Kai sent them to the carriage. Then, he sat on the side of the carriage. He held old Wu's horsewhip in his hand. Following the traces of his understanding of the past few days, he swung it. With a bang, the horse started to run. In one night, everyone was far away from the bloody place. Although it was Yang Kai's first time driving a carriage, he was still able to control it with ease. As he waved the horsewhip, the traces of Old Man Wu's martial Tao became more and more profound. Gradually, he immersed himself in it, corroborating and fusing it with his own insights. In the morning of the next day, Chui came out and said that she wanted to rest for a while. Yang Kai listened to them. Chui was very busy with cooking. After what happened last night, the three of them did not feel safe at all. They did not sleep all night. Although they did not have much appetite, they still needed to eat something to replenish their strength. When they were on the road again, Chui did not return to the carriage. Instead, she sat beside Yang Kai and looked at him. Her eyes were full of curiosity. "You are not a beggar, right?" After a long time. Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond to her, Chui could not help but ask. "Of course not." Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "I guess you must be a noble son of a noble family. Because you ran away from the marriage, you ran out of money. That's why you are so shabby." Chui boldly used her imagination. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. you heard too many stories when you were young, right? I didn't listen to stories when I was young. But in the past few years, I have heard some interesting stories from the young lady. There are many such stories. Then, you poor nobles encountered. Before she finished speaking, the madam's light cough came from the carriage. Cui quickly stuck out her tongue. Yang Kai smiled and continued to whip the horse. After an hour, Yang Kai was alerted. He looked into the distance and suddenly said, "Someone is blocking the road. I don't know what they are for." The madam's surprised voice came, "Maybe they are from the Miao family." Miao family. This was the family that the madam wanted to seek refuge from. During the conversation with Cui, Yang Kai also learned that the young lady and the young master of the Miao family were engaged when they were young. So, after the death of the master, the madam brought the young lady to High City. This time, the madam came to High City to seek refuge and to complete the young lady's marriage. In the future, they will probably settle in High City. Did you send a message to the Miao family before? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Then when we arrive, I won't be traveling with you. Yang Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. Cui nervously said, "Little beggar, are you going to leave? You don't want to?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows at her. Go to hell. Cui blushed. The madam and the young lady were behind her. This bastard dared to tease her. Yang Kai straightened his face and said, "Madam, I hope that what happened last night will not be leaked." The madam was stunned. She remembered Cui's bold speculation. Is he really a nobleman who ran away from his marriage? So, he doesn't want to expose his identity? Madam nodded. Well, young man, don't worry. Last night, the three of us were only saved by a powerful person. That's good. Yang Kai smiled. Not long after, the carriage came to the front of the group of people blocking the road. The first person cupped his fist. He asked loudly, "May I ask if there are people from the Jiang family in the carriage?" The madam's voice sounded, "Yes." That person was overjoyed. He jumped off the horse and said, "Little brother Miao Huacheng welcomes the madam." While speaking, his voice was choked with sobs. It's been 10 years since I last saw brother Jiang. Who would have thought that it would be an eternal farewell? It's like yesterday, vivid in my mind. In the carriage, the madam and the young lady's sobs could be heard. Cui's eyes were red. The madam said, "Little brother, please restrain your grief." Miao Huacheng said, "Madam, don't be too sad." There was a solemn and sad atmosphere. After a long time, Miao Huacheng said, "Madam, you must be tired. Please hold on for half a day. We will reach High City soon." While speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai and frowned. Why is there a little beggar? The madam was very clever and told him what happened last night in a few words. In the end, she said, the three of us didn't know how to drive a carriage. Luckily we met a little beggar and asked him to help us drive the carriage. Damn Zhang Ding. He should be chopped into pieces. Miao Huacheng was furious. Then, he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little beggar, come down. You must have worked hard." Yang Kai responded and jumped down from the carriage. Miao Huacheng gestured to one of his subordinates with his eyes. That person stepped forward and gave Kai Yang a silver ingot as a reward. Kai Yang naturally wouldn't be polite. Acting like a beggar, he repeatedly thanked him and accepted the silver ingot. "Let's go." Miao Huacheng asked someone to take Yang Kai's place. Then, he waved his hand and led a group of people to High City. In the rolling dust, Yang Kai stood in the same place. He saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at him through the rear window. Although he felt sad for the Jiang family's widow, they were just strangers who met by chance. In the future, they would not meet again. Yang Kai followed the direction where the carriage disappeared. He held the horsewhip left by old Wu and waved it casually. His feet were also moving according to the movements of the horse. After half a day, they finally arrived at their destination. This city was much bigger than Black Plum Town. However, there was a faint fishy smell in the air. It was not unpleasant. Instead, it made people feel refreshed. It was the first time Yang Kai came to a city by the sea. Although he was excited, he first bought some clothes and found an inn to stay for the time being. He did not worry about money. Last night, he made a lot of money from the dead. Chapter 171. For the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in Sea City, enjoying the scenery. The seaside scenery was beautiful, and the air was fresh and natural. It was indeed a good place to live. In the tea houses and wine shops, Yang Kai also heard a lot of strange stories unique to this seaside city. He even saw a mirage with his own eyes. This kind of beautiful scenery really made him forget to return. There were also sects nearby, and their number was not small. If the various forces were divided into ranks, with the central capital's 8 great families as super forces, then High Heaven Pavilion could only be regarded as a second-class force at best. The sects here were of different grades, some were first class while others were second or third class. There were even some that were faintly comparable to super forces. These forces were different from the forces on the mainland. They occupied large and small islands in the sea, monopolizing the cultivation resources on the islands. It could be said that this place was blessed with outstanding people, and the scenery was beautiful, attracting many people to go there to learn. However, in Sea City, except for some family forces, it was rare to see a cultivator. The reason was probably because these forces were distributed on the islands. The world energy on the islands was higher than on the mainland, and on the islands, one's cultivation speed was faster. Under normal circumstances, the cultivator of these forces would not come to the mainland, except when there was a special need. Therefore, the number of cultivators in Sea City was not only small, but their strength was also not very high. After enjoying the prosperity of Sea City, Yang Kai went to the seaside, witnessing the rise and fall of the tide, the rise and fall of the waves, the rise and fall of the waves. Yang Kai's mind flashed. Vaguely grasping the similarities between his own perception and Old Man Wu's martial Tao. That was nature, not forcing it, acting according to one's nature. Just like the waves, each wave higher than the one before, when encountering danger, they would break into waves and once again gather into a torrent. In front of his eyes, it was as if a door was slowly opening. Not daring to neglect this kind of sudden flash of inspiration. This was definitely something that could only be encountered by chance. Standing quietly in place, Yang Kai slowly merged his perception with Old Man Wu's martial Tao. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai seemed to have fallen asleep. Standing upright on the beach, Yang Kai could only hear the moaning sea breeze and the sound of waves crashing against the shore. When he opened his eyes again, his entire temperament had changed slightly. His soul and spirit had received an indescribable sublimation and baptism. Using his self-created footwork, Yang Kai's body turned illusory as he stepped on the oncoming waves as if he was walking on flat ground. He jumped from one wave to another. He did not touch a drop of water. One flash, 2 flashes. His body flashed 15 times in succession before he finally let out a mouthful of yuan qi. With a splash, he fell into the sea, completely drenched. However, Yang Kai was smiling. Facing the incoming wave, he slowly punched out a fist. Burning Sun's threefold blast. There were 3 rapid explosions in the air. 3 bursts of yuan qi rushed out from the tip of the fist and punched a hole in the giant wave. At this moment, Yang Kai saw the traces of martial arts from Old Wu. It had completely integrated into his body, and there was also a change in the waves. This change was comprehended by Yang Kai into the burning sun explosion. Now, when the burning sun explosion was struck out, it was no longer a one-time explosion. Instead, it was 3 bursts of yuan qi, one stronger than the other. Like the oncoming waves, it was impossible to guard against. Genius! The old demon was completely speechless. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was comprehending, he was already extremely shocked. He did not expect that in such a short time, he would once again obtain a deeper comprehension on the basis of his original foundation. Could it be that I have not appeared for a long time, and the world has changed? The old demon's heart was filled with sorrow. Climbing out of the sea, completely drenched, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that not far from where he was just standing, there was a little girl with wheat-colored skin and messy hair, looking at him foolishly. This little girl was only about 7 or 8 years old. Her 2 big eyes were very bright. She was wearing a coarse cloth shirt with many patches on it. She was barefooted and her small mouth was slightly open. When the sea breeze entered, she quickly closed it again. People who lived by the sea usually had skin that was not too white, perhaps because they were exposed to the sea breeze for a long time. The little girl's skin color was very normal, and gave people a very healthy feeling. Yang Kai put on a smile, pretending to be gentle and harmless. He walked towards her step by step. At the same time, he was secretly blaming himself. When he woke up from his comprehension, he did not notice the person beside him. He was afraid that he had scared her. Seeing her expression, it seemed that she was very frightened. Yang Kai did not dare to use his yuan qi to dry his clothes. He just walked over, still wet. He came in front of her and crouched down. With a kind smile on his face, he softly asked, "Little girl, what are you doing here?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, still looking at him. Her pure and innocent eyes were not mixed with the slightest impurity. Being stared at like this, even if Yang Kai did not do anything wrong, he still felt a little uncomfortable. If it was someone with a guilty heart, they would have been purified on the spot. After a while, she stretched out her hands and handed over something. Yang Kai looked down and found that it was a grilled fish. Fishermen who lived by the sea naturally ate fish as their staple food. "For me?" Yang Kai's heart warmed. The little girl gently nodded. She stuffed the grilled fish into Yang Kai's hand and ran away, leaving a row of clear footprints on the beach. It was very cute. After running for a short distance, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. Then, she actually turned back and walked to Yang Kai's side. She pulled his clothes and walked in a direction. Yang Kai did not resist. He did not know what this little girl wanted to do, but she was so pure and cute. She definitely did not have any malicious intentions. After following her for a short distance, they arrived in front of a simple and crude house. The little girl stretched out her hand and pointed inside. "Do you want to go in?" Yang Kai asked. The little girl nodded. Chuckling, Yang Kai thought that she had invited him to her home as a guest. Before he could take a step, an old man suddenly walked out of the house. The old man was not young. The flowing time great emperor left many ruthless marks on his face. Moreover, when the old man walked, one of his legs was not very nimble. When the old man saw the little girl and Yang Kai, he was stunned. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, Yang Kai quickly opened his mouth and said, "Old man, is this little girl your family?" The old man kindly smiled and waved to the little girl, "Little you, come here." The little girl shook her head and pulled Yang Kai's clothes with all her strength, pulling him inside. The old man smiled at Yang Kai, "Little brother, if you don't mind, come in and sit. Little you is afraid that you will catch a cold, so she wants to drag you in to dry your clothes." Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. So this was the reason why the little girl had come back and dragged him here. How could Yang Kai have the heart to refuse her good intentions? Sorry to disturb you. As he followed little Yu into the house, Yang Kai looked around and could not help but feel sad. This house could be said to be a real house with only 4 walls. Except for a bed and a few tattered quilts, there was nothing else. In Sea City, Yang Kai had seen the life of the rich, but on the beach not far from Sea City, there was still an abyss of suffering between a grandfather and a granddaughter. This scene was really shocking. Little Yu busily lit the charcoal fire and pulled Yang Kai close to the fire to dry his clothes. The charcoal fire was also lit in the house. After all, the sea wind outside was too strong. When the fire was lit, the dust in the house rolled, and the old man could not help but cough a few times. There was no chair, and Yang Kai was not particular, so he sat on the ground with them. Little brother, you should be a cultivator, right? The old man put little Yu on his lap and asked. How do you know? Yang Kai was a little surprised. He had restrained his aura. If he did not make a move, even a Yuan Qi cultivator would not be able to see through him, unless it was a soul travel realm master who had cultivated divine sense. But he did not expect that an old fisherman on the beach could see through him. This made Yang Kai a little surprised. The old man laughed a few times. Little brother has been standing on the beach for several days without moving. How can an ordinary person stand it? Several days? Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. The last time he was immersed in meditation, he also could not feel the passage of time. This time, it was the same. It seemed that the next time he wanted to meditate, he had to find a good place. If something dangerous happened, he might not even know how he died. Little Yu goes to see you every day. If not, do you think an old man like me would dare to let you into the house? I am not a bad person. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. While talking, little Yu kept looking at Yang Kai. Seeing that he was holding the grilled fish in his hand without eating, she could not help but point at him. Yes, I will eat. Little Yu is so obedient. Yang Kai opened his mouth and took a bite of the fish. Although it was cold, it was still fresh and tender. He could not help but nod, delicious. Only then did Xiao Yu reveal a faint smile. After eating the grilled fish, his clothes were dry. Yang Kai wanted to say something, but hesitated a few times. Finally, he said, Old man, little you can't speak? A touch of sadness appeared on the old man's face. He patted little Yu's head and said, No, something happened at home. Since then, she has not spoken. Oh. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. He thought that little Yu was born with a stubborn illness and that he could find a way to treat her, but he did not expect that she would not speak. This was a knot in her heart. If this knot was not untied, she would not speak. The old man obviously did not want to talk about this matter, so Yang Kai did not ask any more. He did not want to evoke the old man's sadness. It is already late. If little brother does not mind, you can rest here for the night. The old man stood up shakily. Little Yu quickly supported him. Then I will disturb you. Yang Kai got up and bowed. The house was not big. The old man and little Yu slept on the bed while Yang Kai slept on the floor. Listening to the whistling wind outside, he could not fall asleep. His 3 years of life in High Heaven Pavilion had been difficult enough, but compared to this person, what did it count as? This old man and young man, besides occasionally catching a few fish, what could they do to support themselves? In the middle of the night, Yang Kai heard the sound of footsteps outside. He suddenly woke up. Before coming here, Yang Kai had already looked around. There were no traces of other people living nearby. There was only this house and the old man and his granddaughter. And listening to the sound of the footsteps, the person who came was actually a cultivator. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the old man sleeping on the bed suddenly sat up. In the darkness, Yang Kai could clearly see the fear on his face. Chapter 172. Old Man. Yang Kai had just opened his mouth when the old man gestured at him, "Don't talk." Yang Kai frowned. Although he didn't know what the old man was afraid of, it definitely had something to do with the cultivator. Not long after, the person arrived at the door and knocked on the old door. Xiao Yu woke up and hugged her grandfather, shivering on the bed. Yang Kai's expression became cold. "Old man, open the door." An angry shout came from outside. "If you don't open the door, we won't be polite anymore." A second person's voice came. The old man held his granddaughter in his arms, his turbid eyes flashing with anger and helplessness. He comforted her in a low voice, "Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. Grandpa is here. Xiao Yu, don't be afraid." The person knocking on the door was obviously impatient. Seeing that the old man was unwilling to open the door, he directly kicked the door open. The sea breeze poured into the room, blowing away the last trace of warmth. "Old man." One of them fiercely rushed in, "You have guts to close the door. Believe it or not, I'll stab you with a knife. What are you doing here? Get out." The old man shielded his granddaughter and wailed, "My child's father has been taken away by you, and my child's mother has also been taken away by you. Only the two of us are left here, alone and dependent on each other. Are you still not going to let us go?" "Hey, old man, don't say that. We invited them to Cloud's Island to enjoy themselves. Now that they miss you, they specifically asked us to bring you two along. Only when the family is together can they be reunited." The person who came in first walked in while grinning. When he suddenly saw Yang Kai, he couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at Yang Kai with vigilance, but didn't feel any trace of a cultivator on him. He just thought that he was an ordinary person and didn't pay attention to him anymore. He secretly muttered in his heart, "When did this family have one more person?" The old man cried, "We ordinary people don't have the fortune to enjoy this kind of blessing. Can you please let the child's father and mother go? The child misses her father and mother very much." "Old man, you don't know how to appreciate kindness." The person's expression was cold. "If you miss them, then come with us. When you arrive at Cloud's Island, you will reunite. Why are you wailing and howling here?" After the two cultivator entered the house. He didn't say much, but Yang Kai had already heard a lot of information. Yang Kai knew about Cloud's Island. There was a Red Cloud sect on the island, but it was only a third-class force. Compared to High Heaven Pavilion, it was even worse. However, Yang Kai didn't know why they would come here to capture people. Moreover, it seemed that this wasn't the first time. The old man had said before that Xiao Yu was unwilling to speak because something had happened at home. This should be the case. Yang Kai wasn't someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. It was because he had been taken care of. Now that the grandfather and grandson were in trouble, Yang Kai would not ignore them. People should always know how to repay kindness. Xiao Yu's pure kindness was enough to move him. These two cultivators were only at the Qi transformation stage, and their abilities were not considered high. If they really fought, Yang Kai was confident that he could defeat them easily. However, it wasn't convenient to make a move here. What's more, they had a sect behind them. If his hands and feet were not clean, it was very likely that he would implicate the old man and Xiao Yu. He had to make a good plan. "I beg the two of you, please release my child's parents and let our family reunite." The old man was choked with sobs. He knelt on the bed and kowtowed again and again. This old man is so noisy that it makes people angry. The Red Cloud sect cultivator cursed. He was about to rush up and attack. Yang Kai took a step forward and stood in front of him. "Boy. Who are you?" The Red Cloud sect cultivator glared at Yang Kai. He had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but the old man had been so noisy that he couldn't open his mouth. Yang Kai smiled and bowed again and again. I am a distant relative of this family. A distant relative? The man looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and didn't ask carefully, what are you doing here? Yang Kai quickly answered, my business outside has declined. I wanted to come here to seek shelter, but I didn't expect that my uncle and aunt had already been taken to Cloud's Island by the two of you. This is really surprising. I have admired the Red Cloud sect for a long time and have always wanted to become your disciple, but I have never found a way. Today, I am able to meet the two of you. It is really a blessing from the heavens. Can the two of you take me to Cloud's Island? Yang Kai's voice was humble. While speaking, he looked nervous and expectant. He also expressed that he had been looking forward to meeting them for a long time. The two Cloud's Island cultivators were stunned. There was actually someone who took the initiative to go to our island. Was this boy crazy or stupid? The two of them looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and didn't answer. Yang Kai became more and more uneasy. The two of you, I just arrived in Sea City today. My money is a bit tight, but the two of you can rest assured that if I can enter the Red Cloud sect, I will definitely repay my brother's filial piety. Is he trying to bribe us? The two Cloud's Island cultivators looked at each other and suddenly felt that their brains weren't enough. They had caught so many people and had seen all kinds of people. Today, they met this idiot's reaction. It was simply amazing. However, it turned out that he had just arrived. He should have said so earlier. He liked to bully people like you who had just arrived in Sea City. Yang Kai looked at them nervously. In his heart, he was muttering. Although he didn't know why Cloud's Island had caught these ordinary people, he could only use this method to help the old man and his grandson get out of trouble. Even the old man and the little girl were caught. There was no reason for them to let a strong man like him go. Sure enough, after the two cultivators stared at each other for a long time, they suddenly laughed. They affectionately patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, Good, good, good. Since you have the heart to enter the Red Cloud sect, how can we have the heart to stop you? Good, good. Young man, you have a strange bone structure and you look smart enough. You must be a martial arts genius. In the future, if you have a meteoric rise, don't forget our brother and brother's recommendation. I won't forget, of course I won't forget. The three of them looked at each other and laughed. The two cultivators of the Red Cloud sect secretly cursed Yang Kai for being an idiot. Yang Kai thought that the two of them were idiots. The old man and his grandson were shivering on the bed. After a long time, Yang Kai stopped laughing and said, The two of you, look, isn't it enough for me to enter the Red Cloud sect? If the old man and the young man were to be brought along, it would be troublesome. This question was what Yang Kai was most nervous about. If they were not willing to let go of the old man and his grandson, then Yang Kai could only kill them here. Before, he had talked so much nonsense. He had only wanted to ask this question, nothing more. However, Yang Kai was obviously thinking too much. They had come here to catch people because the Red Cloud sect had a job that ordinary people could do. No matter if it was a man or a woman, old or young, as long as it was a person, it would be fine. Now that they had caught Yang Kai, the old man and the young man, they naturally did not want to bring them along. In case they died on the bumpy road, they would be contaminated with bad luck. Hearing this, they nodded and said, Well, what you said is right. We wanted to bring them to reunite, but we did not think that the old man of your family would not appreciate our kindness and waste our good intentions. I am old. Brothers, please forgive me. Yang Kai smiled. Since you have decided to enter the Red Cloud sect, there is no time to lose. Let's go now. The two cultivators of the Red Cloud sect had completed their task. They could not wait to leave this small and stuffy room. The two of you, please wait outside for a moment. I will say goodbye to my grandfather and my sister. Hurry up. The two of them did not doubt him and went outside to wait. After they left, Yang Kai slowly walked to the bedside. He looked at the trembling grandfather and grandson. The old man was a shrewd person. When Yang Kai and the Red Cloud Sect's cultivator were talking nonsense, he did not dare to make a sound. He was afraid that he would give himself away. Until now, he said with a trembling voice, "Little brother, why are you doing this? The Red Cloud Sect is not a place where people can go." Yang Kai smiled, "Old man, you don't have to worry. I have my own plans. Don't forget. Am I also a cultivator?" The old man's turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light. Only then did he feel a little relieved. Yang Kai put his hand into his pocket. He took out all the money he had gotten from the dead people and put it in the old man's hand. He solemnly said, "Tomorrow morning, leave Sea City with Xiao Yu. Go as far as you can. Don't stay here anymore." After saying this, Yang Kai touched Xiao Yu's head and turned to leave. The old man waited until the sound of footsteps outside gradually faded away. Then, he looked at the things that Yang Kai gave him with trembling hands. It was a dozen banknotes. The old man's tears flowed freely as he pulled Xiao Yu to kneel on the bed. "Xiao Yu, people must know how to repay kindness. Remember this big brother's face. If you have the chance to see him again, even if you are a slave or a servant, you must repay him. Do you understand?" The old man solemnly said. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Her young face no longer showed fear, only calmness remained. Outside the room, Yang Kai followed the two Red Cloud Sect's cultivator and went far away. Yang Kai wanted to find an opportunity to kill the two of them, but before he could do so, he found that the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. The Red Cloud Sect's cultivator tonight was not only the two of them, but more than 20 people. Among them, there was even an Yuan Qi expert. Yang Kai did not make a move. With the Yuan Qi expert here, he would be courting death if he made a move. This Yuan Qi expert was not like Zhang Ding's wild fox Zen. Moreover, during the battle with Zhang Ding a few days ago, Yang Kai won because he had the upper hand. Now that things had developed to this point, Yang Kai did not panic. In the eyes of the Red Cloud Sect's cultivator, he was just an ordinary person. This was his advantage. As long as he could find an opportunity, he could escape. And opportunities always required patience. The two Red Cloud Sect's cultivator brought Yang Kai to a three-masted ship at the seaside. They no longer cared about him. Their previous amiable attitude was replaced by a sneer. Their sneer had a clear meaning of ridicule, as if they were saying that he had boarded a pirate ship. Yang Kai did not care about this. With the passage of time, more and more people were brought to the big ship. Some of them were crying bitterly, some were cursing, some were begging, but the Red Cloud Sect's people on the ship just ignored them as if this was a common occurrence. These people were men and women. Most of them were beggars and vagrants. There were also some who were dressed like fishermen. There were no gorgeous people. In other words, the Red Cloud Sect's targets were poor people. Because the poor people were bullied, they had no way to resist. By daybreak, the number of people who had been captured by the Red Cloud Sect had reached more than 30 people. Those martial artists had also hurriedly rushed back. Under the command of the experts on the ship set sail before sunrise and set sail towards the sea. Chapter 173. The waves surged and rolled. The ship broke through the sea and steadily sailed into the distance. The more than 30 people who were caught gradually stopped crying and cursing. Even if they shouted until their throats were broken, the Clouds Island cultivator would not pay them any attention. Instead, they would be beaten. The cultivator was very careful. He would only beat them until they cried for their parents, but would not hurt their muscles or bones. Yang Kai sat in a corner of the deck and coldly observed everything. His freedom was not restricted by anyone. He did not shout nor did he attract anyone's attention. The ship had been sailing for an hour and was about 100 miles away from Sea City. Yang Kai had been silently observing the movements of the Yuan Qi expert on the ship. He was thinking about how much chance of survival he would have if he jumped off the ship and ran away. With his strength in the Qi transformation stage, he was not worried about drowning. Yang Kai was afraid that the Yuan Qi expert would jump off the ship and chase after him. Just as he was hesitating, an old fisherman who had been caught jumped off the ship before Yang Kai could, taking advantage of Yang Kai's unpreparedness. With a soft splash, the more than 30 people who were caught became excited and rushed to the side of the ship. They wanted to follow the old fisherman's footsteps and escape by jumping off the ship. The Clouds Island cultivator did not stop them. He just looked at them with a sneer. Yang Kai felt that something was not right. They had spent a lot of effort to catch these ordinary people. There was no reason for them to let them go so easily. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from below. It was creepy to hear. It was the voice of the old fisherman who had just jumped off the ship. Hearing this voice, the people who had rushed to the side of the ship suddenly stopped and stared at the sea. What happened? What happened? There is a monster below. There is a man-eating monster below the ship. The ordinary people shouted in horror. They were all frozen in place. They did not have the courage to jump. A cloud sect cultivator on the ship sneered and looked at the crowd. Do you want to know what is below? Without waiting for the ordinary people to answer, he took a torch from the side and threw it into the sea. Taking advantage of the momentary light, many people saw an extremely horrifying scene. There was a pool of blood on the surface of the sea. The old fisherman from before had already been split into many pieces. Under the sea, there were some ferocious and terrifying fish beasts shuttling back and forth, following the big ship. They tore at the old fisherman's body with big mouthfuls. This is the result of jumping off the ship. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator sneered. Many people vomited on the spot. They were all ordinary people. When had they ever seen such a bloody and disgusting scene? Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he could no longer think of escaping by jumping off the ship. The thing that was following the ship was definitely a monster beast from the sea. It was probably raised by Clouds Island. In the water, the monster beast was the king. As a Qi transformation stage cultivator, he had no chance of escaping from them. All of you listen to me. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator shouted as his eyes flashed like lightning. He swept his gaze over the crowd. If you don't want to die, then obediently stay on the ship. In another 2 hours, we will arrive at Clouds Island. Don't think that capturing you is torture. This is my Red Cloud sect's opportunity for you. When you arrive at the island, you will enjoy endless delicious food and wear endless silk and satin. As long as you pass my Red Cloud sect's test, you will become my disciple. From now on, you can be a cultivator who can summon the moon and pick the stars. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. They obviously did not believe his words. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator was not long-winded. He only threatened them and then closed his mouth. However, after what had just happened. Now, the ordinary people who had been captured did not dare to make a sound. They did not even dare to think about escaping. There were monsters eating people under the ship. How could they still have the courage? The big ship continued to sail. After another 2 hours, Yang Kai heard someone say, "We're home." I'm so tired. We have to come out once a month. Why do you think these people have such short lives? They are ordinary people. Even if they take care of themselves, they can't last long. Shoo, don't say any more. If they hear you, they will panic. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked ahead, only to see the outline of an island not far away. This island wasn't small. Yang Kai estimated it to be 4 or 5 times the size of Sea City. However, this island gave him a very strange feeling. His eyesight was now extraordinary, so at a glance, the left half of the island seemed to be different from the right half. The peninsula on the right seemed to be covered by a layer of hazy fog, making it difficult for him to see clearly, and he couldn't figure out what kind of mystery it was. The direction of the big ship was heading towards the left side of the peninsula. After a long time, the big ship slowly slowed down and finally reached the shore. A disciple of Cloud's Island lowered a rope ladder from the deck and called out to the trembling ordinary people, "Everyone get off the ship." Although the 30 or so people were frightened, they still jumped off the ship in an orderly manner. The moment they landed on land, many people's legs went soft and they fell to the ground. They were really afraid of those man-eating monsters under the ship. Many of them were fishermen. However, after fishing for so many years, they had never encountered such monsters. "You too, help these people settle down," the only Yuan Qi expert on the ship said to the 2 disciples. "Yes, Martial Uncle," the 2 disciples respectfully answered. They were the 2 people who caught Yang Kai before. "Let's go. I'll take you to eat and drink." The 2 Clouds Island cultivators did not make things difficult for these ordinary people. They herded them forward like sheep. Kai Yang purposely stayed at the end of the group. With a smile on his face, he asked, "2 senior brothers, when will we join the sect?" One of them sneered at Yang Kai, "Who is your brother?" Although the other one was also impatient, he still explained, "Don't worry. Didn't you hear when we were on the ship? As long as you can pass the Cloud Sect's test, you can become a disciple and enter the sect to practice martial arts." "Then what is the test?" Yang Kai continued to ask. "A test. Hee. It's a very simple test. You just have to pick some things. Don't ask too much. You will know when the time comes." That person saw that Yang Kai was easy to fool. He patted his shoulder and said, "As long as you are smart enough, we will always have the opportunity to become brothers. You have just arrived at Cloud's Island, so you don't need to worry about anything. Every day, you will be served delicious food. When the time comes, someone will naturally inform you." "Oh." Yang Kai could not inquire too much and could only give up. However, Cloud's Island was indeed a good place to cultivate. The heaven and earth energy here was much stronger than Sky Tower. No wonder the sects by the sea liked to establish their own sects on the island and occupy it for cultivation. Life was an advantage. Moreover, many of the islands had special treasures that could not be found on the mainland. Perhaps it was because of the beautiful scenery of Cloud's Island, but the ordinary people who were caught calmed down a lot. While walking, they pointed at the scenery around them. One of the 2 Clouds Island disciples reminded them, "Don't run around on the island. There are also man-eating monsters here. If you run around, you will end up without a corpse." To ordinary people, a monster beast was not a deterrent. But when it came to man-eating monsters, it was absolutely frightening. Sure enough. After hearing this, many people were silent. They remembered the fate of the old fisherman who jumped off the boat. Following the island's path, they walked for about an hour before they reached their destination. Another Cloud Sect disciple came to meet them. He led the 30 or so ordinary people into a huge courtyard and said with a smile, "Brothers, you have worked hard. Tonight's harvest was not bad." "Not bad. We found more people than we did a few months ago. These people will be under Junior Brother's management. Brother, rest assured." A few people said a few words. The 2 Red Cloud Sect's martial artists then left. After they left, the Cloud Sect cultivator who was in charge of meeting them waved his hand and said, "Follow me." After entering the courtyard, Yang Kai looked around. He found that there were walls all around, covering an area of a few miles. There were small houses inside, and it seemed that only one person could live in each of them. The 30 or so ordinary people were all arranged to live in these small houses. Yang Kai also lived alone in one of these houses. The furnishings in the house could not be said to be luxurious, but at least it was not bad. There were beds and neatly folded blankets. From now on, all of you will live here. You don't need to worry about anything. You don't need to do anything. 3 meals a day will be delivered to you. Your only task now is to eat and sleep well. Take care of your body and wait for my Red Cloud sect to give you a test. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator warned. Hearing this sentence, Yang Kai could not help but think of raising pigs. He did not believe that the Cloud sect caught ordinary people for them to enjoy life. It was the same for raising pigs. They ate and slept well, and when the time came, they would slaughter them. What was the Cloud sect trying to do? Yang Kai was really confused. However, Yang Kai could not escape now. After all, this was the Cloud sect's island. Unless he could safely get a ship, and it had to be the kind of ship that could withstand the monster beast's attack. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Yang Kai put down the burden in his heart and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. The next day, someone really did send delicious food. The food was exquisite and rich. At first glance, one could see that it was carefully prepared. There was also a faint medicinal fragrance in it. It should be a medicinal diet. Yang Kai did not eat immediately. Instead, he waited for a long time. Seeing that the others were fine after eating, he picked up his chopsticks. After finishing the meal, the ordinary people felt refreshed, and so did Yang Kai. Although there were not many medicinal ingredients in the food, they were all things that could strengthen the body and help the vitality of the blood. If used for a long time, even an ordinary person could live a long life. It was like this for several days. At this moment, the people who were caught no longer had any complaints. They completely believed that the Cloud sect's cultivator had brought them here to enjoy life. These were all poor people. When had they ever been treated like this? Every meal was filled with delicacies. Each and every one of them was so happy that they forgot their home. However, in addition to the medicinal diet, the people who were caught had to drink a kind of grass juice every day. This juice was very bitter, but it was also good for the body and had no harm. Day in and day out, those poor people actually became a lot more muscular. They were in a good mood and did not have to worry about food. They felt that this was heaven. Moreover, there were not many restrictions on their movements. Apart from not being able to leave the big courtyard, they could go wherever they wanted. Chapter 174. These days, Yang Kai's life could be considered peaceful. Apart from sneaking out a few times at night, he didn't do anything else. The person guarding this place was only a chi transforming stage cultivator, so he couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. After several inquiries, Yang Kai discovered that in addition to his courtyard, there were several similar courtyards. There were also many ordinary people who had been captured. However, they were very different from the ordinary people in his courtyard. Many of them looked haggard and haggard. Even if they were nourished with the same delicacies every day, it would still be difficult to restore their vitality. Old Demon felt a trace of abnormality from these people. More or less, each of them had a trace of demonic chi. This demonic chi wasn't something they cultivated, but rather something they had accidentally contaminated themselves with. It was this demonic chi that was eating away at their lives. After prying into this information, Yang Kai had some guesses about the Red Cloud sect's actions, but he didn't dare to be too sure. After being captured and brought to the Red Cloud sect for half a month, Yang Kai and the ordinary people had another task besides eating and sleeping. That was to listen to a Red Cloud sect disciple explain about medicinal herbs. Everyone was given a booklet. The booklet was full of pictures and descriptions of all kinds of heavenly treasures, as well as how to harvest them. The Red Cloud sect disciple would explain for 2 hours every day. Yang Kai was very serious about learning. This kind of knowledge could be used at any time. This explanation lasted for half a month. It had already been a month since Kai Yang had arrived at the Red Cloud sect. During this month, he had been secretly cultivating, which had allowed him to break through to the Qi transformation second stage. He hadn't taken any pills or absorbed any Yang Qi, yet he was able to achieve such a result. From this, it could be seen how rich the world energy here was. If it wasn't for his current situation, Yang Kai would be very happy to stay here and cultivate. After a month, early in the morning, the Red Cloud sect disciple who was in charge of guarding this courtyard called everyone over. The time to slaughter had come. Yang Kai thought in his heart. Combined with the clues he had obtained before, Yang Kai was sure that the Red Cloud sect wanted these ordinary people to go to a dangerous place to pick herbs. And this place was a dangerous place that even the disciples of the sect were not willing to enter. Sure enough, the Red Cloud sect's disciple said in a clear voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, after coming to the Red Cloud sect for a month, all of you have become much stronger. This is my sect's gift to you. But there is no free food in this world. If you still want to live such a comfortable life, you have to do something for my Red Cloud sect. This is also a test for you. As long as you pass, you can come back here and continue to live freely." The group of people had some misgivings, they did not know what he was talking about. "Now, follow me." He didn't say much and led the group out. Following the path they had taken to reach Wuxia, after a full 2 hours, they arrived at the seaside, where a large ship was waiting. Yang Kai discovered that many people had already gathered on the ship. They were the same people he had seen when he went out at night. These people were all squatting on the ship. Many of them were trembling, and their faces were filled with fear. After more than 30 people had boarded the ship, there were more than 100 ordinary people gathered on the ship. When the people who had boarded first looked at Yang Kai and the others, there was an inexplicable sense of sympathy in their eyes. "Is everyone here?" A middle-aged man who had reached the Yuan Qi realm asked. "Everyone is here. Set sail." The man waved his hand and the ship slowly started to move. At this moment, a terrified voice rang out, "I don't want to go, I don't want to go to that damned place, I beg you to let me go, I will never go there again." As he spoke, he screamed miserably. He stood up and staggered towards a Red Cloud sect cultivator. His face was filled with panic, but his eyes were as red as a mad demon's. When he arrived in front of the Red Cloud sect cultivator, he opened his mouth and bit him, shouting, "You want me to die? I will kill you first. This person's mind has been swallowed by the evil Qi, he has gone crazy." The old demon's voice sounded. "How dare you?" It was obviously not the first time that the Red Cloud sect cultivator had encountered such a situation. Without even asking, he pulled out his sword from his waist and stabbed it into the man's chest. Then, he rolled his leg and kicked the man off the ship. Under the ship, there was the sound of a monster beast dismembering a corpse. Everyone's heart trembled. The Red Cloud sect cultivator who had just killed a person coldly glanced at the ordinary people on the ship and shouted, "Whoever dares to be presumptuous will be thrown off the ship and fed to the fish." His murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Under his gaze, no one dared to look him in the eyes. The ship immediately calmed down. The destination of the ship was not far away, but the right peninsula of Red Cloud Island, which was covered by clouds and mist. After making a big circle, the ship docked. When they were on the ship, Yang Kai had already understood their mission. Yang Kai knew about the black profound fruit that they had to pick from the island. Half a month after arriving at Red Cloud Island, he had heard the Red Cloud sect's disciple explain it. On the first page of the booklet, there was a kind of black fruit that looked like a bunch of grapes. It was a specialty of Red Cloud Island. In the entire sea territory, it could only be found on Red Cloud Island. At that time, when the disciple had explained the black profound fruit, he had solemnly explained it several times. At that time, Yang Kai did not know why the disciple was so interested in this fruit. Now, he finally understood. The Red Cloud sect's main purpose of capturing ordinary people was to pick the black profound fruit. This fruit's grade was not high. According to the theory of medicine, it could only be regarded as an ordinary grade fruit. He did not know why the Red Cloud sect wanted it. Everyone was given a medicine basket. Each person had to pick at least 3 pounds of the black profound fruit to complete the mission. Of course, if they could pick other precious treasures, they could offset the value of the basket. This was also the reason why the Red Cloud sect had to teach these ordinary people about medicine for half a month. They were afraid that they would come across some precious treasures and miss them. More than 100 ordinary people were driven off the ship. The Red Cloud sect's people stood motionless on the ship. The Right Peninsula was like a forbidden area to them. No one dared to set foot on it. The Yuan Qi expert said, "You have 3 days. After 3 days, we will come back here to pick you up. If you can't complete the mission, you don't need to come back. You can fend for yourself. Let's go." As the ship left, more than 100 ordinary people stared at it with gloomy expressions. The 30 people who were caught with Yang Kai still did not understand the situation. However, it was obvious that it was not the first time for the others to carry out this kind of mission. After staying in the same place for a while, many people carried their medicine baskets and went deeper into the island without saying a word. Gradually, fewer and fewer people were left. Yang Kai stood on the shore and looked down. He could only sigh helplessly. Under the sea, there were some monster beasts shuttling back and forth, making it impossible for him to escape. Turning around, Yang Kai also walked into the Right Peninsula. "Young master, the demonic qi here is very strong. No wonder the Red Cloud sect's disciples did not dare to come in." The old demon transmitted his voice. If the demonic qi was inhaled, it may not be harmful to the body. However, if it was inhaled for a long time, it was very likely to devour the person's body and mind, causing them to become the demon race. Because of this, the Red Cloud sect needed to catch ordinary people to go to the Right Peninsula to pick herbs. They spent a month to nurture the bodies of these ordinary people in the hope that they would be able to hold on for a few more days so that they would not go crazy as soon as they entered the island. "Don't you like the demonic qi?" Yang Kai ridiculed, but he did not panic. "Hee," as the young master said. The old demon laughed strangely. "With this old servant here, the young master does not need to worry about being affected by the demonic qi. However, this is a strange place. The young master might as well explore it. Maybe you will gain something." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Yang Kai nodded. He was caught and imprisoned on this isolated island for a month. Although he was served with good food and drinks, Yang Kai still wanted to collect some interest. Carrying the basket of herbs, he walked towards the depths of the Right Peninsula. There was certainly nothing on the outside. Even if the black profound fruit's growth cycle was fast, it would not be able to withstand the repeated plucking. Only by going deeper could he possibly find something. There were many people who had the same idea as Yang Kai. Many of them were walking in groups. Very few of them were alone. As time passed, he gradually could not see other people's figures around him. While walking, Yang Kai suddenly found a figure in front of him. The figure was rapidly running towards a place. Following the direction of the figure's running, Yang Kai saw a bunch of grape-like fruits hanging on a vine. Black profound fruit. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. His footsteps flashed and he ran towards the black profound fruit. He reached out his hand and picked it. Weighing it, This bunch of fruits weighed about half a pound. In other words, as long as one found 6 bunches, one person's task would be completed. The other person also rushed over. After seeing Yang Kai, he could not help but look stunned. He immediately fiercely stared at him and growled, "Brat, give me the fruits." Yang Kai frowned and sighed. This person was originally a kind and poor person, but after entering and leaving this place, his body was affected by the evil aura. He gradually lost his nature. Now, he only showed fierceness and madness. It seemed that if Yang Kai did not give him the black profound fruit, he would kill him. "I can give you the fruits." If Yang Kai did not want to inquire about some information, he would not want to compete with an ordinary person. "Give it to me quickly." The man lowered his head and looked at Yang Kai with a fiendish look. "Answer my question, why does the Red Cloud sect want this fruit?" Yang Kai asked. This was obviously not the first time this person came here, so he should have some understanding of this matter. "Don't talk nonsense. Give me the fruits first, then I will tell you." Yang Kai smiled and threw the bunch of black profound fruit to him. The man caught it with a smile on his face. He put the black profound fruit into the medicine basket on his back and looked at Yang Kai. The fierceness in his eyes gradually disappeared. After a moment of silence, he said, "I don't know much. I only heard that they want this fruit to feed the fish." "Feed the fish?" "Yes, a special kind of fish, but I don't know what it is." After that, the man looked at Yang Kai with a strange and malicious look and said, "Look at you, a skinny brat, why don't you come with me? This place is very dangerous." Was he trying to pull him into this group? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He estimated that if he went with this man, then the black profound fruit would certainly satisfy his needs first. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." The man did not embarrass Yang Kai. Finally, the humanity in his heart was not extinguished. He coldly snorted and left. Chapter 175. Alone, Kai Yang shuttled back and forth on the right peninsula, going deeper and deeper. It had been more than a day since he entered the right peninsula. Along the way, he found a lot of black profound fruits, but Yang Kai didn't want to help the Red Cloud sect complete their mission, so he naturally wouldn't pick them. The Red Cloud sect cultivator gave him a deadline of 3 days, which should be the limit for an ordinary person, but Yang Kai had the help of the old demon, so he didn't have to worry about the evil spirit chi entering his body. On the contrary, the old demon was in urgent need of the evil spirit chi to restore his body, so he happily devoured it. Yang Kai decided to explore the right peninsula for a while, to see what kind of mysteries were hidden here, and then think of a way to leave Red Cloud's island. The right peninsula covered a large area, and there were several mountains. They weren't too high, but they were quite steep, so ordinary people couldn't climb them. Yang Kai's goal was these mountains. He believed that he could find some rare treasures there. While walking, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt as he smelled a fresh medicinal fragrance in the air. As soon as this smell entered his nose, he immediately felt refreshed, as if he had been enlightened. After carefully identifying the direction of the medicinal fragrance, Yang Kai walked to the right side. Not long after, a flower about half the height of his body appeared in front of him. At the top, there was a small pink flower with a blooming pistil. The fragrance of the flower was pleasant. Looking carefully, this flower seemed to have the face of a beauty, smiling at him. Moreover, this flower stem was strange, like a woman's graceful waist, exquisite and delicate, causing people to daydream. Beauty's pistil. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to find such a good thing in just a day. According to the introduction in the booklet given by the Red Cloud's sect disciples, this beauty's pistil was an earth-level high-grade spirit medicine. If it was refined into a pill and given to a woman, it would have some miraculous effects. Even if it couldn't turn an ugly woman into a beautiful woman, it could at least make her skin softer and smoother. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be polite. He picked up the beauty's pistol and put it in the basket on his back. He continued to explore. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai had come to a place that ordinary people had never set foot in before, but since he found the beauty's pistol, he had been repeatedly harvesting. In the depths of the right peninsula of Red Cloud's island, there was a treasure waiting to be discovered. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator didn't dare to go deep, for fear of being affected by the evil spirit Qi. Climbing over one mountain after another, the number of rare herbs and spirit fruits in Kai Yang's medicine basket gradually increased. The only unfortunate thing was that although the right peninsula covered a large area, it couldn't withstand Yang Kai's constant search. In just 3 to 5 days, Yang Kai had basically run through the entire right peninsula. The medicine basket on his back was already more than half full. The most inferior things inside were earth-grade low-grade items, and there were even heaven-grade exotic flowers and herbs. Moreover, there wasn't much danger here, unlike Black Wind Mountain, where the monster beast roamed. If one's strength was low, they would only be eaten by the monster beast. Yang Kai wandered around here for a few days, only meeting 2 or 3 wolves. On the 3rd day, the Red Cloud sect's ship arrived as scheduled. Yang Kai stood on top of a mountain and watched the scene. However, there were only 60 to 70 ordinary people who made it out alive. The others should have been swallowed by the evil spirit Qi and fell into a state of madness. In the end, they would only die on the right peninsula. On the 4th day, Yang Kai stood below a small mountain, looking up at a mountain peak that was about 300 feet high. This was the last small mountain in this area. After exploring here, Yang Kai had already covered the entire right peninsula. The old demon, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Young master, this mountain seems to be the source of all the evil spirit Qi in the right peninsula. Are you sure?" Yang Kai was surprised. He also felt that the evil spirit Qi here was much stronger than other places. "Of course I'm sure. This old servant's soul is trembling. Are you afraid?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Old demon laughed, "It's not fear, it's excitement. Young master, if you were hungry for a long time and a plate of delicious food was placed in front of you, how would you react? Eat it. I beg young master to give this old servant this opportunity." Yang Kai could even vaguely hear the old demon swallowing his saliva. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang began to climb up the steep mountain wall. He also wanted to know what caused the right half of Red Cloud's island to be so different. As he climbed up, Yang Kai also looked around to see if he could find any treasures. However, even after climbing to the top of the mountain, he still didn't find anything. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. At the top of the mountain, Yang Kai stood up straight and looked around. This mountain was very strange. It was a flat peak. From afar, he could tell that it was completely bare. Now that he had set foot on it, the feeling was even deeper. There wasn't a single blade of grass or tree here. The ground on the mountain was as red as blood, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. Evil spirit Qi. Yang Kai took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on a huge rock in the middle of the mountain. This piece of rock was bright red as well. With a single glance, one could even clearly see the bloody Qi that was evaporating from it, and it was dense and penetrating like mist. Vigilant, he slowly walked towards the huge rock. When he got close, he still didn't find any danger. Looking closely, he saw that in the middle of the mirror-like rock, there were a few drops of red liquid. It was thick and bloody, like blood. Congealing blood bead. The old demon clicked his tongue in wonder. His tone was very calm, but Yang Kai had been with him for a long time. He knew that the old demon's vision was very high. Something that could make the old demon clicked his tongue in wonder was a great treasure to him. "Young master, this old servant understands. The old demon opened his mouth and said, "So a little devil once died here. That's why there is so much evil spirit chi." Little devil? Compared to this old servant, it is indeed a little devil. However, in terms of the cultivator here, it is a big guy. The old demon's tone was full of pride and self-praise. How big could it be? Yang Kai was curious. A realm above the immortal ascension boundary. The old demon explained in a way that Yang Kai could understand. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. He was currently in the Qi transformation boundary. After the Qi transformation boundary was the separation and reunion boundary, then the Yuan Qi boundary, and then the immortal ascension boundary. This little devil. Well, if this little devil was a realm above the immortal ascension boundary, then who in this world could be his match? He was the number one person in the world. But he actually died here. Although this little devil's physical body died, his evil spirit chi still gathered here. This is why the right peninsula is so strange. If this old servant could absorb the remaining evil spirit chi of this little devil, I should be able to recover some of my soul's strength. Unfortunately, this little devil has been dead for a long time and wasted a lot of his evil spirit chi. God damn it, why didn't you wait for this old man to come here before dying? The old demon kept calling him a little devil, which made Yang Kai's face twitch. Then what are the blood-congealing pearls you mentioned? Yang Kai looked at the blood-red liquid in front of him. This is the condensation of the little devil's blood, flesh, and essence. It contains a huge amount of energy. This old servant doesn't have a physical body and can't absorb it. Young master, if you absorb it, it will definitely increase your strength greatly. However, this old servant isn't sure if you can take it. The energy contained in it isn't something that an ordinary person can absorb. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face also showed hesitation. Being able to increase his strength greatly was naturally something that Yang Kai wanted to see. However, what if he couldn't take these few drops of blood-congealing pearls? After asking this question, the old demon laughed mischievously, "Become the demon race. Young master, there's nothing wrong with being a devil. You can do whatever you want. You can kill whoever you don't like. If you like a beauty, you can play with them. If you get tired of them, you can just throw them away. There's no need to worry too much. You can be free and unrestrained. Isn't that great? Moreover, what is a human and what is a devil? It's a big mistake for the world to divide humans and devils into two classes. As long as one's humanity isn't destroyed, who is a devil? Young master, look at the Red Cloud sect's actions. They are heartless and shameless. However, in the eyes of the world, this sect isn't a devil. Humans and devils are one family. The old demon concluded. Yang Kai's heart was moved, but he still didn't dare to make up his mind. While he was hesitating, there seemed to be a fishy wind behind his head. There was also a rustling sound. The old demon cried out in alarm, "Young master, be careful." In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang used his self-created movement skill and dodged the attack. A loud noise came from that direction. Looking up, Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. He didn't know when a blood-red python had appeared there. Its body was thicker than his waist and more than 10 feet long. After missing its attack, it coiled up and looked at Yang Kai with its head held high. Its two eyes were as red as blood. Its huge mouth was spitting out a scarlet tongue. Its appearance was terrifying. The old demon cried out, "This big snake has swallowed the blood-congealing beads." Without the old demon's reminder, Yang Kai also saw it. No wonder there were only 3 drops of blood-congealing beads on the stone. It turned out that the rest of the blood-congealing beads had been taken advantage of by this big snake. "Come out." Yang Kai swung his hand. The old demon wrapped the soul breaker all appeared in front of Yang Kai. Then, young Kai grabbed the soul breaker awl and threw it at the big snake under the old demon's incredulous gaze. "Young master!" The old demon cried out pitifully. Then, it suddenly realized that it didn't have a physical body. Why should it be afraid of this big snake? It immediately understood young Kai's intention. Although it felt wronged, it also admired him. It had only been a blink of an eye since the appearance of the big snake, but young Kai had already thought of a plan to defeat it. His quick thinking was amazing. The serpent was very clever, swallowing the soul breaker all in one gulp. It didn't taste anything, but it was enraged by young Kai's hostile action. The serpent's tongue flickered in and out of its mouth in a threatening manner. Sticking out its tongue, it shot towards young Kai like a bolt of lightning. Its bloody mouth made people's hearts palpitate. The smell that greeted them was strong and poisonous. Young Kai held his breath. His body flashed again and appeared behind the big snake. His fist was covered in true Yang Yuan Qi. Burning Sun's threefold explosion. Chapter 176. The ferocious Yuan Qi followed the punch. Yang Kai retracted his fist and nimbly floated backwards to avoid the snake's long tail. The serpent turned around and was just about to pounce on Yang Kai when suddenly three muffled bangs resounded from the spot where Yang Kai had hit it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a large chunk of the serpent's flesh began to bulge outwards. Scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi burst out from that chunk of flesh, causing it to burst open and bleed profusely. The snake cried out in pain, its several dozen meter long body swinging around like a long whip, stirring up a cloud of dust on the mountaintop. Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he realized that he had overestimated the strength of this snake. When he suddenly saw such a big guy, he thought that it was at least a rank 5 or 6 monster beast. He did not expect that he would be able to injure it with just one hit. It was not a rank 5 or 6 monster beast. It was at most a rank 4 monster beast, which was equivalent to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. What a waste of such a big body and such a good appearance. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai moved his feet. He took advantage of the fact that the snake was rolling and gave it another hit. The snake rolled even more fiercely. However, it obviously did not want to sit still and wait for its death. It swung its long tail, creating a whistling sound as it swept towards Yang Kai's waist. Without the help of his footwork, this attack would have caused a lot of trouble for Yang Kai. However, with his footwork, it was easy to avoid such an attack. Seeing that its attack had missed, the snake hissed and spat out a blood-red mist. If Yang Kai hadn't dodged quickly enough, he would definitely have been enveloped by this mist. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He was not afraid of the snake, but the poisonous mist was a little troublesome. However, it was only a little troublesome. He held his breath and did not let himself be shrouded by the poisonous mist. The snake could not hurt him at all. While Yang Kai was fighting the serpent outside, Old Demon, who was wrapped in the soul breaker awl and had rushed into the serpent's belly, was not idle. Although Old Demon's current strength was not great, any living creature's body was always fragile. Even if the soul breaker awl was not sharp, it was still a weapon. The serpent's body was soon covered with cuts and bruises. The severe pain made it unable to fight with Yang Kai. Its long body curled up and jumped up, rolling back and forth on the mountain. Yang Kai looked on coldly. There was no need for him to make a move. The serpent was not very strong, but its vitality was very strong. The old demon tormented its body for an hour before it finally stopped struggling and died on the ground. The serpent's abdomen wriggled and the old demon drilled out with the soul breaker all wrapped around him. He floated in front of Yang Kai and looked at each other indifferently. Young master. Next time something like this happens, please let me know so that I can be mentally prepared. The old demon felt a little wronged. It was suddenly thrown into the monster beast's mouth by Yang Kai. If it was a timid person, they would be scared out of their wits. Okay. Yang Kai nodded seriously. The old demon did not dare to say anything. Yang Kai asked, "Don't you think this monster beast is a little strange?" "What's strange?" the old demon asked carefully. "Its strength is very low. At least, it is lower than I expected." The old demon laughed. "Young master, this serpent became like this because it swallowed the blood-congealing bead. Naturally, it does not have any real abilities. Also, on your way here, did you find any traces of the monster beast?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's right. This thing is probably just a normal little serpent. After swallowing the blood-congealing bead, it survived and grew into a monster beast. It can be said that it is the only monster beast here. A normal little serpent became such a huge monster?" Yang Kai was shocked. "That's amazing." He thought for a while and said happily, "If a little serpent can swallow it, then it should be fine for me to swallow it too, right? There are no absolutes in this world. If you are still worried, you can try swallowing the monster beast's inner core." "That's a good suggestion." Yang Kai nodded. He walked to the serpent, cut open its body and took out the inner core. The inner core was blood red in color, but it was only the size of a pigeon's egg. It still contained the remaining energy of the blood-congealing bead. After asking the old demon to protect him, Yang Kai wiped the inner core on his clothes and put it into his mouth. He swallowed it. Activating the true Yang tactics, Yang Kai quickly felt a surge of energy in his abdomen. It rushed into his flesh and blood, and it was mixed with a lot of evil energy. This should be the energy of the demon that fell here. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's flesh and blood turned incomparably red, as bright as blood. His entire body was filled with an evil aura. Although it looked scary on the outside, it was not dangerous on the inside. Yang Kai only felt a slight impact on his mind and calmed down. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians was the nemesis of evil energy, so he was not afraid of it. The evil energy was gradually burned away by the true Yang tactics, leaving behind only its essence. The essence that was obtained this time was not of the Yang attribute, so naturally it would not condense into Yang liquid. But strangely, it was not absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Instead, it was absorbed into Yang Kai's flesh and blood, causing every cell in his body to rejoice and every inch of his muscles to tremble. It took Yang Kai an entire day to refine the inner core. When he opened his eyes, they were like lightning. Yang Kai felt that his entire body was different. It was not an increase in strength, nor was it a leap in state of mind. Instead, it was a change in his body. Compared to before he refined the inner core, he was much stronger. The boiling blood in his body contained a surge of energy, as if he could break the sky with one hand without using the Yuan Qi. "Young master, how do you feel?" the old demon asked with concern. "Not bad. Is the biggest effect of the blood-congealing bead to improve one's body?" "Of course. It was formed from the little demon's flesh and blood essence, so it might increase one's realm. But the biggest effect is to strengthen one's body." "Then why did you say that it will increase one's strength?" The old demon hesitated for a while, then said, "Young master, your understanding is a bit one-sided. The increase in strength does not refer to the increase in realm. The strength of the body, the purity of the Yuan Qi, the understanding of martial arts, and other aspects can all increase one's strength. For example, young master, compared to a few days ago, your body's quality is much better, so your strength must have increased." Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Yes, you're right. I was too narrow-minded. Young master is young, you just didn't think of this." The old demon did not dare to take the credit. Looking at the 3 remaining drops of blood-congealing beads on the giant rock, Yang Kai did not hesitate and pointed his finger at one of the drops. The blood-congealing bead seemed to have a mind of its own. The moment he touched it, it directly drilled into Yang Kai's body. A more violent energy than before exploded in his body. Yang Kai could not help but let out a muffled groan and quickly closed his eyes to meditate. In the following half a month, Yang Kai did nothing but refine the energy of the 3 drops of blood-congealing beads. Not only that, even the blood qi in the giant rock was completely absorbed by Yang Kai. Compared to half a month ago, his qi and blood were more than twice as vigorous. Whether it was his speed or the strength of his punches, they were all significantly improved. Moreover, his strength had also made a breakthrough, reaching the 3rd level of the qi transformation stage. Half a month later, under the urging of the old demon, Yang Kai reached out and moved the giant rock. Without using the yuan qi, he easily moved the rock that weighed at least 3,000 pounds with his own brute force. Under the rock, there was a cool cave. The cave was filled with a thick black qi. Obviously, it was the remaining qi of the evil demon, which was also the source of the effect on the right peninsula of Wuxia. As soon as it saw the light again, this qi of the evil demon directly rushed towards Yang Kai. The old demon laughed strangely. "Little thing, you actually used the old man's remaining tricks. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The old demon's words were obviously referring to the first awkward meeting between him and Yang Kai. At that time, the old demon also wanted to seize Yang Kai's body. However, after all his scheming, he was instead subdued by Yang Kai. As he spoke, he turned into a mass of black qi and moved forward. The 2 masses of black qi merged into one and immediately began to fight in the cave. Yang Kai could not see what was going on and did not know who was winning. However, after thinking about it, the old demon was an old demon. Previously, his tone was extremely arrogant, so there should be no problem. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai said, "This demon's divine soul is the same as yours. Does it still exist between heaven and earth?" The old demon's somewhat battered and exhausted voice sounded, "Young master, his divine soul has already collapsed. Now, it's just a trace of remnant consciousness." Yang Kai frowned. "Oh. What's wrong with you?" Cough, cough. The old demon suddenly felt embarrassed. "Young master, please, help this old servant. This old servant is somewhat unable to win against him." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became interesting. With a straight face, he held back his laughter. "Isn't this just a little demon? Why can't you win?" Hearing Yang Kai's ridicule, the old demon was about to cry, "Yes, yes, yes, it's a little demon, but this old servant died earlier than him. Sealed in heaven's cave inheritance, my divine soul is about to shatter. Young master, if you don't help me, I'm afraid this old servant will be swallowed by him." When Yang Kai heard this, he realized that the situation was quite serious. With a straight face, he asked, "How can I help? This smelly brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth wants to take over your body. You just need to let it in a little bit, just like last time in heaven's cave inheritance." This was simple. Yang Kai directly stretched out his hand and dipped it into the hole. In an instant, a cold aura rushed through his arm and into his body. Yang Kai smiled, not worried at all. Sure enough, under the operation of the true Yang's secret art, this cold aura was burned away. Faintly, one could hear a miserable howl. In the end, only a small amount of essence was left, which was absorbed into the unyielding golden skeleton. With Yang Kai's help, the old demon finally equalized the situation. After waiting for an hour, it even gained the upper hand. "Enough, enough, young master, you should watch from the side and see how this old servant swallows this little thing." The old demon was afraid that Yang Kai would take away too much of the demon qi, so he hurriedly said. In his heart, he kept muttering, "How can this young master absorb any kind of energy? Isn't he cultivating a Yang's secret art? How strange. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai also withdrew his hand from the hole and no longer paid any attention to the old demon. Instead, he took out an herb from his medicine basket and placed it in his mouth to chew. Yang Kai could recognize these herbs and knew that they were not poisonous. These herbs were best taken out and refined into pills, so that they could maximize their medicinal effects. However, Yang Kai was now trapped, so how could he have the opportunity to refine these herbs into pills? Although it was a bit wasteful to directly consume them, he couldn't care less right now. The battle between the old demon and the black aura lasted for an entire day, until the two black auras truly merged into one. After this battle, the old demon's strength increased by a lot. The old demon's voice rang out, "Many thanks, young master." This old servant did not disappoint. Yang Kai couldn't help but cough lightly. The old demon shyly said, "I'll go into seclusion for a few days." Saying so, it quickly entered Yang Kai's body. Chapter 177. In the following days, the old demon was in seclusion, while Yang Kai was refining the medicinal efficacy of the medicinal herbs. Anyway, they were not poisonous, and his unyielding golden skeleton could absorb any kind of energy. He was not worried that these different kinds of energy would conflict with each other after being absorbed. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai ate all the treasures worth millions of silvers. Since he had put in the effort, he naturally reaped the rewards. His strength had smoothly advanced from Qi Transformation 3rd level to Qi Transformation 4th level. He had only been on Cloud's Island for 2 months, but he had already continuously advanced. This trip was not in vain. The Right Peninsula's treasures had almost been completely harvested, and the source of the evil spirit had also been swallowed by the old demon. Yang Kai estimated that in a few days, the Right Peninsula would no longer be a forbidden area for the Red Cloud cultivator. It was time to leave. Yang Kai went down the mountain and walked towards the seaside. If he wanted to leave Cloud's Island, the only way was to take a boat, which was also a headache for Yang Kai. Building his own boat was definitely not reliable, so the only way he could think of was to rob the Red Cloud sex boat. But how to rob it and how to get rid of it was the biggest problem. While he was thinking about some details, Yang Kai suddenly heard some rustling sounds coming from not far away. He listened carefully, and could hear a person's heavy breathing mixed with the sound of a woman struggling and begging for mercy. Yang Kai's face sank, and he quickly rushed in that direction. When he arrived, he took a look. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. The Red Cloud sect had sent the captured ordinary people to the Right Peninsula to pick the black profound fruit. But not far in front of him, there was a burly man sitting on a woman's body. His hands were constantly tearing at her clothes. He was panting like an ox, and his mouth was letting out a lewd laugh. The woman was pressed under his body, struggling endlessly, but she could not get rid of him. She kept begging for mercy, crying non-stop. Yang Kai could feel some evil energy from the burly man. His figure flashed and rushed over. He rolled his foot on the burly man's waist and kicked him away. The woman got rid of the big man's entanglement and hurriedly got up from the ground, her hands clutching her messy clothes. She shivered and hid behind Yang Kai. The big man let out a pitiful cry in midair, but when he landed, he hurriedly stood up and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. His eyes were crimson red, and his face was filled with hostility. It was obvious that the evil qi in his body was about to devour his mind. He glared fiercely at Yang Kai, his nostrils puffing hot air. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed. This big man was supposed to be a poor man. However, he had entered and exited the Right Peninsula of Wuxia several times and had lost his nature. Because of this, Yang Kai didn't kill him and only sent him flying with a kick. Brat, scram. There was a pained expression on the big man's face, but Yang Kai had ruined his plan, so how could he just let it go? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. After a while, the big man roared. Like a mad bull, he rushed toward Yang Kai with a fierce face. It's better to be free early. Yang Kai stood in place, waiting for the big man to rush in front of him, then he stretched out his finger and pointed at his chest. True Yang Yuan Qi poured in. In an instant, the big man's heart stopped beating, and he didn't feel the slightest pain. The big man fell to the ground, dead. Hearing the sobbing of the woman behind him, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable. Turning around, he was about to offer some comforting words, but when his eyes swept over this woman's face, he couldn't help being shocked, his eyes trembling as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This woman was about 30 years old. She should have been dignified and gorgeous, which could be inferred from her white and tender skin. However, at this moment, this woman's face was crisscrossed with terrifying scars. Each of these scars was about the length of a finger, and each of them ran from the left side of her face to the right side. Pale red flesh rolled outwards. Although the wounds had healed, these scars would forever remain on this gorgeous face, destroying it. The woman also knew that her current appearance was too horrible. With one hand covering the torn collar and the other covering her face, she trembled and cried and thanked him. While thanking, she timidly stepped back, as if she was afraid that she would scare Yang Kai. Yang Kai's whole body was cold, and his expression was cold. He reached out a hand and grabbed the woman's wrist. No, don't. The woman struggled. She thought that she had just escaped from the tiger's mouth, but now she had entered the wolf's den. Her head drooped, her disheveled black hair covering her face. Tears dripped down her cheeks as she begged for mercy. Yang Kai was not moved. He reached out his other hand, slowly reached out to the woman's chin, and lifted her head. Please, don't. The woman's cheeks were wet with tears. She looked up at Yang Kai helplessly, the scars on her face becoming more and more terrifying. Yang Kai's eyes didn't show any emotion, only pain and hesitation. The hand that lifted her chin slightly trembled as he pushed aside the black hair covering her face, so that her face was clearly presented in front of him. The woman closed her eyes. She didn't know if it was because her face was seen, or because Yang Kai's actions had scared her, but her tears kept falling. Yang Kai's pupils shrank. He carefully looked at her for a long time before he lost his voice and said, "Madam?" Hearing this title that she had not heard for a long time, the woman slowly opened her eyes, a trace of suspicion flashing across her teary eyes, but after taking a closer look at Yang Kai, that trace of suspicion gradually disappeared and was immediately replaced by surprise and joy. "Are you really madam?" Yang Kai couldn't believe it. When he first saw this woman, he felt that she was somewhat familiar. That was why he acted so recklessly. But now he was sure that this woman was the one he had seen before. The woman finally recognized Yang Kai's voice. Her mind flashed with the face full of dirt more than 2 months ago. She trembled and said, You are that little beggar?" Yang Kai took a deep breath. When this woman said, "little beggar," he knew that he was not mistaken. This woman was the widow of the Jiang family. Apart from Cui, only this woman and the young lady of the Jiang family knew that he was a little beggar. "Why are you here?" "Your face." Yang Kai had too many doubts. Shouldn't Cui, and the others have sought refuge with the Miao family in High City? When they parted that day, Miao Huacheng personally came to greet them. The two families had an engagement. The young lady of the Jiang family should have married into the Miao family. The woman in front of him should also be enjoying life in the Miao family. How did things develop like this? Young man. After knowing that Yang Kai was the little beggar who saved her, the woman knelt on the ground with a thud. Her head hit the ground, making a thumping sound. She said in grief, "Young man, please uphold justice for my Jiang family." Seeing this, Kai Yang quickly helped her up, but even so, the madam's forehead was bleeding. It was clear that she had used a lot of strength. This is not the place to talk. Let's leave this place first. Yang Kai supported her and hurriedly walked back the way they came. Why did the woman become like this? Why was she caught and brought to Cloud's Island? Where are Cui, and the young lady? What happened to the Miao family in High City? He had too many questions. Although these matters did not have much to do with him, he did spend a few days with the Jiang family's widow. He also had a good chat with Cui. This servant girl would also share some snacks with him. She was even more charming and witty. A good person should be rewarded with good karma. After walking for a long time, the two people came to a small hill nearby. This place was considered to be deep in the right peninsula of Cloud's Island. Ordinary people simply couldn't reach this place. The two people found a place to sit down. The woman who was in despair once again miraculously met Yang Kai. She was so excited that she couldn't stop sobbing. Yang Kai didn't comfort her, nor did he interrupt her. He just quietly waited. He knew that not only did he have many questions, but the woman also had many things to tell him. After half an hour, the woman gradually stopped sobbing. Her hair still covered her terrible face. She hugged her body and shivered. Yang Kai took off his coat and put it on her. Thank you. Even though she was in prison, the woman showed good upbringing. Tell me, what happened in the end? The woman's eyes were filled with memories. Her voice was low as she recounted what happened to the three of them after they separated from Yang Kai. Her voice was low. I, Cui, Huan, and I followed Miao Huacheng to the Miao family. In the first few days, Miao Huacheng treated us fairly well, but when I talked to him about Huan's marriage, he kept changing the subject and making excuses. I had some doubts, but I didn't take it to heart. A few days later, when I mentioned this matter to him again, he readily agreed. However, he said that his son's status was noble, and that my Huan was not worthy of him. She could marry into the Miao family, but she could only be a concubine. I was very angry at that time, but I didn't do anything. The next day, I told Huan and Cui to pack up. We wanted to leave the Miao family. We came to High City from thousands of miles away. We didn't go through so many hardships just to be concubines of the Miao family. What's more, this was the marriage between Master and Miao Huacheng. How could he go back on his word? However, before we could leave the Miao residence, Miao Huacheng turned hostile and imprisoned the three of us. Speaking of this, the woman's face showed a trace of fear. Obviously, the change at that time scared her. Her voice was choked with sobs. I didn't know why Miao Huacheng became like this. After asking, I found out that everything was ordered by him. Master's death was also because he bribed those people in Tong province to kill Master. Then he sent a message to me, telling me to bring Huan to High City to complete the marriage. It's ridiculous that I didn't know and took Huan into the wolf's den. Why did he do this? Isn't your master and Miao Huacheng best friends? Yang Kai faintly felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. That day, when he had parted ways with the madam, Yang Kai had also seen Miao Huacheng. At that time, the grief in his tone and expression didn't seem to be an act. Chapter 178. My stomach was full of anger, and the power was cut until now. The line beside the national highway was rebuilt, and the first line was even better. I continued to work. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the madam smiled miserably. How could I not want to know why Miao Huacheng treated me like this? I asked in every possible way, and then I learned that the root of all this was because of something that Master and Miao Huacheng obtained in the early years. What was it? A tortoise shell. Madam replied, when old master and Miao Huacheng were traveling around Sea City, they found a strange turtle shell. On the turtle shell, there was a map of an island that had been there for some years. At that time, the two of them checked the nearby islands, but none of them matched the island map on the turtle shell. They thought that the island map was not real, but to be cautious, they divided it into two, and each of them got half. Madame sighed softly and continued, later, Master went to Tongzhou and made a career for himself. Miao Huacheng settled down in Sea City. I'm afraid that he has been studying that half of the turtle shell all these years. Only in recent years did he finally find some clues. But he did not want to share it with Master, so he hired someone to kill me, and then sent a message to me to come to High City. I have seen Master's tortoise shell before, so I naturally know how precious it is, so I brought it with me this time. Young man, do you remember the night when Zhang Ding rebelled? Was it also ordered by Miao Huacheng? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Yes. The madam nodded slightly. After all, Miao Huacheng and Master are good friends. I am afraid that he did not want to do anything to us personally, so he ordered Zhang Ding. If it was not for the young man that night, I am afraid that Chui, and I would have already gone with Master. What a good friend. Yang Kai smiled sarcastically, and then asked suspiciously, you three are just ordinary people. After entering the Miao family, if Miao Huacheng wanted to get something from you, it would be easy. Why did he treat you so well in the beginning? The madam smiled bitterly. I did not understand at first, but later I felt that it was all thanks to the young man, me? Yes. The madam nodded. That day, when Miao Huacheng came to greet us, I told him according to what you, young man, said that there was an expert who helped us along the way and killed Zhang Ding, so we were safe and sound. Miao Huacheng was a cautious person. He treated us well at first, but he didn't dare to make a move because he was afraid that the non-existent expert was still hiding nearby. Only when I decided to leave did he reveal his true face. Yang Kai nodded inwardly. That made sense. What happened next? Then, the nightmare began. The madam began to sob again, tears streaming down her face. She continued, in order to save my life, I handed over the other half of the turtle shell, but I didn't expect that Miao Huacheng didn't want to let us go. As she spoke, her body trembled. She clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. One night, Miao Huacheng dragged Huan out, saying that he wanted her to marry his son. Huan refused to obey, and Chui also stepped forward to help. Who would have thought that Miao Huacheng would be so heartless and cruel that he would beat Chui to death? Yang Kai's body shuddered. The madam continued to sob. The next day, Miao Huacheng came to tell me that Huan was unwilling to be humiliated and had committed suicide by biting her tongue. Yang Kai only felt cold all over, and a vicious aura almost uncontrollably surged into his heart. The charming maid was beaten to death, and the shy young lady of Akiji committed suicide by biting her tongue. 2 months ago, he was still traveling with them, but 2 months later, they were already separated by yin and yang, separated by heaven and earth. Miao Huacheng still wanted to humiliate me. The madam sobbed and said intermittently, but with Huan and Chui as an example, he didn't dare to go too far. After locking me up for a few days, he still couldn't succeed. In the end, he became angry and sold me to the 1,000 gold wine pavilion. Without asking, Yang Kai knew that it was a brothel. They beat me and forced me to submit. I didn't want to, so I used scissors to cut my face. No man would be interested in me like this. The madam laughed bitterly. Later, I was sold to the Red Cloud sect. I should also die. Master is gone, Huan and Chui are gone. What's the point of me keeping this life? But I can't die. If I die, no one will know about their injustice. So I have to live. I'm just a weak woman, but I have to help them redress their injustice and avenge them. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. He took a deep breath and comforted her. "Madam, you are the most beautiful madam in the world, and also the strongest mother in the world. Sometimes, dying is easy, but living is incomparably difficult. Young man, can I ask you to help me again?" The madam raised her teary eyes and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. On the mountain top, the wind whistled. Yang Kai's face was cold. "My strength is too low." Yang Kai sighed. The madam's face darkened. "But I will grow. It may take a few years, or even longer. I will visit the Miao family in Sea City. Not because of the madam's request, but because of the snacks that Cui gave him from time to time." The madam was stunned for a moment, then immediately overjoyed. She knelt on the ground and put her head on the ground. "Thank you, young man." After a long time, she slowly straightened her body and said, "Young man, although this matter was led by Miao Huacheng, there was also the instruction of the Red Clouds sect behind it." Yang Kai frowned. Miao Huacheng's son, Miao Lin, is a disciple of the Red Cloud sect, but his status is not very high. Miao Huacheng tried every possible means to get the complete tortoise shell. He wanted to give it to the Red Cloud sect so that his son could gain power there. Moreover, the reason why Miao Huacheng betrayed us and treated our Jiang family like this was because of his son's instigation. He wanted to stand out in the Red Cloud sect, but he didn't have the connections. The tortoise shell is his hope. Red Cloud sect. I know. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Young man. The madam pursed her lips, lowered her head, and said in a trembling voice, "Although I know that you are benevolent and righteous, and that you are willing to avenge our Jiang family because of Cui's kindness. But our Jiang family is unable to repay her kindness. Don't worry about it. Young man, please listen to me." The madam insisted. Yang Kai nodded. "Actually, after my master obtained that half of the tortoise shell, he has been studying it all these years. Miao Huacheng has gained some insights, and my master is the same. He obtained another map from his half of the tortoise shell. According to my master's deduction, the two tortoise shells combined into one is the route to find the island, and the other map he obtained is the route to the island's interior." "Oh?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Where is the map?" On my body." The madam replied, her tone was somewhat unnatural. Yang Kai was puzzled. The madam was a weak woman, how could she keep such an important map? Didn't Miao Huacheng search her body? After a long silence, the madam seemed to have made up her mind and said, "Young man, my Jiang family is unable to repay your kindness, so I will use this map as a reward." Finished speaking, she grabbed her trousers and tore them open, revealing her plump, round, and snow-white thighs. "The map was embroidered on my body." The madam lowered her head, her body trembling. Obviously, she had mustered up her courage to make such a decision. Yang Kai's face was a little red. He didn't dare to look at her and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. These days, as his cultivation and strength increased, the influence of the yin-yang joyous unification art on him became deeper and deeper. From time to time, Su Yan's face would flash in his mind. If not for his extraordinary willpower, he wouldn't have been able to persist. Now that the madam had made such a move, Yang Kai couldn't bear it. "Madam." Yang Kai frowned. "Young man." The madam's face was also red. "This is master's life's work. I don't want it to be buried, and I don't want it to fall into the hands of my enemies. Consider it a reward. I will give it to young man. I ask young man to accept it." Yang Kai sighed, knowing that if he refused again, she would definitely feel uneasy. Sighing, he said, "Forgive me." Squatting down, he fixed his eyes on the madam's thigh. It was a mountain range, in the shape of an island. There were many places that were specially marked, and there was also a winding route. This map should have been made with an embroidery needle dipped in paint. It covered the madam's entire thigh, from her knee to the base of her thigh. Although it was impossible to show the original map in its entirety, it was definitely not far off. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine how an ordinary woman could have such strong perseverance to make such a magnificent map on her own body. How much pain did she have to endure? How much time did it take? Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. His eyes carefully looked at the map, and there was not the slightest trace of strange emotions. The madam had been trembling, closed her eyes, and kept crying. After about a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai remembered everything in his mind. He reached out and tidied up the madam's torn clothes. "Young man, thank you for everything." The madam sat sideways on the ground, and said in a flat voice. When she said these words, she seemed to have put down all the burdens in her heart. Yang Kai felt a resolute conviction from her tone. Her heart was dead. She only lived to find someone to redress her grievances. Now that her wish was fulfilled, she naturally had no more worries. Looking at her in a daze, Yang Kai did not speak for a long time. One day later, Yang Kai went down the mountain. He carried the madam's medicine basket, which was filled with the black profound fruit. Step by step, he walked towards the seaside with an indifferent expression. On the hilltop, the madam had been sitting there. Her tears had dried up. She looked at the sea, motionless. Yang Kai did not take her away, because living was more painful than dying. She only needed a release. A few hours later, Yang Kai arrived at the seaside. After waiting for a long time, the big ship of the Red Cloud sect arrived. Many people were waiting with Yang Kai. When they saw the big ship arrive, they all cheered. On the side of the ship, the cultivator of the Red Cloud sect blocked the way to the ship. He checked everyone's harvest. Those who completed the task of 3 kilograms were allowed to board the ship. Those who did not complete the task were directly taken to the medicine basket and thrown into the sea to be eaten by the monster beast. Dozens of people, only 3 or 4 who did not complete the task were thrown into the sea and became the monster beast's food. Yang Kai mixed in the crowd, but no one saw any clues. After all, these people who picked the black profound fruit were ordinary people. Which Red Cloud's sect disciple would pay attention to ordinary people? After half an hour, the big ship set out again. It circled to the left peninsula, put down these ordinary people, and sent them to the house. Chapter 179. After returning to the Red Cloud sect's courtyard, Yang Kai's mood was somewhat heavy. If he hadn't met the madam, he would have tried to steal a ship and leave this place. But now, he didn't want to leave. Since the Red Cloud sect had obtained the entire turtle shell, they would certainly take action. The map they obtained was only the map of the outside. The most important part was in his hands. Yang Kai felt that he couldn't waste the madam's good intentions. She had mustered up the courage to let him memorize the map, not to let him bury it. If he guessed correctly, the Red Cloud sect would certainly take action within the next few months. Yang Kai thought about a lot of things and also had his own speculations. Yang Kai guessed that the reason why Miao Huacheng wanted to give the complete turtle shell to the Red Cloud sect was because of his son's future. On the other hand, it was because the Miao family didn't have the strength to explore the mysterious island. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to gain a good impression of the Red Cloud sect and create a good future for Miaolin. The internal map of the island was enough to allow him to avoid most of the risks and reach the most important place. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secrets were hidden in the mysterious island, but it was certainly worth the risk. The only problem now was how to sneakily work together with the Red Cloud sect. They had the map of the mysterious island. If he didn't go with them, he would never be able to reach that place. For the next few nights, Yang Kai frequently went out to inquire about information. From the conversations of some disciples, Yang Kai learned that the Red Cloud sect's higher-ups had obtained a mysterious sea map and were preparing for it. They wanted to go out and explore. These ordinary disciples didn't know much about the matter. They only vaguely heard about it from the conversations of the higher-ups. As for the specific situation, they weren't very clear. While Yang Kai was thinking hard about how to safely infiltrate the Red Cloud sect's exploration team, early one morning, the shouts of the Red Cloud sect's disciples could be heard in the courtyard. Not long after, all the ordinary people who were caught gathered together. These people looked frightened. Someone whispered, "Why are we going to pick herbs again? We have only been back for a few days. Didn't we pick herbs once a month? Heh, we are not going to pick herbs this time. As for what we are going to do, you don't need to ask. Just board the ship as usual." The Red Cloud sect disciple replied with a smile. When Yang Kai heard this, his heart trembled. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly came to a realization. If his guess was correct, then this morning was really an opportunity. As usual, they arrived at the seaside. At this moment, there was a ship that was even bigger than the ones they had seen in the past. This ship was about 20 zhang long and had 5 masts. The sails of the ship fluttered in the wind. The bow of the ship was like the head of a dragon, and its appearance was grand and flamboyant. Many people had never seen such a large ship in their lives, so they couldn't help but be shocked. Heavens, this is the Red Cloud sect's largest dragon boat. Where is it taking us? A knowledgeable person whispered. Yang Kai was more and more certain of his guess. Who would have thought that when he had racked his brains to find a way to sneak into the Red Cloud sect's exploration team, they would actually take the initiative to bring him here. The Red Cloud sect didn't bring these ordinary people to explore the treasures, but to work on the large ship. If they wanted to operate such a large ship, they would certainly need a lot of manpower. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression calmed down. Since this was the Red Cloud sect's exploration ship, there must be an expert on it. An expert that was more powerful than the Yuan Qi realm was the Immortal Ascension Boundary. He could hide in front of an Yuan Qi cultivator, but if an Immortal Ascension Boundary expert was interested and used their divine sense to spy on him, he would be exposed. Therefore, he had to be very, very careful. He absolutely couldn't reveal any flaws, otherwise he would die without a burial place. Along with the crowd, the Red Cloud sect cultivator caught up to the ship. Under the guidance of the cultivator, there were nearly 70 ordinary people who each received a different kind of work. Yang Kai's luck was good. He wasn't assigned to the bottom row and was responsible for miscellaneous tasks. There was no fixed task, but he had to do everything. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Although it was safer to hide in the bottom row, Yang Kai was more willing to stay on the deck and inquire about all kinds of information. As long as he was cautious, he wouldn't attract the attention of the Immortal Ascension Boundary experts. After waiting for a long time, a group of people from the Red Cloud sect arrived. Leading them were 2 old men. They were in the prime of their lives. They had red skin and white hair. Their eyes were like lightning. They had a dignified air about them. These 2 people were the top experts of the Red Cloud sect. One of them was an old man and the other was an old woman. They were talking and laughing as they walked towards the ship. Behind them were many of the Red Cloud sect's cultivator. There were both men and women. In total, there were about 50 of them. They were all the elites of the Red Cloud sect. A middle-aged man from the Red Cloud sect who was originally on the ship quickly shouted, "Welcome, martial uncles." Once he shouted, the Red Cloud sect disciples on the ship also hurriedly responded. The old man and old woman smiled and lightly floated onto the ship. Looking around, the old woman asked, "Is everything ready?" The middle-aged man respectfully replied, "Everything is ready." Now, we are only waiting for the arrival of the two martial uncles. Then, we can set sail. The old man replied and waved his hand. You go and arrange it. Your martial uncle Lon and I will be in seclusion in the cabin. If there is nothing important, do not disturb us. Yes. When the two immortal ascension boundary old men stepped into the cabin, Yang Kai involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man's position in the Red Cloud sect should not be low. He stood on the ship and arranged for the cultivator to board. After busying himself for half an hour, under his command, the ship slowly started to move. Yang Kai stood on the deck, pretending to do something while silently memorizing the direction of the ship. The ship broke through the wind and waves. It could travel 1,000 miles in one day and night. Gradually, there were no islands around, only the boundless ocean. The sun set and the moon rose. Yang Kai stayed on the ship for 3 days. He carefully did chores and learned some things from the conversations of the cultivator who boarded the ship. The purpose of this ship carrying so many people was indeed to explore that mysterious island. However, the cultivator of the Red Cloud sect called the mysterious island the Hidden Island. This word reminded Yang Kai of the many strange things he had heard in Sea City. The Hidden Island was one of them. It was rumored that the scenery in the sea serpent's embrace was not fake. But somewhere in the depths of the ocean, there was a real existence. But for some unknown reason, these scenes spread thousands of miles away and were imprinted in the eyes of the residents of Sea City. The places that appeared in the sea serpent's embrace could not be reached by ordinary means. Only with the island pass could one approach and enter. These islands that could not be easily approached and could not be seen were called the Hidden Island. On the Hidden Island, there was wealth, martial arts, and cultivation methods that could allow one to soar to the sky. There were also innumerable treasures of heaven and earth. Everyone wanted to go to the Hidden Island, but they always had no way. But now, this opportunity had fallen on the head of the Red Cloud sect. Therefore, the Red Cloud sect dispatched their elites and even dispatched 2 immortal ascension boundary experts to go to the Hidden Island to see what was going on. The Red Cloud sect only had 4 immortal ascension boundary experts. But now, half of them were gone. This showed the sect's determination. In the past few days, Yang Kai heard the most talk about the Red Cloud sect's cultivators yearning for the mysterious Hidden Island. He imagined what kind of opportunities and adventures he would obtain there. Yang Kai thought of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. He woke up the old demon who had been in seclusion and asked him. Only then did he know that the Hidden Island should not be the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Maybe it was because a master occupied an island to cultivate, but did not want to be disturbed by outsiders. Therefore, he arranged some kind of array to make the island disappear from the world's view. Or this hidden island had a natural array that ordinary people could not see. But in any case, there was indeed an opportunity in the Hidden Island. Yang Kai also remembered the names and strength of many of the Red Cloud sect's disciples through the chat. The middle-aged man was called Yu Xiaofan. He was Yuan Qi 9th stage and was an elder of the Red Cloud sect. Yuan Qi could be an elder. This Red Cloud sect was indeed not comparable to High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, their immortal ascension boundary experts were old. Although the elders of High Heaven Pavilion were also old, they were definitely younger than the 2 martial uncles. Of the 2 immortal ascension boundary experts who boarded the ship, the old man was called Ding Jiazi, immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. The old woman was called Huaxiang Lan, immortal ascension boundary 4th stage. Both of them were grand elders of the Red Cloud sect. Usually, they would only meditate in seclusion within the sect. After all, half of their necks were already buried in the ground. If not for the importance of this matter, they would not have appeared. On this day, Yang Kai was silently cleaning the deck when he suddenly heard someone talking. Jing, why are you here alone? Didn't Miao Lin accompany you? Hearing the two words Miaolin, Yang Kai's ears immediately perked up. He remembered that the Jiang family's madam had said that Miao Huacheng's son was called Miaolin. He was the one who instigated the calamity that befell the Jiang family. Was it the same person? Yang Kai paid attention, but his hands did not stop moving. He deliberately walked over to the person who was talking and quietly looked up. On the other side of the ship, there was a beautiful woman enjoying the sea breeze. She wore a light blue dress, and the sea breeze made her dress stick tightly to her body, outlining her graceful curves. She was about 20 years old, with a perky chest, a slender waist, and slender legs. Her skin was not the usual wheat color of the seaside, but rather white like mutton fat jade, so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. However, this woman's expression was quite arrogant. Her eyes carried a sense of superiority. Beside her stood a middle-aged man. It was the Red Cloud's sex elder, Yu Xiaoping. It turns out that this woman is his daughter, Yu Aoan. Yang Kai understood. He had heard the name Yu Aoan many times in the past few days. Many young disciples of the Red Cloud sect were talking about her in private. Just like Su Yan's position in the High Heaven Pavilion, Yu Aoan was also the object of admiration of many young elites in the Red Cloud sect. Chapter 180. Hearing Yu Xiaoping's inquiry, Yu Aoqing's face showed a touch of impatience and disgust. She gritted her teeth and said, "He can't wait to stick to me." "Oh, you don't like him?" Yu Xiaoping laughed. "What do you think?" Yu Aoqing snappily retorted. "Bear with it, this time, we still have to rely on him. Although Miao Huacheng gave us the map, he did not tell us much about his research over the years. He only taught Miaolin, so if we want to find the hidden island, Miaolin is indispensable." Yu Xiaoping softly comforted. Yu Aoqing's pretty face was bitter as she gently shook Yu Xiaoping's arm. "Father, it's not like you don't know what kind of person he is. In the morning, he even tried to make a move on me. If it weren't for your repeated warnings, I would have thrown him into the sea." Yu Xiaoping's face was cold. "He made a move on you?" Yu Aoqing felt very wronged. Before this incident, she had never heard of Miaolin, but because of this incident, she had to compromise and appease Miaolin. For the proud and arrogant Yu Aoqing, this was tantamount to torture. "You have been wronged." Yu Xiaoping's complexion was not good. Yu Aoqing was his daughter. He naturally treasured her and hoped that she could marry a dragon in the future and live a happy life. Miaolin had no connections. He had no aptitude, and he had no strength. In the past, he was not even worthy of carrying his daughter's shoes, but now, in order to obtain information from Miaolin, he could only let his daughter sacrifice her body. "Rest assured, when we find the hidden island, Father will uphold justice for you," Yu Xiaoping comforted. "I really hope we can arrive early." Yu Aoqing gnashed her teeth. "When we get there, I will throw him into the sea. As long as you are happy." Yu Xiaoping smiled slightly. He did not care at all, as if his daughter was only talking about throwing an animal away. Sea City's Miao Huacheng would never have thought that things would develop to this point. He offered the sea map with the intention of fighting for a good future for his son. He wanted the Red Cloud sect to pay attention to Miaolin. The Red Cloud sect's upper echelons also agreed to Miao Huacheng's request and wanted to focus on cultivating Miaolin. But Miaolin did not want to overestimate himself, thinking that his ability had increased, and set his sights on Yu Aoqing. This was simply playing with fire. While they were talking, Yu Xiaoping suddenly said, "That brat is chasing over. You, if you really don't want to, then avoid him. But remember, don't lose your temper with him." "I know." Yu Aoqing's chest heaved as she took a deep breath. Yu Xiaoping quickly left. A moment later, A young man in his 20s came to the deck, a look of expectation on his face as he looked around. When he saw Yuao Qing standing at the side of the ship, he couldn't help but smile and quickly ran over. Was this Miao Lin? Yang Kai memorized his appearance but didn't show it on his face. The young lady of the Jiang family bit her tongue and committed suicide because she didn't want to be humiliated. Miao Lin was a man of striking appearance, except that his face was a little sallow. Other than the fact that his footsteps were a little shaky, everything else was fine. Rather than calling such a person a cultivator, it would be better to call him a hedonistic young master who indulged in wine and women. After all, the Miao family still had some power in Sea City. It was enough to support him in his extravagance outside. He came to Yuao Qing's side, his eyes filled with unconcealed love. Affectionately, he said softly, "Senior Sister Qing. The wind on the deck is strong, be careful not to catch a cold." Although Yuao Qing was disgusted to death, she had to squeeze out a stiff smile. "It's fine, the air on the sea is clear, it can blow away people's troubles." Yuao Qing's words were implicit, but Miao Lin acted as if he didn't understand at all, smiling gently. "So Senior Sister Qing is in a bad mood, is there something unhappy? You might as well tell Junior Brother is willing to share your worries." Yuao Qing's beautiful face flashed a trace of hidden anger, but she still smiled and shook her head, reserved and beautiful. Yang Kai was cleaning the deck, listening to the two talk, one feigning civility, the other in high spirits, and in his heart, he couldn't wait to throw Miao Lin into the sea. Yuao Qing hinted again and again, but he still acted as if he didn't understand, or perhaps he did, but he still shamelessly pestered her. It was really hard to have a good impression of him. The two of them talked for a long time. Just as Miao Lin was in high spirits, showing off the prestige of the Miao family in Sea City, a loud bang suddenly came from the bottom of the big boat. Immediately, the whole big boat shook. Standing on the side of the ship, Miao Lin and Yuao Qing both lost their footing and almost fell into the sea, but the two of them were cultivator after all. Their reactions were naturally extraordinary, extremely agile, and hurriedly stabilized themselves. It was unknown what Miao Lin was thinking. Perhaps he wanted to play the hero at the critical moment to win the favor of the beauty, or perhaps he wanted to take advantage of the situation, but after stabilizing himself, he actually exclaimed, "Senior Sister, be careful." While shouting, he reached out and hugged Yuao Qing's waist. Yuao Qing was a proud woman, even talking to him made her feel disgusted, so how could she be hugged by him? In a hurry, she twisted her body, avoiding Miao Lin's outstretched hand. At this moment, the ship shook violently again. Yuao Qing was in the middle of turning around, but this sudden shake really made it impossible for her to stand still, and she flew out diagonally, letting out a short cry of surprise. And the direction she flew out was actually Yang Kai's position. Yang Kai was wearing dirty clothes, holding a dirty broom in his hand. When he looked up and saw this scene, he was really shocked and did not know what to say. He stood here, just to eavesdrop on the two's conversation, to inquire about some information. How could he have thought that such a dramatic scene would occur? Seeing that Yuao Qing was about to throw herself at him, at this critical moment, Yang Kai pretended to slip, falling on his back, and also rushed forward a long distance. Almost at the same time he fell, Yuao Qing flew over him, falling heavily on the deck. She just couldn't die. Next to her, dirty water was poured over her head. A beauty admired by countless men, in an instant became a drowned rat. Her clothes and hair were all wet, smelling the dirty water on her body. Yuao Qing almost vomited. Yang Kai also wailed on the ground, making a normal person's reaction. A beauty was flying towards him. As a normal man, what he should do was naturally to catch her steadily. Even if he was injured, he must not let her fall. But Yuao Qing was not a Buddhist woman, and Miao Lin was not a kind man. Yang Kai was sure that if he had caught Yuao Qing, then what he would have to face was the anger of this man and woman. Yuao Qing would be treated like an ordinary person because of him. Moreover, it would be a lowly servant who had touched her body, and Miao Lin would be angry because of jealousy, and he would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. So avoiding her was the best choice. The ship was still shaking. Miao Lin rushed to Yuao Qing's side, and finally found a chance to get close, and helped her up, saying in surprise, "Senior sister, are you okay? Get lost." Yuao Qing could no longer bear it. If this disgusting man did not want to hug her, how could she be thrown away? How could she be drenched in dirty water? How could she lose face, and stink? At this moment, Yuao Qing's heart was filled with killing intent. Being yelled at by her, Miao Lin looked stunned, and hurriedly took 2 steps back. At this time, many cultivators rushed to the cabin. Yu Xiaoping was among them. He rushed to the deck and looked down, his face changing. "It's the monster beast." All disciples prepare to fight. Looking up, seeing the dirty Yuao Qing, he could not help but be stunned. "Qing, are you hurt?" Yuao Qing clenched her teeth, staring at Miao Lin with incomparable resentment, then slowly shook her head. "You go back and rest. You don't need to worry about this." Yu Xiaoping shouted. "Senior sister, I'll send you off." Miao Lin immediately followed. "No." Yuao Qing growled, her beautiful and dirty figure quickly disappearing from the deck. On the ship, those ordinary people were also quickly evacuating. The Red Cloud sect cultivator did not care about their life or death at this moment. If they stayed on the deck, it would be disastrous. Suddenly, a monstrous wave surged up from the side of the ship, bombarding the ship, shaking it a few times. Yang Kai hurriedly got up and followed the ordinary people into the cabin. Everyone huddled together, shivering. Many people were muttering incessantly, praying that the ship would not sink. If this ship sank, except for the 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Supreme Elders, everyone else would probably die in the sea. Yang Kai listened for a moment, his tense mood gradually relaxing. He found that the 2 Supreme Elders of the Red Cloud sect did not move, which meant that the monster beast was not high level, and Yu Xiaoping was enough to deal with it. However, the number of these monster beasts was quite large, and from all directions came crashing sounds. The battle lasted for a full 2 hours before it gradually stopped. The attacking demonic beasts were either killed or repelled, and the noisy activity finally calmed down. The Red Cloud sect's victory, even the ordinary people could not help but cheer, as if they had also won the battle. Yang Kai saw this and only felt a burst of sadness. Not long after, the Red Cloud sect disciples called the ordinary people to clean the deck. When everyone came up to see, they were all shocked. On the deck, there were bloodstains everywhere, and there were also some strange-looking big fish. At this moment, they were all dead, their mouths wide open, their mouths full of fangs. No one from the Red Cloud sect died, only a few of the weaker ones were injured, but there were no major problems. Yang Kai followed the crowd to clean the deck of the ship's bloodstains, taking care of the sea monster beast that had been killed, sweating profusely and smelling of blood. Perhaps it was because they had already entered the depths of the sea, but after the first monster beast attack, in the next few days, monster beasts would come to visit them, and as time passed, the strength of these monster beasts also became stronger and stronger. In order to deal with these monster beasts, many sick ordinary people were ruthlessly thrown into the sea to attract the attention of the monster beast. Yu Xiaoping's face became more and more serious day by day, and Miao Lin was often called by him to the deck, where the 2 of them studied a turtle shell that was about the size of a millstone. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.